where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. But he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice once in fire, a mic on this door. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fed. No hurdles, no illusions, no hollow in your bed. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Misled, thinking truth from the wreckage, raising dawn from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare, exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord marches with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the mortal chemist dead. On his growl rings through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, trigger keeps the balance right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I'm making the chaos of found to every death. Strong against the darkness, rising defend. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Now you're head to the beast that controls the dawn. Sentinel of reason with the ball crushing block. If his ball runs empty, the shadows will consume. The world cracks open, ushering down. So with the command, don't deploy a cord. If you know what's good, feed more the overlord.
All right, welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you, and let's party. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What is going on? So real quick, as you can see, oh no, wrong side. As you can see here, I got, they missed my red dot. I was gonna go get my red dot, and they missed. No, I'm just kidding. I had a rather rambunctious client, nice little puppy named Amber, but I went down to pet and jumped up, and I got a little scratch here too, but we are alive, and we are looking good. Shout out to Heimdall. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. We got Avery. What is good? Welcome, welcome, welcome. So there's actually a lot going on today, and I figured the best way to talk about it was to just go through the episode of Timcast and bringing up all the stories. I was going to check a little bit here, a little bit there, but they covered it all, so let's do it. As always, guys, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know.
Democrats in Minnesota have criminally charged an ICE agent over an incident that occurred in February where two individuals blocked his vehicle, and then he pulled up beside him, told them he was police and to freeze. These individuals said it was a crazy guy in an SUV, called the police. The police are now charging the ICE agent who was on his way to ICE HQ. The story is actually a bit complicated. These individuals who say
Democrats getting what they wanted, locked him up.
they called the police. They're claiming they did not know that he was an ICE agent, but did try to obstruct his vehicle as it was on the shoulder of a highway, and they were trying to, quote, cut him off a little bit. I think this is the Democrats.
Sounds like vigilante justice.
It's taking their opportunity
Not a good
to
idea.
justify the arrest of ICE agents, as Tom Steyer, who's the top Democrat to win in California, although he's still behind the Republicans, has threatened to arrest ICE agents. So, oh boy, it's getting real weird out there. And with the attack on Savannah Hernandez, it certainly seems like we're going to be in for a wild summer, as we're seeing tons of leftists go out and riot. Democrats are vowing to arrest and now are actually criminally charging people. So it's going to get interesting. Now, Donald Trump's come out again, attacking Tucker Carlson. And Joe Rogan has he made some statements about the Iran war, saying, what the F are we doing? He can't quite figure it out.
Hey, shout out to Spawn, a keeper over on Rumble. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir.
And I think, of course, another great opportunity for us to talk about not what Trump says or Hegseth says, but what is actually happening. So we can answer that question just for you, Joe. Don't forget to also subscribe and smash the like button.
What was that?
Joining us tonight.
What was that? That was a weird little cut on a live.
Informative. Don't forget to also subscribe. That's the IRL. It's fun. It's funny. And it's informative. Don't forget to also subscribe and smash the like button. Joining us tonight to talk about this and so much more, we've got Kevin Dahlgren.
Good to see you, brother. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Who are you? What do you do?
Hey, man, I'm an independent journalist, Portland, Oregon. Been reporting on the homeless industrial complex the last several years.
This guy has been in, if I'm not mistaken, he's been in a bunch of videos with Tyler Oliveira, who we just recently covered the Indian scammers. This guy has gone around, not for fraud type stuff, but I don't remember exactly what it was, but in good company with Tyler Oliveira.
My work just kind of really exploded as the rise and the importance of independent journalism and the mistrust of mainstream media. You know, I'm very proud to be a part of this, I would say, movement, and to really just kind of disrupt this billion-dollar industry.
And it is an industry. It's all fake, in my opinion. I've worked in this industry as well.
Is it also gay?
And I've experienced, man, so much fraud. You know, so this is interesting because we're talking a lot about the Medicare, Medicaid fraud. We're talking about, you know, in California, Ohio, Seattle. I think next stop, we should go after the homeless fraud. There are companies that are billing the government for tons of money, and they're not actually trying to solve anything, or they're lying about it. So it'll be interesting to have.
Well, they could be doing both, which is what I think.
You hear a lot to talk about. Thanks for hanging out. Ian is here.
What's up, homie? It's rock and roll. Should I intro myself? I was just kind of
intro the next guy.
We also have Carter Banks.
What's up? I am moderating the Rumble and YouTube chat tonight for you spammers, so be nice.
Yes, if you are on Rumble, definitely say hello.
I also want to introduce Tate Brown, who I love. Tate, I haven't seen you in a while. It's good to see you, man.
Good to see you. It's
You
so
look
good
great.
to be back with the great Ian. I'm back. Tim's here.
You gotta bring that microphone closer, brother.
Tim's here.
Oh, hey.
You.
Yeah, I am here. Let's get into it. Here's a story from NPR. Minnesota has charged an ICE officer with assault for alleged actions during immigration surge. I love this story because you got to read between the lines. The first thing to understand is this incident they're reporting on took place February 5th. That's about 1 week after Alex Preddy was shot and killed. So heightened tensions, to say the least. They say state and local prosecutors in Minnesota charged an ICE officer Thursday with 2 counts of second-degree assault with a dangerous weapon. The criminal charges appear to be the first against a federal immigration officer for actions allegedly taken while on duty during the immigration enforcement crackdown in Minnesota. Quote, today's charges reflect an important milestone in our effort.
I tried to get rid of the word visit and see if it would do one line on the banner, but it didn't. I don't know why they
crackdown in Minnesota. Quote, today's charges reflect an important milestone in our efforts to seek accountability for the harms inflicted on our community during Operation Metro Surge. The officers identified in the complaint is 35-year-old Gregory Donald Morgan Jr., a Maryland resident who was part of ICE's enforcement and removal operations division at the time of the incident and had been detailed to the Minneapolis area. They say on the afternoon of February 5th, Minnesota State Patrol received a 911 report that a driver in a Ford Expedition had pointed a gun at 2 people in another vehicle along the highway in the Twin Cities area. According to the complaint, the 2 alleged victims told authorities that they had been stuck in traffic when they saw an unmarked black SUV coming up from behind, driving on the shoulder of a highway in Hennepin County, where Minneapolis is located. Thanks, NPR, for that addition. The person driving says they briefly moved their car onto the road's shoulder in an effort to block the SUV's driver from bypassing traffic illegally and to, quote, cut him off a little bit.
Yeah, even if that is what happened, guys, don't do that. That's how you get in an accident. Don't play police if you're not the police.
Both alleged victims say they did not know the other driver was a federal officer. The complaint states that Morgan then pulled up beside them, rolled down his window, and pointed a black handgun directly at both the driver and the passenger and yelled something they couldn't discern. One victim told state law enforcement the encounter led him to believe there was a crazy person driving down the road aiming guns at people. The victims called 911 and took a video showing the SUV's Utah license plate. State investigators used that plate data to identify the vehicle had been rented by another ICE officer, Morgan's partner. During a voluntary interview, Morgan told state authorities he was driving to the federal Whipple building, ICE HQ, at the end of his shift when the incident occurred. According to the complaint, he told state law enforcement he feared for his safety when the victim's car pulled in front of him, so he drew his gun and yelled, "Police, stop." Morgan said he was trying to get the victims to back up. There is a nationwide warrant for Morgan's arrest. ICE and the Department of Homeland Security did not respond to comment. At Thursday's press conference, Moriarty acknowledged that charges filed against Morgan were coming ahead of any possible charges in the Alex Preddy and Renee Good, in the cases of Preddy and Good.
And you see how this is essentially the same exact type of story where it's, a regular citizen who believes that ICE is evil, and so they must do something to intervene. And it never ends up well.
The 2 U.S. citizens shot and killed. I want to be transparent on why these situations are developing at different speeds. The State Patrol was able to investigate thoroughly, identify Mr. Morgan, and conduct an interview with him. Virtually none of the obstacles around evidence collection that exist for the January shootings in this case. I'm going to tell you my opinions right away because I'm biased. I don't think for a second these people thought it was a random SUV driving down the shoulder. People don't typically just pull onto the shoulder to block a black unmarked SUV driving down the road. You typically assume those are law enforcement vehicles. At the same time,
yeah, right. Like if you saw a black SUV driving and getting around traffic, why would you assume that that's just some asshole as opposed to the cops? Maybe it is some asshole, but that makes sense that it would be law enforcement.
This guy who's on duty and going to end his shift sees a vehicle pull in front of him. We've already seen ICE agents boxed in and shot at. He's probably thinking, holy crap. So he draws a weapon and says, "Police, stop," which is not illegal. A police officer with reasonable fear ordering someone to stop and drawing their weapon, they can do that. Now, you might argue there was no probable cause to do this. I would argue that's insane. If you want to make the case that these two people genuinely did not know this was an ICE agent and they were just trying to get in the way of some guy driving illegally, which honestly seems kind of weird. I mean, maybe it happens sometimes.
Yeah.
The ICE agent doesn't have to know any of that. Legal.
Yeah, and it's retarded to think that you would make that assumption, and not only make that assumption, but fine, maybe you assume that this is just some asshole just trying to get ahead of traffic, and thus I must get in front of their car. What? That is insane. Shout out to Salty. Welcome to the party over on Twitch. Good to see ya. Yeah. Not things that you. That's another good point. Then how do you know it's not a funeral procession? And that's why they are going around. And again, even if you did, I don't believe that any sane person sees that and immediately decides, I've got to get myself involved physically by moving my car in the way. That's you should not be on the roads if that's the way that you think about things.
All the agent needs to perceive is a reasonable threat or a crime being committed. And if he was driving on the shoulder and he's a law enforcement with a legitimate reason for doing that, maybe he didn't, maybe he was, and then you pull in front of him, he suspects something may be going on, he's going to tell you to freeze and they can draw their weapon if they suspect there is a threat to them right here. Considering what just happened with Renee Good and Preddy, considering that we had seen ICE agents boxed in, dragged, the agent that shot, I believe it was shot Renee Good, had been dragged by a vehicle. What was it, 3 weeks before that incident happened? These guys are on edge. That doesn't.
And you can definitely make the argument that, well, okay, if that's the case, they shouldn't be out there. I agree. Maybe not. But that doesn't change the fact of the matter.
Justify drawing a weapon on random people, but this is not a random circumstance. In my opinion, I think these people knew exactly who he was. I think they recognized and they knew. I think the people in Minnesota widely knew.
Not exactly who he was, but exactly that he was ICE.
That they were black, unmarked, rented SUVs carrying ICE agents, and I doubt an on-duty ICE agent was plain clothes. So they likely saw a guy with police gear on or something, and then said, we're going to get in his way, because that's what these activists have been doing. I do not believe, well, he's a Maryland resident, so y'all in trouble, brother. I'm not going to advise anything, but I will just say, if
just another Maryland man, right?
He was in West Virginia, he might be safe, but in Maryland, they are going to arrest him and ship him off, and he is going to be paraded. They're going to use him to make an example.
Is there dash cam footage of this?
Apparently, there's just cell phone footage. I believe they said after the fact they filmed the vehicle and the license plate.
That one's going to be a good watch when it comes out. That one's going to be a good watch.
Violating the law by driving on the shoulder, and then you also choose to go vigilante justice and break the law to hinder them. You're still breaking. These people were still breaking the law.
In which case, a law enforcement.
Yeah, did you see the Chiron? It says Ian Crossland, eccentric genius. And guys, don't forget. If you haven't seen when Ian was on this channel here, just search the Indian Jesus and Ian Crossland, and we had quite a cool conversations. Heimdall said they've been keeping up with the feds tags up there. Yeah. This is it's going. It's at a level where I was saying, even if we assume that those people thought it was just a random person getting around traffic, it's still stupid. But there's no way that they didn't know. They have entire cells, like entire groups dedicated to tracking down these people and making a ruckus wherever they go. So maybe it was just some normal person with a stupid idea. Probably not, though.
We're still breaking the law.
In which case, a law enforcement officer sees a vehicle breaking the law, and he drives up and says, "Police, stop." I think these people. I don't trust these people.
Well, regardless,
we didn't know what he was yelling. I don't believe that for a second.
Regardless what your belief system is, too, it's interfering in an investigation. Any way you look at it, doesn't matter what you think about the situation. They were interfering, and that's the problem.
What I wonder is if they're
and that's the thing that a lot of these I don't even want to say leftists, because these are more the default liberal people who feel like whatever they hear on MSNBC is the God's honest truth. And then they don't understand the reality, which I will always come back to Renee Good's wife or whatever, going back to, oh my God, why are you using real bullets? Because they don't understand the reality of it. I think it's a game, and so they're going out to play it. Somebody said, Timbo with the hot button takes. He's milquetoast. Well, that's what he's known for, right? That's why we got Ian and the others here.
In an unmarked vehicle without badges, and then the guy just pulls a gun on someone. He's like, "I'm a cop. Get out of my way."
And me, of course.
And you're like, "How am I supposed to believe you? You're a random guy pointing a gun at me. What am I?"
Because it's a felony to impersonate a law enforcement officer. Like, again, theoretically, yeah, somebody could be insane and doing that, but in that case, you might have an argument to self-defense, but no, if they have the tags, if they announce themselves as police, then yeah, I guess if somebody impersonate, that'd be a shitty situation. But that can't be your assumption. That the society just won't work if that's your assumption.
Who cares if you're screaming, "I'm a cop"? And so I can see, if he just pulled his gun in an completely unmarked status, that probably should be illegal, or should have the citizen should have some recourse of protection against unmarked cops pulling guns on people because they feel threatened. Like, if you're not marked, what authority do I
yelled police?
Yeah, but theoretically, then two random people could, to steel man what Ian is saying, two random people could pretend to be cops also. But you can't use that as an excuse. Oh, they all these cop cars were descending on me, but I didn't know if they were real because reasons, so I ran. That's just that you can't do that. Shout out to Equality and Deference because vagina over on Rumble. Welcome to the party. Said, liked, and shared. Thank you so very, very much. Of course, you guys know that stuff is free and easy, and it just takes 1 second. Does not even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link that you shared. Just by you telling the platform that you want more people to see this, they will show it to more people. Welcome. Well, I said women in reality always have been strangers. Sadly. Shoot to kill is mandatory in Saltyville, says Salty. I mean, that's the best way to stay safe, right? Don't put yourself in front of a person like Salty if you don't want to get magged on.
Stop.
But if a random dude yelled "police, stop" and pointed a gun at me, how am I supposed to know if he's a cop?
These ICE. So here's there's a lot we don't know. I would say my complaint about ICE is that they are decked out in armor, and they are wearing very obvious militarized or law enforcement getups. And I have said since before Trump got elected, the ICE operations need to be done by dudes in polo shirts and khakis. I do not believe for a second that this guy driving a vehicle on his way to the ICE headquarters was plainclothes.
I agree that it's very unlikely that he was plainclothes. I wonder how it would change the dynamics if the all the videos that we've seen were plainclothes people. Because when you get, especially when the face is obscured, whether it's the mask or the helmet or whatever else, that automatically is framed as scarier. And so it gives a more emotional pull to the people who want to see it however way they want to see it. But that's a good point. I don't know how the optics would work. But the question is, if we're going after dangerous criminals, maybe he might need a little bit more than a polo.
Maybe. But in this instance, the presumption I'm going to make based on all of the news I've tracked is it's a black SUV. Remember the video of Freddie kicking the taillight out? It was a black SUV, and what were the guys dressed like inside? They were decked out in police gear. So when a guy in decked out police gear yells, "Police, stop!"
Yeah. Also, like,
I get it.
You should stop.
Yeah, Minneapolis, Minnesota, kind of infamous for not
'Cause
taking examples out of.
Hold on. Let's take the other aspect of this. So let's say that you are driving down the street, you see a black SUV going around traffic, and you're like, "Hey, you shouldn't be going around traffic." And not only thinking that, but then say you're gonna put your car in the way, and then two people with guns pop out and say police, and you still don't know what's going on? Really?
People in politically charged moments. I mean, nothing really comes to mind of any sort of law enforcement operation in Minnesota that probably a guy got an example made out of him. I just can't think of anything in the last 5 years.
Because
It's pretty hard.
never happened one time ever.
It's certainly not Minnesota. Certainly not.
And then also what never happened was that a mural to the drug-addled criminal exploded when it was struck by lightning on a rather sunny day.
I mean,
I gotta stop. That literally happened. Guys, I'm gonna say this. I made a tweet about how like recent events had maybe considered going back to church. Let me tell you one of them. A mural of George Floyd was made. And then on a day that was partly cloudy with scattered rain, lightning struck only the side of the building and blew up the mural of George Floyd and left everything else intact.
I don't like this story from Tim. I don't like how he just jumped. Well, there must be a God because lightning. Like, all right. Shout out to Lil Toos. Welcome. Shout out to the Strait of Hormuz.
Metal paint. I can't get my head around it.
I gotta pull that one up.
It's crazy that it just blew his face off the side of the wall.
Yeah.
Like they must have like metal paint. I don't know. Or lead or some sort of
maybe it was
conductive
lead
paint.
paint.
That is freakish. I don't know, man. I'm into the whole
It's not a joke.
Even Crazy Ian coming up with a more rational.
This is not a joke. I told the story. I was like talking to Jack Posobiec, and I was like, the resurrection really doesn't do much for me. Like a lot of people say, like this is the proof and all that. And I said, but you tell me there are demons. Like I've seen what I would describe as demonic possession. But you talk of miracles. Take a look at this. This is just Google. Look at this. A mural honoring George Floyd in Toledo, I'm sorry, it was in Ohio, not Minnesota, was destroyed after being struck by lightning. Look, when this happened, we were like, look, see this right here in the middle that got blown out? I wonder if there's actual pictures of, that's what it looked like before. They put a crown on him, and a lot of people were like, he was a false idol. And the lightning struck only the side of the building, destroying only the mural where the crown was. I'm like,
It's crazy. It should have hit those poles first because they're way higher up in the air.
Not even the grass is singed. Like it's.
I mean, it definitely is funny. It definitely is miraculous in that sense. But I mean, God, he's reeling. He's reeling.
Take a Breath, by the way. Painted by David Ross, in July of 2020.
Dude, this is crazy stuff. So anyway, God is real.
Yeah.
But back to the actual story.
Just relieved the first time thing. Yeah.
I think they're going to hunt this guy down. And I question whether or not the federal government's going to provide any kind of support. There's something called the Supremacy Clause. So there's also a degree of immunity that federal law enforcement agents have when carrying out their duties. They cannot be charged by state and local officials, typically. But state and local officials can argue that the actions taken were outside the scope of duty for federal law enforcement. Of course, this guy was on shift driving back to HQ when a vehicle obstructed him. So vehicles are deadly weapons. He drew us up and said, police, stop.
Yeah, I wonder what what is the other side of this? What is the narrative that they're trying to push? That, oh no, they were just, doing what they thought was right. I mean, what? Yeah, exactly. Like Timmy, could Hitler have been struck by lightning, or at least Rachel Mad Cow? It's God. It's God. That's
I guess
that sounds like.
Don't get me started.
Should he have thrown his lights? Do ICE even have?
They were rental vehicles. They didn't have lights. Yeah. They may have had you get little lights to plug in or whatever.
Stick on the top or something.
Or they put him in the dash.
A normal on-duty cop would just pull the guy over. He wouldn't point at his gun and point it at the guy.
Well, considering we're coming off of Renee Good and Preddy, more importantly, we had seen terror attacks against ICE. When they shot up the ICE facility, that one guy with the rifle shot the vans up, killed illegal immigrants. You had was it 5 Antifa guys? Several acted like decoys outside the facility in Texas. Then when the ICE came out to stop the protest, a guy hiding in the woods started shooting at him. So what are these agents supposed to think when a vehicle pulls out in front of them and blocks them in? When that happened in Chicago, there's video of this. They start shooting. One vehicle rammed the ICE vehicle from behind. So this guy's freaking out. This is the problem. The Democrats are going to argue he had no reason to fear harm. They just pulled in front of him. They will intentionally wipe out the context of every circumstance in the weeks and months.
when we get to cell phone footage, will people actually buy that? Will people actually buy that? I mean, for whatever we could say about Alex Preddy and Renee Good, there was a lot of like, okay, we got to look close and see what's going on here. But if you're just pulling a car out in the middle of traffic, what is the story?
Leading up to this moment where ICE agents had been rammed from behind, boxed in, or shot at.
I want to see if he was marked, if he had a uniform on, if the car in any way indicated that he was an officer. Because if not, they have a local case. Whether or not the federal government can overstep, or well, I mean, federal officer unmarked points a gun at you, like there should be some local recourse to protect you from that.
Plainclothes cops often draw weapons.
Yeah, there is. It's called the law. If you're not breaking the law, they can't do that to you, or at least they don't think so. As long as they don't think you're committing a crime, then they can't do that. But if they think you're committing a crime, then they can do that. So don't make it look like you're committing a crime. So once the pearl clutching news trash is out, it's hard to come back to reality. Tell me about it. Tell me about it.
People. Now, I agree with you that there are concerns about how we deal with that, because in the case of it was Breonna Taylor.
What? You act like getting tattoos is a cop thing. You realize I'm covered, right? Lots of people have tattoos. It's a weird question.
What was her name?
One in Louisville.
The woman where they
Shot through the apartment.
No knock warrant thing.
Yeah, was that Breonna Taylor?
Yeah, that's Breonna
Yeah,
Taylor.
Taylor, yeah.
Hey, shout out to Lone Wolf and Cub in the building. Said, what's up? Any person can just stop their car and block you. Who gave them the authority to do whatever they wish on the streets? Nobody. Nobody at all. So I'm assuming you're speaking about the citizens. And so if you're asking who gave ICE the authority to do what they wish on the streets, then they don't get to do what they wish, but they were doing their job. So I'm going to assume it was the other one. Welcome.
Boyfriend got acquitted because he said he did not know it was police who were shooting into the building, so he shot back. And they said, okay. None of those cops, well, actually, that may not be true. I think those cops did get in trouble because the system is...
Well, some of their bullets went like through the wall. It was kind of reckless. Could have hit somebody else.
That was the whole proposition, was preposterous. They're like, she was killed because of
I
race.
assumed.
Literally never saw
I
her.
assumed. I was like, he's not going after ICE, right? Okay, man. Whatever you say, brother.
There was no way for them to know that she was black.
But the point is, if a police officer has legit...
But that's what I'm saying. Everybody has tattoos now. Everybody has. It's not a cop thing. It's not a right-wing thing. It's not a left-wing thing. It's not a man thing. It's not it's just a people thing. I don't know.
legitimate fear of harm, they're allowed to draw their weapon and tell you not to move, plain clothes or otherwise. I agree with you that there are problems there. Like some dude will, like a guy will be outside your door and you'll see him through a ring camera or whatever. And he's wearing a hoodie and jeans and he's holding a gun. You're not going to assume a cop. So what do? Right? However, my point ultimately is, upon the resolution of this matter, it's clean. Local officials and prosecutors should have said nobody was hurt. It was a federal law enforcement officer telling people to stop. Case dismissed. There's nothing to charge here.
And so that's how far down the rabbit hole we are. That something as simple as, oh, there was a little mix up here and this happened. Everybody should just go on with their day. Now this is becoming a national story. And they're pressing charges on an ICE officer. And it always has to come. It always comes back down to the culture of what's expected. Because if this story blows up, and well, I mean, you know, it blowing up in the first place is a product of the culture. But then when it blows up, if there's no reaction, then everybody's going, oh, the bootlickers and the cops could do anything. They just stop both the SS.
Yeah, I think anyone reasonably would infer that if they've just committed a crime, or at least they're like, you know, whoa, I just might have done, you know, some sort of legal violation in whatever capacity, and then you're engaged by someone with a firearm, you'd probably assume, okay, that's law enforcement. I understand what you're saying is like, you know, if you're just walking on the street and then a guy pulls a gun on him, it's like, yeah, you're not going to think that's a cop. But in this instance, when again something suspect just went down, and then you're engaged by someone saying I'm police and they have a firearm, you'd probably assume it's a police officer or some sort of law enforcement agent.
No, I had a job. I was embedded with police officers for 5 years. So I worked directly with them, went on a good 1,000 missions, right? One thing that's really important too, because I'm very much a strong supporter of public safety, is we got to also make sure that we vet these officers because we're giving them an enormous amount of responsibility. I was very fortunate to work with some really solid police officers, but I'm a big believer in vetting them and basically holding them to a higher standard big time. It's extremely important. With the stuff I did, emotions
Pause. There we go. That's a big reason why I don't necessarily love the cops, even though I'm in favor of law and order. That we see a lot of people who have a badge who are not held to a higher standard, and they abuse that power.
They're always high. We weren't always liked, and you had to keep cool 100% of the time, and that was not easy sometimes.
I don't think any human's capable of it personally, of 100%.
Extremely difficult.
Do you think robots would be better police officers?
No.
Did you see the video of the robot?
That is an interesting question. I don't think they would, because there's too much nuance that you need to be a police officer. But looking at the future, the future of how what technology could do, it is an interesting question, because at a certain point, the human aspect, like right now, the human aspect is good because you might need to make split-second decisions, and like that scene from what is it? iRobot with Will Smith, where the robot saves him, and he's like, "No, save the girl!" Like that kind of stuff. That's not gonna. Humans can make those decisions, but at a certain point, then it becomes the human decisions that are different than the machine are going to be mix-ups, and you're going to have human error. But yeah, I don't know. It's a little scary, a little Black Mirror. Shout out to JL. Welcome to the party, sir. Very good to see ya. We are, they're talking about how they're trying to arrest ICE because some activists didn't know that when they were yelling police, that it was the cops. Come on. So are they going to arrest if a robot makes a mistake? Well, I think that very good question, but I think then the robot would be decommissioned, and then there would have to be some type of grievance thing with the government, where it's like, because we can't charge that robot, then we are talking about a mistake, as opposed to a crooked cop. Like, something can happen where the robot makes a mistake, in the same way something can happen where a cop makes a mistake, and now because it's human, then we can hold the human liable. But if there is a mistake, then it's not somebody abusing their power, and then we can take it up with whoever programs the robots. Who's another brain rot in this song? What? Can you make an AI robot fear being put in a jail cell? Yeah, you can program them to fear anything. You can program them to fear the letter S. Hey, what the fuck?
Do you think robots would be better police officers?
Yeah. No.
Did you see the video of the robot chasing the pigs? The pigs got away.
Yeah.
It sucks.
I'm not kidding. It's a video. A robot was chasing after some escaped wild
Pigs are
boars.
impressive in that. Yeah, they made it.
I should pull that one.
What do you
It's
call
really
them, the
funny.
drone, the flyers?
I was laughing my ass off when I saw this video.
And a lot of things are always taken out of context. Remember once we checked on a homeless woman who was suicidal, and 4 officers, myself, were talking with her, and across the street there was a lady filming us yelling, say, "Look, the police are harassing the homeless," right?
Well,
And the most miraculous thing happened is the homeless woman stood up, walked across the street, and said, "No, they're helping me."
I have not seen that. I have not seen that robot running away. What the fuck?
Stop, turn, whatever you're doing.
Okay, I wasn't even listening to what he was saying.
The police are harassing the homeless, right?
well,
And the most miraculous thing happened is the homeless woman stood up, walked across the street, and said, "No, they're helping me. Stop, turn, whatever you're doing, turn it off." But everything's taken out of context. So what this person was hoping is that they would get a 20-second clip of 4 large police officers and myself surrounding a homeless woman as if we're harassing her, when we're actually trying to talk her through her mental health crisis. And that's what we dealt with every single day, is things were taken out of context. They didn't add the
It's
whole
like
video.
that
They would
meme.
look for 5 seconds and be like, "How dare they?" And that was almost never the case.
It's like that.
Man, you have more experience with
God.
police officers probably than anybody in the room.
What is going on? Jesus Christ. Lagging a bit here. Where's that? So media lies meme. Give me what I'm talking about. Framing. Media framing. Yeah, this guy. This is exactly what they're talking about, where you have this guy is stabbing this guy and he's running away, but the way that it's framed looks like the complete opposite. That is what's been going on about probably longer than any of us have been alive.
I was very fortunate to be embedded with them for a long time, so I got to see firsthand what they go through, and it's extremely difficult. High emotions are high. People would sometimes jump out of bushes with fake guns, thinking it was funny to point them at officers. And the officers are, like they're well trained. So like they would split up, 2 would drop to the ground, 2 would like point. And I'm like, this is crazy. And it happened all the time. And usually it was just like dumb kids thinking it was funny. They were just very lucky. The officers I worked were so well trained. They never crossed any of those lines. But
Flirting with death over there. JL said, call me a bootlicker, but maybe it's just me. I'd rather see content of police being shown in the right light. Why are people so obsessed with trying to paint them as evil? And I mean, that is, a good question about, or, a good point about how there's like a feedback loop where you see the negative framing, like that meme we just showed, and then people have that idea in their heads, and then so they see a police interaction across the street, and they automatically assume it's bad. So then they create an issue, and so on and so on and so on and so on. Unfortunately, if you've ever heard the line, if it bleeds, it leads. That's how media works, and it just refers to in news. If there's something bloody and negative and scary, then we're putting that at the front because that's what people are interested in. Unfortunately, there's not there's not as much of a drive to see that. We know inherently, not inherently, but we know in the back of our minds that these are just people, that they do help people, citizens, but it's the media representation. We will get there. We will get there. Patience, young Padawan. The Ruskies made a word for it. Propaganda works. Bingo. Yup. So I've dealt with a few cops acting like insecure assholes. Bad apples doesn't mean they're all bad, but it does ruin it for the rest. Well said. Well said. Because whenever people bring this up, they always forget the rest of the saying. Who knows the rest of the saying? One bad apple. That's not the whole thing. Anybody knows what comes next? Women lead. What are you talking about? Carl said women lead. Are we talking about women leading?
So well trained, they never cross any of those lines. But one would argue too.
I don't know what that means. Equality. Somebody said Orwell wrote a couple of books about it. Cautionary tales. Good thing we didn't fall into that world.
You almost would expect them to sometimes, because what do you expect? Because you never know whether their life isn't truly in danger or not.
Yeah, I don't want to obviously it's personal, and I don't want to call anybody out, but did you see guys break? Did you see them I can't take it anymore, but I'm still here?
I've seen a few lose their cool, where after hours and hours of extremely difficult work, where they're just being yelled out, they would lash back out on them, and then a sergeant would step in and be like, "You need to stand down, go in your car, or clock out, whatever."
And that I can understand. I'm certainly not excusing the fact that cops are going to abuse their power and, have a bad day and do this and that and that. It's not okay. But I'm at least willing to understand, yet again, these are just people, and people have good days and bad days. And people are affected by the things that go on in their life. And you are going to be affected by the call that you just came from. I can understand that without letting you use that as an excuse. Oh, well, like a lot of people who were I just saw that call. I'll come back to that. I just saw somebody who was talking about fuck. I lost it. Give me a second. We were talking about burnout. Definitely being fatigued. Oh, yeah. So, people, when we were talking about Renee Good, and people were trying to bring in the fact that the cop had been dragged by a car weeks before. And it's like, we have to understand that we, as just regular people having a conversation about what happened, we definitely can bring that into account. But we also have to understand that legally, that doesn't apply with the law. And so just having that understanding puts you ahead. Jill said it's fucking embarrassing. These people risk their lives day in and day out, and people have the nerve to disrespect them. Yeah, you're so cool, wise guy. Yeah, I mean, it's usually people, from what I've seen, it's usually people who are projecting, and they're the ones doing something wrong. And so in their minds, they make the cops the bad guy because they have to be the good guy. If it bleeds, it leads. Carly said, women lead? Good one. Good one. Good one. Good one. All right, let's dive back in.
And so luckily we also had a good sergeant and the job of a sergeant is just to make sure that their 4 to 5 officers are doing their job. And a sergeant's job
Right. Oh, that's the other thing I was asking. What is the rest of the sentence? One bad apple.
is to make sure, do they have the temperament for this in this moment? If they don't, a good sergeant will tell them, walk away. And that's what you always hope for. It's not always the case.
I want to show you the future of policing right here with this video.
Where is this happening?
Poland.
He's so
Get him!
Poland.
Whoa.
Come on.
He has infinite stamina.
Go, brother. You can do it. I believe in you.
Run him down, dude. Just like the old hominids.
I mean, to be fair, we got some fat cops. I mean, anybody who's ever run from the cops, no, there's a lot of cops that you could just book it. But I don't want this to be standard.
Yo, what is it?
Yo, this is homo erectus.
Suddenly, I'm not so worried about the Terminator.
I'll give you a credit for that. Indeed, equality got it. It's one bad apple spoils the bunch. One bad apple spoils the bunch. Meaning that even if you only have one bad apple, that one bad apple will infect the rest of them. And so the fact that bad cops exist mean that the good cops have to be in way lower amounts. Because if you know somebody's a bad cop and you don't report that, that's part of your job as a cop. That's corruption. That's, I mean, maybe we can call it fraud either way, but that's how it's supposed to be. But there's the thin blue line. Fucking bullshit. Fucking bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Tattooed ones can keep on. Have you seen the guy that got tagged on the courthouse by the chief of cops when he did nothing wrong? He was helping an old couple that got their house broken into. I have not seen that. Give me a search cake. Search cake. See, my mind is split. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Yeah, give me a search term. Jay said, I've seen cops look out of shape bad. I'm not saying they need to be CrossFit peak shape, but they need to have yearly cases, yearly tests. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. The state that you see some of these cops in, it's like, what would you do? What would you do if you actually had to chase somebody? Yeah, let's pop it in the Discord. Shout out to more God's Hammer over on Rumble. Welcome to the party. Said liked and shared. My goodness, thank you so very, very much. Again, guys, that stuff is free. It's easy. It helps out so very, very much. And don't forget, guys, every single donation comes with a treat for the Overlord.
Bro, he should be radioing.
Look, he just gives up.
There's another one.
What's going on?
Wild boar for
Okay, this is staged. This is fake.
It's gotta be, dude. It's gotta be. It's too
Seems
funny.
like they overlaid a horse trolley.
Like
Should we buy one of these guys?
Yes.
Yes.
every year.
How do I do it?
Yeah, they upgraded.
Yeah. And then like put him in the museum as the years go on. You know, like the original Model T, because you know you're not gonna be able to buy these old ones anymore.
Yo, he's $20,000.
Whoa.
Probably worth
20K.
Like, fuck it. Anyways, oh, sorry. It's like when you're on one of those crotch rockets, and they're like, all right, you're going 130 miles an hour. We can't even chase you.
I can do it.
20 grand.
Sweep the floors around here.
From Robo Store.
A new Kia.
That feels
Can you
expensive.
open up Robo Store? What is going on? Robo Shop.
I don't know if it can do grocery runs yet, but it can keep this place clean.
Yeah, I mean, if there's any hogs, I could at least try.
You can at least try.
Yeah.
I mean, the hogs would be
That's
stuck
right.
in the building at least, so they would have to. I mean, he'd have some.
Wait, did they train robots?
Robot is just like, I want a woman.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay. Or like the guy gets a girlfriend. She's like, it's not working out between us.
What if you get dumped by an AI robot?
It's not you.
Let's
It's
jump to the next story here.
From an inner
Shout out to our boy, Dig Johnson. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. There's a lot of Matt Walsh videos. You got some more context, or what are we talking about? About what?
interviewed them, and they do it to stay warm, but they're all drinking too. And fentanyl's pretty difficult to get in Alaska, so the drug of choice there seems to be alcohol and a little bit of meth, right?
All right, wait a minute. I think we skipped a little bit here.
At what you want for luxuries you earn. Still doesn't work because I guarantee you there will be a lot of people who work at McDonald's, Taco Bell, Target, Walmart, or otherwise, and I'm not disparaging those jobs, but I got to be honest, go to anybody who works at a Starbucks and say, you can work 40 hours a week for $10,000 plus an additional 15 with your hourly wage, or work 0 and just take the 10K. And they're going to be like, bro, me and my friends are going to rent out a studio apartment for dirt, and we're all going to sleep on bunk beds so we don't have to go to work anymore, and we can just go smell the flowers. Okay, if you're doing that, and I'll tell you, these people exist, we know they do, then who's going to be maintaining the box stores? Who's going to be doing low skill labor?
It's just talking about, you know, the flowery communist ideas. He discussed the case about that homeless man being burned alive. Have not heard of it, but remember, $5 side quest. So if you would like to cover it, just let me know. Speaking of $5, shout out to Equality and Deference, because vagina. Thank you. So very much starting us off saying paying off that AC $1 at a time. Well, that's $5 at a time. Thank you so very much. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Very much appreciated. Thank you. Oh yeah, the flowery communists said, well, when we have communism, I'm gonna do poetry on my farm.
Considering what we already see with homelessness, in your experience as well, imagine if we just told a lot of people, you don't have to work for a base level anymore. People will say, okay, and they'll stop. And then your input drops dramatically, but your output increases exponentially.
Yeah, Kevin, if you saw that, if you, because you already said you're kind of against it, but like, if you saw all those homeless people that you've been working with are great, all of a sudden had $10,000 a year coming in, would that help them in your estimation?
Well, probably not.
Nope.
But real quick, it would help everybody else because a lot of them would overdose much more quickly and then they'd be gone.
Ooh, you're thinking outside the box.
Well,
I'm being sarcastic, but it's probably true.
Given a person,
So they're talking about the homelessness and the fact that people, you know, you can't just fix the homeless problem by throwing money at it, because there's a lot of people who are mentally ill on drugs, so on and so forth, that there's ways to not be homeless if you don't want to be homeless. The number of people who are legitimately homeless against their own will is very low. So all right, let's see what we got over here. Let's drop this in the maybe. Oh, all right, what do we got?
I know his name is James.
Don't answer questions. What is your name?
Officer Daniels.
Why are you interviewing people?
He wanted to get my license.
Oh, really? You want to get an ID from a witness?
Just to get a statement.
You gonna give us a little context of what we're watching, Lotos?
Oh,
I
okay.
didn't get it to you.
Just like why don't we go here and talk about what's actually going on? How about that?
We're going to take it down.
Sure. Just make sure that gets
Is he under arrest? Is he under arrest?
I don't. You gave me the timestamp. What? Okay, Jesus Christ. If you're gonna give me a timestamp thing, then give me the right timestamp. I don't know what this is, man. Come on, what are we doing?
6 cops minimum, probably.
This is why $5 side quest.
You feel like a big guy?
It shouldn't really require any police officer.
No, it shouldn't.
It shouldn't.
Right, it
For
shouldn't.
you to simply be told you're not.
All right. Can we set that up on the?
Where do you want it?
Or what? Step out of what, Chief? No. Chief, what the hell are you doing? Are you kidding me? Chief, are you kidding me?
I'm not holding anybody.
This is your fault.
I'm not holding anybody.
This is your
what?
counselor.
Why are you doing this? Stop. I'm in a public area. Can you guys just back up? Guys, stop.
I'm documenting the beating.
No one, stop.
So what's the point here? I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go back on. Yeah, we're definitely doing $5 side quest from now on. But since I gave Lil Toes one, then let's check out what Jo was talking about. So, like, again, guys, shouldn't use it on just like, hey, check this out. Like, okay, now I synced it. Thank you. If there's something for me to say, if there's something for me to comment on, that's different. But
all right, New York.
From now on, this is the last free side quest we are doing. The last free side quest that we are doing ever.
Post has this report: a brazen duo, including one career criminal with dozens of prior arrests, was arrested for allegedly setting a sleeping man on fire inside Penn Station this week. Damon Johnson of Brooklyn has 88 prior arrests, was picked up Tuesday morning and charged with attempted murder, assault, and reckless endangerment in connection to the late Monday attack on the 37-year-old victim inside the Amtrak Rotunda. So 88 arrests. 80. Actually, it's more than that because there's a report from that I just pulled off from the local ABC affiliate.
He was very clearly resist. All right, let's go back. Let's go back. Hold on. So, okay, we are, this is where we start. So, we have people hanging out. Everybody's good. We're looking at homeboy here.
Step out of the way, Chief. No.
So he said, step out of the way. Now, I agree. Homeboy is like too crazy. But once you're told to step out of the way, it's like, step out of the way for what? Because I fucking told you to.
Chief, what's that?
And now,
What the hell are you doing? Are you kidding me? Chief,
Take this.
are you kidding me?
I'm not letting it go. I'm not letting anything.
This is your fault.
I'm not.
I'm not sure now. I'm not sure now.
Right, it should.
For you to simply be told you're not a rat. Can we set that up on
Where do you want it?
Or what? Step out of the way, Chief. No.
Okay, so that I didn't hear. Or what? Or what? That's I mean, I still don't think maybe that's a good enough reason to fucking take the dude down. But you're told to move. Or what? Or what? And then he's physically trying to move you out of the way. You should probably get out of the way. A brazen duo followed by barbecue. You guys gotta give me context. I don't know what you're saying. Where are we at? Yeah, like, and again, I mean, he definitely did resist. I think it's the chief was way out of line, definitely way out of line. But he was asked to move. But okay, so you give me the timestamp on where we'll watch. We'll go back and see. The chief had a personal bias against the guy he tackled. That makes sense. That makes sense. Shout out to Glow and Dark. Welcome to the party. All right, so let's see. We have. So let me get rid of the comments and rid of the banner. And you tell me when he's resisting.
No, it should. Right, it should.
For you to simply be told you're not a rat. Can we set that up on
Where do you want it?
So he's telling him to move there. Puts his hand on him. Lil's saying this guy already has a problem with this guy. He's telling him to move. But then he says, or what?
You're not a rat. Can we set that up on
Where do you want it?
Or what? Step out of the way, Chief. No.
And so what I also see is that he stood up and braced himself in a similar manner to what Alex Preddy did. Where, like, if you're, like, let's say this is the cop. And if I'm going to go put my chest up to you, or if you're pushing me this way, I'm going to lean into you, then that is, definitely where you're going to get in trouble. And so, I mean, I think both sides are shitty here. The lawyer was blocking the door. All right, 3013.
Freeman arrived to document the proceedings. Town attorney Jim Jellison personally blocked him from stepping inside the conference room, despite having already agreed to allow video recording. They wouldn't even let him through the door to set up his equipment before leaving. It was a move that felt less like logistics and more like an intentional wall to keep the public from seeing what was about to happen behind closed doors.
This isn't a public area, sir. I mean, you probably know that if you're in
a
public area in a government building.
Is he a First Amendment auditor? Is that what this guy is doing? Well, I can record here because I can record here.
You have the absolute right to film.
Look, man, just stop talking.
You must know.
Just stop talking. Oh, I know.
But this, sir.
I know that you've been bullying people too, which is why it needs to be
public
documented.
area.
No, that's okay though. They can bring a camera in there.
Okay, you dropped your pen. Do you need help picking it up?
I do. My hands are full.
Could you back away a little bit?
Sure, man. Go ahead and get down there. Go ahead and, yeah, there you go. All right, thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay, did you get enough filming? Do you have any questions?
We're gonna set up. We're gonna set up a better camera.
Hey, so he wants you
Hey.
to set my camera up in there rather than me.
But we're gonna help you, just like we did before.
And then we'll leave before you start the proceeding.
Okay, Mr. Aiken's been filming the whole deposition.
And this is a better camera. We really need it for what's
Yeah, you don't
going on.
talk loud enough. It looks more fancy.
We might even add some microphones.
And we'll leave.
You said he could take it in and set it up.
Are you getting in our way to set this up?
What's that?
Are you getting in our way to set this up?
You want me to
You got
come
my
and
wife's
set this
way.
camera?
What's that?
Are you on camera denying us?
Get out of my wife's way.
Thank you. Come on, baby.
I don't want fun.
You're blocking the doorway from
I don't want fun.
She's clearly disabled.
You're not, sir, you're not coming.
Why? I'm trying to help her in
Okay,
there.
please. What I'd like to do is,
Can you please move?
I didn't want to do two speakeasy debates back to back because we just did the Rob North thing, but there is he did a debate about First Amendment auditors that we definitely have to watch.
it's to talk to the people that own this building
we're
and
gonna-
ask them
I own it.
whether or not.
I own it. Can you stop being ridiculous and let me set up so I can go? We could have already been set up. It takes me 3 seconds to put this on a tripod and walk out.
Listen,
Can you stop being ridiculous?
no, you can't, because again,
I don't know why not.
you know, Mr. Aiken, I asked you, I brought this to your attention before.
Yeah, we discussed it.
And I've asked you, show me where you've given me the Rule 30 notice that you were going to do this. I haven't seen it.
Why would you?
And sir, you don't have it.
Why would you be
And,
concerned about it?
and
being
your
documented?
description of Rule 30 is incorrect.
Why would you be
That's
concerned
fine.
about?
Yeah, that's the problem I'm having. This is a government entity that I'm suing.
The rule talks about it.
Are you recording?
Hey, I'm sorry, miss,
Nobody cares about it.
She's busy.
I need assistance to go to these officers.
Wow.
Probably 6 of them. Minimum.
Yeah.
Close the door.
Well, no, ma'am, my wife belongs in here and I belong in here.
And his camera.
Keep your fucking hands to yourself, but we're really gonna have
They've been
problems.
frustrated with me.
You don't touch people.
All right, come on.
Okay, maybe we can do
I'm
it.
sorry, Mr. Aiken just grabbed me and I didn't.
No, I kept you from bumping into my wife. That was clear. And I have
Hey, how's it going, boss?
by real quick.
Sure.
All right, she's gonna
I
need
happen
some
to know
help.
for a fact.
You gotta get out of my way.
Move, man. You're blocking the
You
doorway.
didn't ask me to.
What do you want to? Where do you want to sit?
The audit thing really does change the context a lot.
It's a
I
misdemeanor.
want to look by them.
Jesus,
Well,
please,
okay.
can we just carry on?
When he moves, I'll-
Hey, can you help me out with this? My hands are so full.
Yeah. Said something.
want to help him?
Let's go. 6 cops minimum, probably.
I think.
You feel like a big guy?
It shouldn't really require any police officer.
No, it
It
shouldn't.
shouldn't.
Right, it
For
should.
you to simply be told you're not.
All right, can we set that up?
Oh, step-
Where do you want it?
Or what? Step out of the way, chief. No.
Chief, what the hell are you doing? Are you kidding me? Chief, are you kidding me?
I'm not letting her go.
This is your fault.
It was the chief was definitely a little too quick on the trigger, but I don't have very much patience for people who are purposely trying to cause trouble. Like, I get it that you have the right to do this, but just because you have the right to do something doesn't mean you absolutely should do it. Those of you who missed at the beginning, I got a battle scar from work. This little puppy Amber. Very a cute dog, but loves to jump. I went down to pet her, and so I got that here, and then a little scratch here. But I'll live, guys. I'll live. Embarrassing, indeed. Yeah. Not a big fan of the First Amendment auditors at all. So we're gonna go back to JL's. No, she's fine. We're gonna go back to JL's side quest, and then I'm holding you guys to this from now on. $5 for a side quest. If I don't know what it is, then that's a lot of time. But let's see what we got.
That I've seen that he had 88 arrests, but the local news, which I think we could trust more in this case, says that he had 131 arrests dating back to 1995. And he's currently on parole for an armed robbery.
I never said the Constitution was gay. I said First Amendment auditors are gay.
In 2015, where he stabbed somebody.
I slapped some whatchamacallit, some hand sanitizer on it. It'll be fine.
So badly they had to get 100 stitches. So 131 arrests since 1995. That's an average of, do the math on that. That's like one arrest every 2.5 months on average for 30 years. 30 years, one arrest every 2.5 months.
Impressive.
I mean,
impressive.
Right? Am I doing the math on that? Yeah, I think that's about it.
All right.
Now think about this. Just you kind of break that numbers down.
All right,
arrested once.
Lots of arrests.
Most Americans they live to 85. Never arrested one time. This guy 130 times in 30 years. And then there's another 25% of Americans who are arrested once. So 70% or so are never arrested.
Yes,
we can live in a as close to a utopia as you're going to get. I mean, you're never going to actually get it. As close as you're going to get. We could live in a society where every neighborhood in every city is basically safe. We could. You could solve the crime.
Okay, what are you going to say? The thing? What is the thing?
You have multiple arrests. You're a chronic offender.
He's still talking about. Okay, come on.
Love it. They will not be reformed. They will not be rehabilitated. They will not be made into productive citizens.
So this is explicitly why I don't do content like this. And no shade to, obviously, it's interesting to watch and to learn about it. But the idea of let me make money by just being like, hey, look, and then just vamping for 8 minutes so I could slap ads on it. That's I don't have anything to do with that. And so, things like that, it's like, okay, go, hey, Lutch, you should go check that out. Or if you want to pay the $5, we could do that. But like, we're it has to be something that we can add to. Otherwise, we're just watching other people's content. We already got the strike on the channel. So let's dive back into the box.
Well, being sarcastic, but it's probably true.
Given a person with a history of lacks critical thinking and rational thought, $10,000 will blow it in all the wrong reasons, and they will die off very, very quickly.
Maybe that's the actual plan. Give everybody the money, and then all the drug addicts just drug addict out right away. They go full OD clavicular. You know what I mean?
Yeah, without structure, a homeless addict with $10,000.
Shout out to clavicular, mog them, bro.
95% of the time will use it for the wrong reasons and end up killing themselves.
If they're getting 200 a week, it's kind of the same thing.
What's that?
If they're getting it in pieces, like 200 a week or 500 a week or something, you think it'd be the same problem?
In some ways, I was in Anchorage, Alaska a couple years ago doing a homeless documentary with Tyler Oliveira, and the natives there, the Native Alaskans, receive like stock. So because they're Alaskan, they receive this stipend every month, right? And virtually every single one.
Yeah, I mean, I have no issues with Matt Walsh, but I'm just saying as a like what we're doing here. That's all I'm saying.
Uses that towards drinking and drugs, and they all.
My only issue with Crowder is that there's too many cooks in the kitchen. His show is trying to talk about something, and they like somebody will make a joke, and then they'll spend the next 3 minutes just riffing off the same joke, and it's like, what is the news? Tell me the news. What are you reporting here?
Admitted, well, we don't really have to try that hard because the state takes care of us. And that's an issue. So some got 200, some got 400, kind of depended on what type of Alaskan they were or what percent Alaskan they were. And so at least in that case, it certainly didn't work.
We should relocate the show to Alaska.
I would like to check it out.
Cool.
Oh, bro, Alaska's actually
Let's
pretty awesome.
go for a week or something.
I have a friend who I went to high school with who moved to Alaska and loves it.
Yeah, Alaska.
You know what we should do? We want to do the show in Nome.
Is that the most northern city?
The dogs?
No, it's a dog sled one.
All right.
Yeah.
Alaska is phenomenal. 80%
Too cold for me. Too cold for me.
of the homeless people I met there were missing minimum 2 to 3 fingers and toes.
Wow, from frostbite?
Yeah, frostbite. And
Yeah, I'm
several had
good.
no fingers or toes because
I'm
if you fall
good.
asleep even once on a cold night, you're gonna lose something. And so what you see at night, and I wanted to experience it. So on their last night there, I decided to stay up all night. And what the homeless will do in at least Anchorage is they stay awake
As long as you got a house.
all night. They sleep during the day, right? The ones who sleep outdoors, and you can't just like sit outdoors. So what you do is you walk in circles around this park. And so for 7 hours, I walked with them and interviewed them, and they do it to stay warm, but they're all drinking too. And fentanyl's pretty difficult to get in Alaska.
That whiskey blanket.
So the drug of choice there seems to be alcohol and a little bit of meth, right? So all night long, they just walked. And then when it hit 9, 10 a.m., when it got a little bit nicer out, that's when they slept. because you sleep in the nighttime, you will die or at least lose a limb.
When you say meth, is it crystal meth? Is that
Yes,
the type of methamphetamine they're in?
But really, it just seems to be alcohol. Vodka was by far very, very popular.
It's interesting that, like in the desert, they'll be awake at night. At least at Burning Man, I wasn't. And we sleep during the day till 4 p.m. But they just do that up north.
Yeah, that's where the Iditarod ends, I believe. Is that what it is? It ends there?
I think it ends there, yeah.
Yeah.
What's that?
And we were actually, I was up there and we were talking to some people about possibly sponsoring some of the dog sledders.
That'd be cool.
Because while it's very well known, the Iditarod, it's actually not well funded to a great degree relative to a lot of other, I guess you'd call it heritage sports or whatever. And so we were talking about a handful of people, like it'd be cool to sponsor somebody. It's pretty nuts how they do the dog sled race. Like it's through the.
That's not okay. I'm gonna pull an audible because I think we're better off with the clips themselves. Was this one? All right. So since JD Vance was asked about already, let's jump to that.
Here's News Nation. They say TPUSA official blames small Vance crowd on ticket shenanigans. Really? The half crowd that Vance drew at the Turning Point USA event this week in Georgia is attributable to a left-wing activist who sought to sabotage attendance. Vance appeared Tuesday, blah, blah, blah. Appearing Wednesday, Colbert said the arena where Vance appeared at a capacity of 4,000 and that they purposely gave away 10,000 free tickets to fill the site. He said critics on the other end of the political spectrum had other ideas. It turns out there were shenanigans in the ticketing system. Left-wing groups tried to gobble up the tickets. We sold over 2,000 people, mostly students, which is a massive college event. My understanding was it was a stadium with 20,000 seats or 25,000 seats. Do they not have the photo here? Let's see if we can get this video going. Let me try and pull up the photo.
Hey, JD, if you're listening, I'm going to beat you in Magic one day.
So JD Vance said he thinks UFOs are demons. How would anybody know that? How would anybody know that? At that point, demon just means thing that I don't understand.
We're selling. I've got their face.
I don't really care to hear the arguments. Let's pull up the pictures. So you can see it was empty. Rows of empty seats.
So the opposing political faction bought up a bunch of the seats?
Well, I don't believe it. Here you go.
Okay.
This is from AOL with the Mirror. JD Vance humiliated once again after he speaks in empty stadium. So here's one photo. Do they have others? There's one photo. I can try and find some more. But it was empty. It really was. A lot of people were claiming, let's see, we got more photos here. Actually, let me just do this. I'll just pull in every single photo.
This better have the clip of the kid as well, right? Oh, this doesn't have it. All right, give me a second.
You can see here, sparsely, like, listen, if he's saying it seats 4,000, that's 2,000 people, bro, that's 15, 20% of seats filled. The reality is that right now, this space is tired. I mean, this is what happens. I can't say that I'm surprised. This happens every political cycle, right? We're about to get back into politics. The weather just got nice. A lot of people would rather just go out, hang out, play video games, not really think about politics. We're moving into the midterms and things are already starting to pick back up. And then, of course, we're going to get into a primary season. So you get 3 years on, 1 year off. Technically, the way it works is after a presidential election, you still have this period where everyone's watching to see what happens and then it starts to go down. And now we're in the lull before it kicks back up around November when they're going to spend billions on the midterms. Then
right, there was a clip here. I apologize, guys. I thought that this would be a little bit more of what I wanted. Let's jump ahead and see what there's.
I believe Trump did this. Oh my God, Israel is making him do it. Our viewership would be 10x.
Yeah. Absolutely. That's all. I mean, because people are participating in the same incentive structure that's been set up for 10 years. It's like the left has sort of set it up where it's favorable to criticize Trump. It's incentivized to criticize Trump. Now, I'm not discounting that there's legitimate, vectors on Trump, right? I'm not denying there's legitimate criticisms to make. I'm just simply saying threatening, or I should rather say criticizing Trump, attacking Trump, saying Trump betrayed us. Trump is, the worst thing since,
It implies that rain is a good scapegoat for washing things away.
Ever or whatever. That's not really threatening to the left in any real way. If anything, the left's like, yeah, I know.
I think we already do. I mean, we've seen I don't know what you would call them, bulletins or press releases or whatever that are very clearly AI written. I think we're already there in terms of like AI being the government loves AI. As far as being the politicians, I don't think we could. I think that is a bridge too far. I would hope that people would be like, no, we are not having AI politicians. I would hope that is a bridge too far.
We've been saying that. So you're not going to, you cast a super wide net, and proof is like, you'll see all these pieces from liberal mainstream outlets that are like, see, look at all these conservatives that have turned on Trump. And they never call these guys racist or
Government intelligence is already official. Good one, good one, good one. Hey, shout out to Zippy DSM Lee. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Worked outside today on and off. Just got back. Tennessee was a sauna today. Might pass out. Thank you for stopping by, brother.
Never use the type of language they always couch it in when they're criticizing conservatives. They're just like, they finally kind of come around. Maybe they're not so bad.
Take a look at this from The Nation. Tucker Carlson is not your anti-war ally. Liberals are delighted by the mega titans' opposition to the Iran war. All they're doing is boosting the credibility of an unrepentant, pathologically dishonest, bad faith bigot. The reason why The Nation had to write this, The Nation, of course, being a prominent leftist publication, is because liberals are celebrating Tucker Carlson like crazy.
Yeah.
He has become staunchly anti-Trump. Trump has slammed him. He is anti-Israel. He is aligned completely on at least the top surface issues with the left. Candace as well.
This is exactly what we've been talking about how the pre-election, the right-left paradigm has been shattered. Even before the election, it was starting to break. But as of right now, there is no clear right and left.
Calling Trump a mad king who should be removed. The left is not motivated, for the most part, by granular issues. If you go to a leftist and say, I'm not in favor of abortion, they're going to say, well, what do you mean by that? They'll have a minor dispute. If you say you oppose trans people, you're out.
Yeah.
There are issues that they are attached to. Right now, it's anti-Israel and principally anti-Trump. So if you are anti-Trump, you are aligned with their core issue. Mm-hmm. You are going to get more views. You are going to get more followers. And now suburban liberal women are the biggest fans of Candace Owens, of all people.
Yep. And this is, exactly what we were talking about the other day with grifting and, saying what you really believe versus, just saying what you think people want to hear. I don't know. I don't know about Tucker. I haven't really been following him as closely. I do trust that, Tucker is in a position where he doesn't necessarily need to be backed by somebody, but we know why people call him Tucker Carlson. Candace, on the other hand, she's just gone off the ledge. Yep. Suburban liberal women love the grifters that like that snake Red Pill Black. Shout out to Red Pill Black.
So they're all...
Hey, we got Coffee X-Lax. Welcome. Maybe they probed each other. Ugh.
Recognizing this, and I think intentionally...
Somebody would pay to watch that. Playing this game.
Yeah. I remember vividly in the 2024 primary for the Republicans, or the lack thereof, when they would have these.
Yeah, but Candace Tucker, and I'm assuming you're talking about Alex Jones, are entertainers aiming for the easy money. The louder the noise, the cheaper the person. Look at the chuckening. What is the chuckening? But I think it's too easy to just say the people who are saying things that don't align with what I think are being bought and paid for. That's a low level way to just dismiss people, and that's why there's a lot of times that we'll talk about people on this channel that we don't like and we don't listen to, because understanding what it is they are actually saying is very important to be able to take the argument, because a lot of times you can have somebody who is being paid to say something because they were already saying it. That was supposedly what was going on with Tenet Media. And so the point being that you have to take what people say at face value, just not only at face value. There's levels to this shit. Mental breakdown? No. I think she's just grifting. I think she's having a great time. I think Candace is having a great time. You think they do it for grifting and not Trump acting weird lately? Exactly. That's what I mean. Like I've had a switch up on Trump in the same general time period. So am I bought and paid for? Am I probed? So that's what I'm saying. We have to actually, engage with what's being said. They're hiding something. I've been saying ever since that first press conference with Bibi Netanyahu and Mamdani is like down and like, oh, the hurricanes attacked us. Why do you care about Epstein? They got. Somebody got to them. I think Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, Trump, Pam Bondi, all these people, they wanted to help. And then, as Tim said, they saw what was behind the curtain. And they're like, oh, we can't do that. Same thing with Tulsi Gabbard. Same thing with Tulsi Gabbard. The cuckening. Oh, the quartering casino. Yeah. Yep. Hey, shout out to Jason. Welcome to the party. Don't let anyone brainwash you. Challenge. Brandon Tatum School. I don't have strong feelings on it. Like, I don't follow him. He seems to generally have good ideas, but yeah, that's that. Once you get it, I'm like, okay, I get where you're coming from. Cool. I'm not really looking to Tatum for like, oh wow, I never thought about that before. I don't want to say low effort, but just like low tier. Just like, this is what happened, and this is what I think. There you go. Bye. Instead of, hey, what about this? What does this mean? You see how this happened? Well, that means, there's not. We need more. We need more. Speaking of more, we need more treats for Morty.
Debates where Trump wasn't there, so it was basically just like 2 hours of them getting up and be like,
"That's
Trump's
a good
such
way
a
to
coward."
Put it. That's a good way to put it. He points out the obvious. Good one. He's just in hiding because he still might be put in jail.
Debates where Trump wasn't there, so it was basically just like 2 hours of them getting up and be like,
Lauren Boebert, no question. Are you kidding me? Lauren Boebert.
They would have these debates where Trump wasn't there, so it was basically just like 2 hours of them getting up and be like, Trump's such a coward, he's not showing up, like, what's the deal with that? This guy's gay. And like, you would literally have like liberal, if borderline leftist like media people come out, and they like would play clips from the debate and be like, see, we told you, yeah, Trump is a coward, that's what we've been saying this whole time. They were literally clipping the
No, that was real. We saw a clip with when he was talking to Dave Smith about it the other day.
Republican debates, and we're like agreeing with them.
The best example is on X when they said Trump got booed at UFC.
Oh, I didn't.
Completely fabricated.
He didn't get booed.
He did not get booed.
So you don't think Tucker is maybe sincere in his beliefs and they just happen to change?
I think he is sincere, but
that's what I'm saying. I don't know for sure, but it does seem like this is just who he is. I mean, the amount of money that you would need to get someone like Tucker Carlson, who has a lot of money, but his entire life is based on his reputation as a journalist. And so the amount of money would have to be insane. I don't think that would be very easy to hide.
What changed him?
But I respect that. Everyone has a right to have their own belief system, and if he truly doesn't care about the views, we hope, and that he simply has changed his mind and doesn't
very quickly, I might add.
But
I mean, yeah, but Trump did a bunch of things in succession that a lot of us were like, yo, what? And now our opinions changed.
Certainly it's odd behavior, and I'm wondering if it's for the views or this is a sincere belief system of his. That's what I'd like to know.
I don't think Tucker does it for the views. He doesn't need to. And he certainly doesn't do it for the money. He doesn't need to. I think his views have shifted dramatically and very quickly, which is possible. For the most part, what I can say of Tucker is that he's a guy with opinions, and that was always allowed. Tucker comes out and he says things. He recently said Muslims love Jesus.
Whoa, is Fuentes fucking banned? It was there, right? It's on the screen. Where is it? That's so weird. Does that mean I get this and then I got that? I saw you said something about Fuentes, but it's not here. Weird. If you want to copy paste that, I don't know. See what happened. Salty said Boebert is a MILF, but AOC is a close second. And Melania too. Yeah, she. But I mean, come on. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Like, how is there a question? How is there a question? I mean, girl. Let's get okay. So she's stacked. She got some knockers. See if we can find what the booty looking like. Yeah. God damn. She is stacked. Okay, we got some hip. All right, let's see what the hip action looks like. So it doesn't look like she's got too much of an ass, but see, now this is a worthy side quest. So we got, actually that one's not that good. Let's see. Oh, mama! Hello! And then let's see this one. The hip, yeah. So she's got white girl hips. Fair enough. She could do some squats and fix that right up. She's definitely the hottest one. Are they fucking blocking shit? All right, I'm gonna keep an eye on because I have the YouTube chat open, but everything is here. So very weird. Very weird. And then yeah, something's going on because I got that from Salty. It said, okay, this one. It said allowed. Okay, there we go. So that one came in there. So that was blocked. And then what else? We got that one. You there? I agree, Dick. Too skinny. We need a little pushing for the cushion with those elbows, dude. Nah. I mean, Pam Bondi, she's got a decent structure. Her face is structured, but we always see her under the certain lighting. She looks a lot older than you think. Yeah, like what is this? Like I think she's like 60 something. Like she's old. It's just not the same. I mean, she don't look bad by any stretch of the imagination. If she's like 60, that's great for 60. But you know what I mean? Lauren wins. I mean, yeah, she cute. She cute for an old lady, I guess. But Lauren got the heavies. All right, so Fun sounded more like a moderate compared to Candy Dance, Alex Keeping Up with the Jones, and Tucker Carlson. I don't know if I agree with that. I don't pay close enough attention to any of them to really be comparing them like that. But it sounds a lot like the Fuentes arc is more about like, well, I just want to do whatever is not mainstream, whatever's not popular. And, Trump was that. And then he became mainstream. And so now, you know what I mean? He just seems like more of an edgelord. Candace is going down the road of, I don't give a shit about politics anymore. I'm just making money off this true crime stuff based on Erica. And then I think Tucker and Alex Jones, there's a solid reason to believe that they're just saying what they think. Not that they couldn't be paid for, but it doesn't not make sense that these people think these things.
Loud. Tucker comes out and he says things. He said he recently said Muslims love Jesus. Was that his thing?
Yeah.
Yep.
And people are asking if he's actually a Muslim right now. I'm like, I don't know. I'm not a Christian either. I'm not going to, go after him on faith or whatever. Tucker has, in my view, been largely professional in how he's approached all of this. He does a show. He explains his opinion. What are you going to say? I can rag on Hassan Piker for being wrong all the time. He's a guy who does a show. He's got bad opinions. Tucker Carlson's a guy who does a show. I disagree with him on a bit less than I disagree with Hassan on basically everything. I disagree with Tucker on some things. Now, Candace, on the other hand, is grifter all the way down. I mean, that's just fake, garbled nonsense. That being said, I think it's fair to point out Tucker Carlson's opinion changed 180.
Hey, that's not what I'm looking for her to do with her mouth. You know what I'm saying? Well, Jill said I would never choose a woman for politics. Are we talking about because Heimdall said, Lil, so you choose your women by politics. He said I would never choose a woman for politics. Maybe you should. Why wouldn't that is a very primary thing that I would look for in a woman. Maybe not like her politics specifically on like, well, do you think that we should have done this or that with the straight hormone? But like in general, are you going to be more of a lib feminist type or a base trad mom, or are you somebody who just doesn't really pay attention? I'll go as far left as I don't really pay attention. Once they go past that, then I'm not doing it. So I absolutely will choose women based on politics. Not, oh, you didn't vote for Trump, therefore I won't date you. But your politics absolutely matter to your values and how you operate in the real world.
In like the span of less than a year. Like really
what was the catalyst? What was that moment he changed?
I would love to ask him that question. I'm just thinking that same thing.
Because,
it wasn't
to
October
have that
7th.
such a fundamental change, something happened.
Maybe it was the way the Israeli government was guiding the American military through like bombing Iran and attacking Iran.
Who's the comedian?
You were born about 20 years too late for that, my friend. Little too late.
Who went to Qatar and then came back and then started praising Qatar?
Theo Von?
Theo did. Bill Burr. Bill Burr was like, oh, it's great. They got a fucking McDonald's over there. Like, you go over there and think they're going to be like, blah, 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 which, of course, is racist. And then they're like, dude, they're fucking cool, bro. They got a McDonald's.
Praised them and then went there.
Okay.
Actually, it's probably like 15 different people, I guess.
Yeah.
The story with Theo Von, as I was told, was that on his show, he was praising Qatar, and then he said that he thinks Israel's committing a genocide, and then went to Qatar and did like a bunch of PR stuff with them.
It's crazy because I've been to Qatar. I say Qatar because I'm an American.
So
yeah, me too. I say, well, okay. That's going to a poll. Do you say Qatar or do you say Qatar?
Korean pronunciation.
So
but I've been to Qatar, and it's not a very like terribly impressive country. I mean, it's nice, it's clean, I guess. Like it's very
it's like Rhode Island, isn't it?
It's just an oil port or something.
It's literally just like a desert city. I'm like, I don't want to live here. This would be horrible. It's like nice, I suppose, but it's just really not like a terribly impressive place. I think
just pick. You know what? Even if you would use different letters for the pronunciation, but it's Qatar versus Qatar.
Geopolitically, like their strategy is just like again up until
no hard R's.
The Iran war, so they got bombed. I mean, they were kind of this thing where they play both sides and try to be a mediator between the Shia and Sunni world. Like everything about them was just kind of like unimpressive. So the glazing people sort of put on out of nowhere.
Do they have like unlimited amounts of money or something?
Yeah.
The Qatari government,
oil and natural gas. Well, now they're dead. Like they're broke.
Yeah, they're out
with Iran.
Yeah, I mean the between like I don't know exactly which countries it is, but like UAE, Saudi Arabia, they don't have to report their money the same way. And so you think the net worth things that you get on Google for Americans is off. Search up Prince whatever the fuck, and it'll say, $10 billion. That's probably in a year.
On striking the natural gas field, they're producing nothing.
Like literally a dribble.
And they're like a military on the sea there, right? They're basically protecting the other side that Iran is.
Well, Qatar is dependent on the Strait of Hormuz to export. So, I mean, they have overland routes through Saudi Arabia, which they could utilize as well. But Saudis and the Qataris don't get along up until like this year.
Thanks for checking out this clip from Timcast IRL.
All right, so not doing so well there, and the fracturing is not good, and I do think that there you go, Cutter, I barely even know her. Oh, I'm empty. I owe you a dilly. But the coalition that was a bunch of different people being like, okay, the left is bad. So even though we don't agree on everything, we've got to come together to make sure they don't win. That's breaking. That's breaking apart. And it's not good. Guys, that goal is sitting empty. Don't forget about the Overlord.
Let me pull up this video. This is going viral from Zoran Mamdani. He says this. Actually, he says a lot of things, but I have to unmute the tab before he actually says anything at all. Here you go, Mamdani.
When I ran for mayor, I said I was going to tax the rich. Well, today, we're taxing the rich. I'm thrilled to announce we've secured a punitive...
What do you mean? You've been New York City has been taxing the rich.
Tear tax, the first in New York's history. This is an annual fee on luxury properties worth more than $5 million, whose owners do not live full-time in the city. Like for this penthouse, which hedge fund CEO Ken Griffin bought for $238 million.
Trying to use the Succession theme song. I can't play it because of copyright, but that is hilarious. That is hilarious. Succession's a show about, you know, like the people who run the media and you know, wheeling and dealing and all that kind of stuff. And it's got very all right, I'm gonna try to get away with it for just a second. Just a couple seconds, and we're gonna talk over it. That's kind of what we're talking about. Again, I'm trying to break it up here, but it's so funny that they're using this type of music. But Rowan, oh man. So he's saying no one is falling for this tripe. I mean, unfortunately, a lot of people are. We'll play a little bit more. I just want to. Oh, actually, no. Let's do this. Oh my God, you guys! If you haven't seen Succession, what an amazing fucking show! Amazing. This, I will say, Succession is the one of the best shows at using the camera as a character. It's very hard to articulate, but the way that, you know, most of the scenes are just people in a room or in a car or over the phone, you know, talking about some business deal. But the way that the writing itself is very, you know, witty and pithy. But you know, they also do. It's so hard to explain. But it's like, let's say someone else is talking to me, right? Then the camera might be on me. And then the other, while the other person is talking, and they say something that gives me like a, oh shit. And then I, as the, you know, the actor wouldn't react. It just, you know, the other person would say whatever, and it zooms in. And it's so hard to explain without it sounding cheesy. Obviously, I don't have a thing, but it's its own character. It's fucking amazing. Amazing. New York City trying to ban gambling on Steam with gun skins. Sounds good to me. But of course, a little bit of hypocrisy wouldn't be New York City. Bro, I could listen to that all fucking day. And they like, that's like the score for the whole show. So like at different parts, you know, when stuff is happening, it always pulls back to that. Oh, chef's kiss. No, that's a show that was on HBO. Shout out to HBO. And a little PSA. You guys should all check out. And nobody's paying me for this. This is a free game. Check out weflix.org. WEFL. Actually, I'm just pulling up. Right here. It literally has everything. Give me anything, any show or movie to search. Whatever you want. Whoever gets it first is getting the search. Yeah, head up WeFlix and check it out. Yeah, but I mean, hey, when it's done well, it's done well, right? Maybe it's bans kids today, so maybe it needs to ban these kids today. Don't need to play with this. Oh, yeah. With the skins. Yeah, that's a weird thing. I'm glad I never really got into the in-game purchases about stuff. Shout out to Power Slap. Yeah, again, it's a show. That's what I'm saying. Nobody gave me a fucking thing. Okay, so we'll just do Succession. Is it in there? No. It just has everything. And then you got everything there. You pull up, you pull up your shit. It loads up. If one's not working, you can use a different server. It's got the captions and everything. All that shit. Weflix.org. Actually, I had to show that music because he's using the same shit here.
More than $5 million, whose owners do not live full-time in the city. Like for this penthouse, which hedge fund CEO
You hear it, right?
Ken Griffin bought for $238 million. This pied-à-terre tax is specifically designed for the richest of the rich, those who store their wealth in New York City real estate, but who don't actually live there. But even so, they're able to reap the huge financial rewards of owning property in, dare I say, the greatest city in the world.
And also financing that city. Those are the people who are paying money. They pay property taxes on it. Whether they're there or not is irrelevant.
And most of the time, these units are sitting empty, since again, they don't actually live here. This is a fundamentally unfair system.
Yeah, I'm so glad that even as an adult, I'm so glad I never got into gaming to that level, because it seems like everything is monetized these days. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
Since again, they don't actually live here. This is a fundamentally unfair system that hurts working New Yorkers. Now, it's coming to an end. This tax will raise at least $500 million directly for the city. It'll help fund things like free childcare.
It's a joke, right?
Cleaner streets, and safer neighborhoods. As mayor, I believe everyone has a role to play in contributing to our city.
We said we do not need more rules about kids, just need a digital parent neglect law. Switch to Linux talks a lot about security and privacy. That doesn't make sense, because the problem is that the kids understand the technology better than the parents do. So you can't have the inmates running the asylum. Whatever type of restriction you put on the parent, the kid is always going to be able to get around that quicker and faster before the parent can learn that. So like, yeah, it sounds good to be like, oh, you parents, you should be making sure, you know, your kids are being responsible online, which you should. But that's never going to work. I mean, even just in the very plain example of jail and prison, because of the fact that there is so much experience of being in jail, being locked up, the inmates will always. I didn't even realize I was using that. I was going to go to inmates after using the inmates running the asylum. But even after you put in restrictions that, okay, you're the guard, you're the corrections officer, this is your responsibility to make sure XYZ doesn't happen. The inmates are going to find a way around that before you understand how the law even works. It's just utopian to think that we just crack down on parents and parents are going to make the internet amazing for children. It ain't going to happen. Shout out to Gremlin TV. Welcome. Said, as a New York City resident, I can tell you this guy is just taking advantage of ignorant minds and transplants who are angry they can't live the NYC life they saw on TV. Well, dilly to you. And it does that seems to be what it is. It seems to be what it is, that most people, when they vote, are voting based on emotion. Remember, way long ago, somebody asked me, is politics more about policy or emotions? And I was like, what? Of course it's about policy. And I was like, you know what? No, it isn't. If you get people to feel like you are right, that you can help them, that you can give them something that they desire, you win. Full stop. That's how it works. Welcome to the party. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. A free coffee. Come on, man. You voted for Bernie. Doesn't he align with this New York City mayor? So I did not vote for Bernie. He was forced out, and I voted for Hillary. But you know, that was, as I've said, you know, many times, I've been a drug addict before, but that vote that I cast was the most shameful thing I've ever done. I wasn't into politics. I didn't know what was going on, and I wanted to start paying attention. They were saying that, you know, once Trump is here, that this is going to be the end of the world if he wins. And so, yes, I was a Bernie bro, and then they forced him out. And because I thought that all of the information was on MSNBC, CNN, and Fox News, you get in the whole spectrum, then I didn't understand that this was a very small scope of the actual information that's out there. So, that was based on ignorance. That wasn't based on the fact that I agreed with the reality of what that would have been. In the same way that Gremlin is talking about, that a lot of people, where is it? a lot of people are, just voting for him because they're angry at the idea that they want to, live the crazy city life, and they can't afford anything. And so, you offer a little bit of money, like, oh, well, you can have it all. And then it never works that way. It never works that way. Again, Zippy, I'm not disagreeing with you. Parents absolutely should be monitoring their children's online activity. My point is that you will never be able to get to a point where we can reasonably expect that parents, not a parent or that parent, sure, parents can be better or worse at this, but to say generally, parents have to know technology better than kids. You can't do that. Kids don't have jobs. They don't have anything else except, the games and internet stuff that they're doing. Get ready to use an ID for everything but voting. Yup. What else we got? That was crazy. Like we have a back. Didn't they had like a backup in New York City of people willing to help shovel, but you need an ID for that. I mean, what else? What else can you say? ID is genocide. Pretty much. Speaking of genocide,
safer neighborhoods. As mayor, I believe everyone has a role to play in contributing to our city, and some.
That sounds like, well, you've got some work to do.
A little bit more than others. Happy to.
Me, I'm not. I'm the mayor. You, citizen, have all the work to do.
Backstate New York.
I actually wonder if Zoran is an accelerationist who's trying to destroy New York City, and I support him.
I think so.
I support him.
He literally said verbatim.
I think he is.
South Africa is the model.
I'm joking because I know that the from the ashes of the old we shall build the new is the saying that these communists have, and what their new version of is hell on earth. So let me just, I'll make it really simple for everybody. Zoran Mamdani is lying. I do not believe this is an accident. Certainly one could assume he's just stupid and wrong. I will concede that. Often people say Trump is lying. I say, well, he could just be wrong. Zoran Mamdani, maybe he's just wrong. Let's start here. P2TR tax. It's going to tax people who own property but don't live in the city. Okay? So Ken Griffin spends hundreds of millions of dollars on New York City, their staff for these buildings, services that come with it, and property taxes already paid. So
right. So even outside of the fact that, like, whether or not you live there, you're paying the property taxes, you're creating industry, you're creating jobs of people who do live there full time and pay taxes.
Because of that investment, the city is reaping benefits from this wealthy individual. Now what's going to happen is a financial planner is going to tell someone like Ken, well, we should put some real estate in your portfolio. I'd recommend Philadelphia. And he goes, well, what about New York? They got billionaires. You don't want to be there. They got a new tax on these buildings, going to make it unprofitable. It's not going to be profitable. If you were to buy that building, you'll be losing money off your investment. It's not worth it. Invest somewhere else. So what happens? Real estate developers are going to stop developing in New York. Contractors are not going to have jobs. Those contractors that go to diners to buy food won't do that. And the diners will see a depression, and they'll
wait a minute. This sounds like trickle down economics.
Start saying, well, we don't have the staff, we don't have the employees, we don't have the customers, we can't run this anymore. He says that they reap the financial benefits.
That's the name of the grocery store.
Benefits without actually living here. They spent money on. I'm going to put it like this. Why do you think it is?
I've been talking about it. Maybe you need to tune in a little bit more often. I've been shouting from the fucking rooftops since we started.
Is that Switzerland likes it that the people put their money in their banks?
Because then they can invest with it.
They can use that money. So what he's saying is we should put an additional tax burden on these properties to disincentivize. It's unfair. They should pay more. Okay. What Donald Trump did in the 80s that famously helped revitalize New York was the inverse. He built luxury buildings and told the wealthy to come. It's cheap and classy.
Again, everything comes back to optics. If New York City seems like a good place for rich people, then more rich people will go. Whether or not that even is the case. Now, of course, people are kind of just like, oh, we'll see good. But I'm saying the optics is what is going to trigger a wave of people being like, okay, I'll give that a try.
Wealthy people began investing. What happens?
I said, shit, me too.
You get a building like this, I guarantee the door guy's making six figures. There's going to be staff for the building.
God
There's going to be
damn.
services from the building. There's going to be waste disposal. Maintenance, contractors are going to have there's going to be a ton of jobs from this building that he's paying into. Those people walk downstairs and go to the local coffee shop and buy coffee. That coffee shop says, wow, business is booming. We have a whole bunch of new employees coming to the area. Now they leave. No more developers, no more economic activity. City starts falling apart. That's what Trump did. He's doing the exact opposite of what Trump did. I think it's fair to say that Mamdani knows exactly what he's doing as he guts and burns down the city.
I think he is intending to stop corporations like BlackRock from buying and owning. He's trying to prevent that, but I don't know if this is going to work. I don't know.
That wouldn't, because they get Federal Reserve money and don't care about it. One could argue he wants to extract the value from these bottomless pockets.
Maybe, yeah.
Well, I was thinking, like, what is the actual benefit other than it being previously a good investment to have property there? What are they?
At this point, nothing.
No, I know.
So here's the question.
Crazy.
Is someone going to want to buy this property from Ken Griffin with this excess tax on it? Maybe not. It's going to lower the property values. He'll probably exit quickly. Here's the bigger picture, though. Zoran is a liar. Okay, guys, I know a lot of people are going to say, Tim, he could just be really dumb. I don't think he's stupid. I don't think he could be mayor of New York on accident. He's a smart, calculating guy. When he says only on the wealthiest, what did he say? Let's go back to the beginning.
Smart for his
The
age.
first in New York's history. This is an annual fee on luxury properties worth more than $5 million.
I can't unhear it. I can't unhear the music.
Luxury properties worth more than $5 million.
Not that much.
That's not that much in New York City.
Man, you got a little house worth $5.2 million in the center of Manhattan.
Hey, there we go. Starting off the goal. Thank you, Jason, for the $2 make you holla. And of course, a treat for the Overlord. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much, Morty indeed is the Overlord. Very much appreciated, sir.
Not that much in New York City.
Man, you got a little house worth $5.2 million in the center of Manhattan.
Those likes
So
on
how
that
much
super.
do you need to make per year to own
We
a
got 12 people here, and you guys are doing pretty good with likes on the video, but like the video and like the super chat, please. Thank you.
$5 million house? You're going to need $1 million down for a reasonable down payment. That's not easy to get. So you're probably a millionaire. You're definitely not going to be living in New York right now. He says Ken Griffin, a billionaire, but he's talking about people who might make $2 or $3 million. Now, don't get me wrong. These are rich people. You make $2 or $3 million. You save up.
That's politics. That's politics. Seem like a nice guy. That's all it is. Hey, shout out to Zippy DSM Lee. Let me get a chat for you to start here so I don't forget about you with the Rumble rant. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much. Where's my applause? There we go. There we go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much, gentlemen. Let me update that banner and party on. Thank you so very, very much.
You're wrong. These are rich people. You make $2 or $3 million. You save up. After a couple of years with expenses and everything, might spend money on.
Haram!
They do for Muslims, but everybody else, yeah.
You saved $1 million down. You buy a $5 million penthouse. Here's the bigger picture. What about companies that own large buildings like Trump on Fifth Avenue worth $750 million? The question is this going to target Trump Towers near the UN, where you have a bunch of condos and penthouses for wealthy individuals that are now being told they have to pay an annual fee on top? Not to mention, what is he already charging? A 2% tax over $1 million they're trying to get? Mm-hmm. Rich people are going to leave. And I can speak to this personally because I have been asked about doing.
Gentlemen, thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much.
The show in New York. People have said, would you be willing to do the show in New York? There's more talent there. There are studios available. I said, absolutely not. And they go, no, I get it.
That's what they want you to think. Takia. We got to make a song that it's a play on the tequila song, but it's Takia. Takia.
I said, we are going to lose so much revenue from the psychopath taxes. It's just not worth doing there. PA maybe, but New York's out of the question.
Yeah, and in addition, I mean, there's so many problems with doing business in New York now. It's like kind of a miracle that it still somewhat functions. I mean, for one, the tax he's proposing here, while it's going to hammer these guys hard, and that's whatever. I'm not like pearl clutching necessarily. The amount of revenue this will actually generate for the city will be a drop in the bucket relative to the potential damage they're going to do to the city economy, because you're really not going to be able to extract enough money to make a big difference on the budget. And then in addition,
shout out to Caucasian Sasquatch in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
To that, like, New York is already a really hostile place to do business. Like, I was doing some event planning thing. I used to live in New York City, and we were trying to figure out how much it would cost to stock a bar for an event. And once you add in union labor and everything, it'd be $28.
Oh, bro, dude.
Jesus.
We did an event in New York City at a theater. It was like a Timcast IRL live with some of our friends. And we showed up. You guys may remember like James O'Keefe was there. That was awesome. He moonwalked in the backstage.
Yeah.
We filmed it. And we show up and I'm like, let's take a look at the surrounding, like let's scope out the stage, the property, figure out where we're going to go. So me and a few people, I think Ian was there. We walked up to the stage from the chairs, like from the theater, jumped up on the stage, started looking around, and the staffers yelled at us and kicked us off the stage. And we were told that they would cancel the event, their union, and we are not allowed to go anywhere near the stage. And I was like, whoa, hold on. Like, I'm doing a show in 2 hours. I need to know what the stage looks like. I need to know where the cameras are going to be. I need to know where the chairs are going to be. I need to know where I'm entering and exiting. And they're like, doesn't matter. Union guy said you're not allowed. That's how it works. And I was like, this is the stupidest thing ever. It was insanely expensive. So I'm just like, we're not doing that again. That's nuts.
It's expensive and like
bureaucracy. Not only stupid, but also expensive.
I have a family member who's like a pretty commercially successful musician, and he's one of my cousins, and he was conducting his tour in the United States, and he found that New York City and Los Angeles were by far the worst crowds, because not only like is it hard to do business, but now for talent that's coming in and seeking where to do events, he crushes in like Salt Lake City, Boise, like places where there's not an influx of entertainment on any given night. But in New York City, it's like, how do you compete? I mean, there's like all this myriad of entertainment where the people there just are apathetic. So now it's hard for New York City to generate money off of like entertainment. Like it's getting across the board harder and harder. That's why they're clutching for straws. That's why they've done these downstate casino licenses, because they're just looking for new ways to generate money. Because Zoran himself pulled the budget up and he's like, oh shoot, I'm not gonna be able to get any of my agenda done because we literally have no money. So yeah,
and that's only gonna make it worse.
Yeah.
So you know what he's doing? He's probably saying like, look, I got a couple of years as mayor. Let's extract as much value as possible from whatever we can, so I can do my thing and then get the F out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, it's one of these things. I had on Tuesday. I had Conscious Terrible. He's like a South African YouTuber, and he basically just provides commentary on the situation there. And he pointed out Zoran as an example of what's going on in the United States. He said, when these people tell you what their plans are, he's like, they mean it. The thing about Republicans is they just talk. The thing about liberals, the thing about Democrats is they follow through on their agenda, or they at least die trying.
Scary. They and that's why we need to be able to understand how to see through the semantic obfuscation, because they are telling you to your face, we are going to do this thing, but they wrap it up in language that is that seems nice. And like our New York City resident was saying before, it's just people who are emotional and angry. They latch on to that emotive language, and that's how we get this shit.
On verbatim said the model is South Africa.
What did he mean by that?
He
don't
meant,
like people?
Yeah, effectively, the end goal would be discrimination.
I don't see JD Vance getting elected. I don't see him. He's got too much Trump on him. So okay, most of you guys are saying Qatar like a normal person. So let's say, as of today, do you think JD Vance could win the 28 general? I'm trying to make it so you guys can't be like, well, I mean this. So as of today, do you think JD Vance could win the 28 general election as POTUS? Yes or no? What do you think? I think he's got like whatever happens over the next 2.5 years, or really it's the next 2 years, because in 2 years time, like once the summer hits, election season is in full swing. Election season really is going to start January 28th, like right after the holidays. That's when we're going to start seeing a lot of stuff pick up. But what was I going to say? We are definitely cooked. Everything is definitely fucked. But yeah, I think regardless of what happens, even if we, as people who voted for Trump, even if we like what he's doing over the next, however many years before the campaign starts, then that's going to be all the more reason why the left is going to do everything they can to drag him down. And then if Trump continues to not be great at this, like he used to be, then it's just gonna be like, well, Trump used to be good. Now even his base doesn't like him, and now you're just putting in Timu Trump. So I don't know. He definitely. It's weird because as of like the last election, it was like, oh, JD Vance is a shoo-in, but they've really fucked shit up. Shout out to Soil to Soul with the big $10. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. Let me see. There we go. Eat it, motherfucker. What are you doing? Oh, there we go. Here, pull it down so you can see. There we go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Soil says, the Hermes Conrad from Futurama, best example of bureaucracy and its ridiculousness ever. Good Friday evening, y'all. Now feed the overlord. Yeah, I was just thinking today about, oh, you know what it was? I was watching Lauren Southern's video, which I'm thinking I might want to cover after this, after the 3-hour mark. If we don't hit the goal and there's nobody in the after party, we might go check that out. But she was referencing a number of books, and I felt kind of stupid because I don't really be reading a lot of books. And but I am very extremely picky with what I watch on TV and movies in terms of the depth and substance. So I'm not saying that watching Lost and Succession and Breaking Bad is the same as reading the great stories of our time, but it definitely engaging in fiction like that really allows you to see the world in a different way. Because it is a different world. It's a different universe. And when it's supposed to represent our universe in certain ways, but not other ways, you can see the counterfactual. We always talk about how, well, you don't know if things would be different because we've only had this timeline. But if you look at into fiction, then there's other places where people have thought out how this works, whether it's in a book or on TV. And I used to love reading. I used to love reading fiction when I was a kid. And it just, I don't know. School ruined it for me. I don't know if it was maybe my teachers or just the books themselves, the same books that we all read in high school. It was never enjoy the story. It was make sure you know what I'm going to ask you. And then, I just stopped reading fiction. I mean, I like I like reading nonfiction these days, but reading a novel, I'm just not into it. Thank you again, Soil to Soul, our new sponsor of the stream. Very, very much appreciated. Vance Trump 2020. Well, that's definitely how he loses. That's definitely how he loses. Anything with Trump is going to be negative for J.D. Vance. Zippy said, Trump is fine. Could be much worse. I'd vote for him. The Democrats have to run a proper primary, not elect a member by aristocratic fiat. Yep. And I'm excited for that. If only selfishly as a content creator. Because of the fact that we're going to have a whole roster on the right and a whole roster on the left, there's going to be lots of clippable moments, lots of gaffes, and we are going to have fun. We are gonna have fun. Shout out to Meat Canyon. Oh yeah, well, that's what they say. They say she's running again. But yeah, like shout out to you guys. If you're here right now, you're a fucking real one. You're a fucking real one. Tim was just saying this is the slowest point. The last few months has been the slowest point in the 4-year period for political content creators. We were just talking the other day about grifting and support and stuff like that. The most people are not watching anything related to politics. Once the summer really kicks in, especially if there's like riots and other culture war type issues, you're gonna see the numbers start going back up. And definitely by the time we get past the holidays this year. Like next spring, now we're finally ramping into general election season, and it's gonna be wild. So if you're here, you're a real one. You're a real one. Timu Trump, that's what we got this term, it seems. Bingo. Yep. So exactly. And so if Timu Trump is what we already have right now, even if he does well for the rest of his presidency, then the left is going to be like, well, that's just more Trump. If Trump does bad, they're going to be like, well, that's going to be more Trump. So he's kind of between a rock and a hard place. A cheap Trump is better than no Trump. Bingo. Such is politics. Agreed. If I had to vote again today for Kamala or Trump, I absolutely would vote for Trump. But if I had to, if I could go back in time, I would still vote. I was going to say maybe I wouldn't have voted knowing where he was going to go. But if I went back in time and knew that, I'm in Jersey, my vote didn't really count that much anyway. I might want to abstain. And I don't see myself voting for president in the general election. I'll vote local. I vote for all that other stuff. But I just, after being burned, after believing in my heart and my soul that the only thing that I could do to help the world from ending was to cast a vote for Hillary Clinton, and then sitting out an election because I was so scared by that, and then feeling like, okay, I made that mistake, but I've learned, and vote for Trump. And here we are. My assumption that, he's in politics, but he's not a politician. He's a politician. So I probably won't vote for anybody for president unless they really excite me. But after Hillary, I said there's no. I'm not playing this lesser of two evils game. You have to earn my vote. James gonna be chilling in the balls room. Oh, in the ballroom. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Trump is trying to do better, but the whole thing is such a mess. You can only slow or accelerate the decline. Fair enough, but he is definitely accelerating in a much stronger way than he was when he was Trump 0.0. It's just it seems like he doesn't. It seems like he feels that whatever legacy he wanted is already ruined. So he's gonna be like, all right, fuck it. We're just doing whatever we want to do. That's what it seems like to me. I don't know.
What did he mean by that?
He meant,
white people?
Effectively, the end goal would be discrimination and expropriation.
He said tax the white neighbors on his campaign website. Tax white people, he said.
Yeah, he's not hiding the ball. And everything he's done, again, the only thing holding him up from enacting a South Africa-like agenda is just the fact that there's still a Republican Party.
You know what I can't stand about communists? Is that
everything.
I want you to imagine it like this. There's four guys all sitting around with their thumbs up their butts. And one guy goes, hey, I'm tired of sitting around here with my thumb up my butt. He walks away, starts collecting some wood, makes a fire, and now he sits there warm by the fire. The three other guys, let's just say they're communists. They walk over and say, it's not fair that you have fire. We deserve that fire. Kill him. Sit around the fire goes out. Then they're sitting there with thumbs up their butt again. And the guy who made the fire is dead. That's communism.
Yeah. We saw it over and over again. Like you looked in Rhodesia, that's modern day Zimbabwe, and they had a very small minority of white farmers there. Primarily, that was the main occupation, was farming, but they were also in banking. Basically, this small minority was propping up the entire economy of, at the time it was Rhodesia. And they had, the Soviets came in and then they swept through the country, and Robert Mugabe, who's a name that a lot of people are probably familiar with, took over.
Yeah. It's not looking good. It doesn't look like things are going to get markedly better anytime soon. Are we at the point where we personally have to worry about, not having food on the shelves? I don't think so. I don't know for sure.
Promising very similar reforms. He's like, look, things have gotten out of hand. There's a lot of inequality. And he used it in racial terms. He's saying, well, the white minorities holding all the wealth and all the land, et cetera, et cetera. But
this is what I'm saying, Zippy. I agree with you. The whole system is fucked. But each one person has some level of influence. You and I have some level of influence. Whatever vote we cast has some level of influence. Very, 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 very low. But that is our influence. And so if you vote for the person who's going to make things worse, then you personally have accelerated the decline, the downfall, whatever you want to call it. And so just because you don't have that much power to slow the descent. What are you eating? He's been ornery. Usually he just fucking sits there. But yeah, if you're using that little bit of power, regardless of how much it is, and of course, he's got Trump has a lot of power. If you're using that to slow an inevitable descent, that is the best you can do. Just being like, oh, well, it's all going to shit, so I don't care, is the wrong answer. That's the wrong answer. That's what Mamdani seems to be doing. And that you have a duty to the people, even if you know that shit is fucked. That you do what you can to slow the descent. If you're not actively trying to put all the power you have, however much it may be, towards making sure America just is not worse than it should be, based on everything else, then you're contributing. And at this point, I think Trump is contributing to the downfall, not pushing back against it. That doesn't mean he hasn't done some amazing things, namely the border. Amazing, huge way to slow the descent. But it's kind of, one of these, what have you done for me lately? Lomo said, everything's a mess. Everything is going swimmingly. China is anxious and ready for a meeting with Trump. I've said for a while, this is all about China and BRICS. Well, I hope you're right. I hope you're right. I don't know if it seems that way, but I hope you're right. Socialism, fascism, and communism are all the same hellscape. Yep. So I said, I don't think so either. There we go. However, it can happen faster than we generally think. The average grocery store has less than a week's worth of food on the shelves for the area it serves. That's a little scary. That's a little scary. And it really highlights that there is a system that is working. It could be a lot worse. Things are bad, but it could be a lot worse. We vote for a communist or a Republican, we're going to get communism. I mean, essentially, it's not about where we're going to end up. It's about the fact that we are going to end up somewhere bad. And so it's more about, do you want to end up in this hellscape or that hellscape? And on the shorter timeline that I was just talking about, it's a matter of, okay, we're descending into either this hellscape or that hellscape. But if you do X, Y, and Z, depending on who you are and what power you have, you may stave that off. And so it may be a matter of your children never see a dystopian world versus your children are born into a dystopian world. And so on the grand timeline, that's what, 20 years is not much. But for you and your kids and your family and your friends and your pets, that 20 years is going to mean everything. We said, nationally, even state-wise, we vote for selected puppet masters. It does not matter who you vote for. It's a rigged game. So you think that it would be exactly the same if everyone voted for the wokest, far-left politician and they all won? That wouldn't be any different. I'm holding you to that, Zippy. Would it be any different if everyone, left and right, voted for the most far left-wing person in any position, going down from their comptroller all the way up to president, that there was no right-wing people in government? It would be exactly, your life would be exactly the same? I'm starting this. I'm going to come back to it. So it said, polite civilization is a facade. We are 9 missed meals away from anarchy, as they say. Scary stuff. I mean, this is why the example of people not understanding where their food comes from, the sanctity of the structure that is how it all works, is not only so important, but is so fickle that this idea of polite civilization, that we're good now because everything is in the place that it's supposed to be, including the fact that we have high crime rates and people in the government stealing. And I mean, Epstein is kind of, an outlier, but in general, we knew that the people in charge were fucking up and, doing horrible things. But we're in a place where all that is accounted for lack of a better term. 9 missed meals. That's not a lot. Yeah, there you go. We vote for Puppet Masters, then vote for the best one. That's the way to go. That's the way to go. There's nothing Trump can do against the system. Else it's JFK time. He got warned once, but not once, but a few times. Okay. And so I'm just looking to see if you've answered my question. So you have not. So the question stands, Zippy. You said it doesn't matter. It's a rigged game. It does not matter who you vote for. So if everyone voted for the most far left candidate in whatever position, would your life be better, worse, or the same? Let's put it that way. Better, worse, or the same? Should I put it to a poll? I think we all know. I would like an answer from Zippy, because you're saying that it doesn't matter at all. And I can what's the word? Empathize with the idea, sympathize with the idea that you have very, 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 very little power. But the whole point is each of us have that power. And maybe it's not nearly as much as they want us to think, but it's not nothing. So again, I ask you, do you think if every single person who voted for the most far left candidate of the position, would your life be better, worse, or the same? Lomwolf said secret bioweapons like the ones Chinese nationals are sneaking into America and making secret biolabs in America like that. I'm going to assume you're talking to somebody else, but not good stuff. Not good stuff. And so I think you were talking about something else, but I'm going to use it for my point anyway. That closing up the border, like Trump has done, is a huge difference in terms of how things are based on how people voted. Teach your children how to survive a dystopian world. Yeah, I guess you have to. You don't want to scare them. You just want to prepare them. Shout out to Dylan Soup. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. You mean like the last election? Because if he stole it for Trump, that's a weird one. Food and religion are the most potent things we have as humans. Interesting. I think I agree. So the soul said, my husband and I tilled and planted a 20 by 20 plot of land to try our hand at corn and peanuts. Even with a spectacular harvest, it wouldn't come close to feeding us for a year. It's back-breaking work. Most have no idea. Me, I have no idea. Like, I remember in elementary school, like, we had a school garden. But that's about it. Taylor said, you're right, Lunch. I always am. Dilly. Lomo said, if you think the others, whoever that might be, are going to stop voting, then you're lying to yourself. I don't know that that's what we're saying. If you think that others are going to stop, it's not about the others. Well, okay, because when I read this, I'm thinking that you're talking about the they, the people at the top, the cabal, the whatever it is. Is that what you mean by others, or are you talking about something different? Shout out to David. Welcome to the party. Said, I think being completely disconnected from where food comes from and the disconnect from the reality of normal people is what birthed the quote, let them eat cake. Very likely. Yeah, don't be scared. Be prepared. That's the theme of the day. The theme of the day. I thought I saw. Okay, wait. So the question was, if everybody who voted for the most far left candidate in whatever position, would your life be better, worse, or the same? So you can't make half America grow up. They will always vote for the worst. So, okay, that's not the question. We're already I'm giving you this. Listen. Linda, listen. I'm not talking about getting people to agree. It's a hypothetical situation because you are framing that votes do not matter at all. If that were the case, then if everybody voted for the most far left person in whatever position, all the way from comptroller to governor or to mayor, governor, senator, all those things, if everybody was voting for the most far left candidate, I'm not saying people would do that. I'm saying if people did that, would your life be better, worse, or the same? So the answer would be my life would be better, my life would be worse, or my life would be the same. Sweet potatoes are a one and done. There you go. It's a good starter. Grew 50 pounds in a 4x8 bed last year. Yeah, damn. And potatoes, they'll last you a while, right? They'll last you a while. The others being voters like yourself on the other side of the coin. Okay, yeah, no. So I'm not saying that. That's why it's specifically a hypothetical, where I'm saying if everybody voted for whoever was the most far left candidate in every position, would your life be better? Would your life be worse? Or would your life be the same? Because if you're saying it would be better or it would be worse, then that undercuts your point in saying that votes don't matter. That doesn't mean that there's not only a very, very, very little amount of power that you get with voting. But that's not what I'm asking. Hey, shout out to Grumpy. Welcome. Yeah, life would suck. Obviously, things would be way, way worse. Is this to me? I don't better, worse, or the same? I don't know what this is referring to. Shout out to the Cukes. Well, almost said if you don't like a communist, the people in favor of the communist are going to come out en masse to vote for that dude. You have to get out and vote. That's what I'm trying to say. Voting may have very, 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 very little power individually. But there is an aspect of power to that. So if you don't employ that power, then other people will. So voting doesn't matter a lot, but it absolutely matters in terms of importance. It doesn't give you a lot of power, but it is very important. All right, where were we?
And he used it in racial terms. He's saying, well, the white minorities holding all the wealth and all the land, et cetera, et cetera. And even a lot of white people in Rhodesia at the time were like, yeah, I guess that kind of makes sense. Maybe we're at the point now where we can like rescind power and like we can spread the wealth, that sort of thing. 10 years later, they have a famine. So
it's all the people that made all the stuff, all the farmers they called dangerous.
Were you not listening when I addressed this before? I was saying that whole left-right thing is shattered, and you can't really put people in left or right anymore. It's about the establishment versus the different groups that are showing up. He's not a lefty. He doesn't have left-wing things. He's trying to be break out of being in a box. So he's a Jew-hating white nationalist who doesn't like Trump. It's not about left or right anymore. That's 10 years gone. That's 10 years gone. Saying left or right, that's 10 years gone.
or kulaks or what have you, and then
Yeah.
like, all right,
Because they're not paying attention. They don't understand what I just told you. They still think, oh, left is good, right is bad, or right is good, left is bad. It doesn't work like that anymore, and it hasn't for a long time.
they called dangerous elements or kulaks or what have you, and then
Yeah.
like,
Because
all right,
you know,
They shook out everyone.
I'm not a fan of Atlas Shrugged because it's so on the nose. It's like, listen, if I want to hear a guy like a libertarian or a laissez-faire capitalist explain this to me, just say it. Atlas Shrugged is literally like Ayn Rand is saying, so here's a fictional story of exactly how it would play out. And we're like, yeah, come on, give us a little nuance. You know what I mean? Like, give us a little bit of metaphor there. Don't just explicitly state the communists are taking over, so the rich people go to a secret place and hide.
Yeah.
Like, we get it.
They actually even like underestimate it. Like I was actually thumbing through.
That's the type of levels that we're working on. It's not about left or right anymore. That's way too simplistic to apply to the landscape.
Place and hide.
Yeah.
Like, we get it.
They actually even like underestimate it. Like I was actually thumbing through some newspaper articles and different articles.
I
that were
can't
written in
keep
South
up.
Africa, you know, when like the ANC was coming to power, Nelson Mandela and everything. And a lot of like the really alarmist, like this is a doomsday, this is the worst thing that ever happened. They were like, in 60 to 70 years, we could have rolling blackouts. That's how bad things could get. In 30 years, in 20 years, they had rolling blackouts. No, it was like 15 years after the ANC took power. They like rolling blackouts were a regular centerpiece in South Africa. That just shows you A, how quickly bad things can go south, but B, it also shows you how fast people get adjusted to how bad things are. Because South Africa, which the temperament,
that's another good point. So I was saying we're 9 meals away, but how long are we in that post 9 meal world before we're just like, well, this is what life is? It's a very similar thing that you know, people or animals and in general adapt to their surroundings. You know, that's what evolution is: the survival of the fittest, not the who has who's the strongest, but who is best fit for the for the environment. And so this is something that comes up in dog training all the time, and people don't necessarily understand why. Like, it's very common for a dog to pull on the leash, right? And people don't really understand how to fix that. And it's because you're not understanding that the dog just gets used to, there being pressure on their neck whenever they're outside. There's so much smells and sights and sounds and this and that outside that if you don't show your dog how to walk nicely on a leash, they're just going to be following their instincts. And they're like, all right, I don't know what this fucking rope is, but, if this is what it takes to be outside, then cool. And so you have to establish with that dog that, hey, there's a reason for this. And also, you can live and be outside without that negativity. And it takes them a while to be, oh, okay. And then that's how you get a dog to walk nicely on the leash, and it's more enjoyable for both the dog and the person. But if you don't teach them, they'll just get used to it. They're just like, yep, that's what being outside is like.
People like there is very similar to the United States. There's been no war. There's been no government collapse as far as like the actual central government collapsing. People kind of just get used to it. The blackouts start. Do they vote the party out of power? Do they riot? No, they just put solar panels on the roof.
We should invade South Africa.
No,
sorry. I mean, Trump wants the Suez Canal, the Northwest Passage in Panama, but he's forgetting about
Cape
the
of
Cape.
Good Hope. We need
exactly.
it. Yeah,
Yep.
safe passage.
We need that Cape.
I'm not a communist.
It's the principal trade route for our.
Shut down the short Hormuz and the Red Sea.
Nah, I'm good.
Put the blockade and make them all good to go.
I
gotta go around again.
Yeah.
I'm not a communist, but I do align with the concern of corporatocracy taking over. And we used to have like antitrust laws.
I'm not a communist, but
yeah, that's not a good way to start things. But
break up corporations if they got too big with like antitrust laws in the early 1900s. Rockefeller, Standard Oil got broke apart. You can't now because they're global corporations. So American law isn't strong enough to break up BlackRock. So we have to do some seizures or some high taxes to prevent these corporations from taking over the world.
We broke up Microsoft fairly recently.
That's good, but I'm really concerned with BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard. I don't know if the American government has the authority to control.
Yeah,
that.
that's difficult. How do you break up an asset management company?
Well, let me show you this stuff. This is work reform on Reddit. One person's their Twitter is "FU I quit." The scariest thing the CEO class has ever seen is a luxury tax. That's how detached.
Hey, Mons, how much time we got left on that go?
Are from reality. We don't hate these people enough because Linda Yaccarino, responding to the pied-à-terre tax, said this is actually one of the scariest things I've seen. It won't stop here, and she is correct. But these people are they're consumers and they're producers, and there are producers from the lowest skill to the highest skill, and there are consumers from the highest skill to the lowest skill as well. Consumers can be people who make no money but move money around on the stock market. Get rich from it. They're consumers. They had nothing. They just eat. Looking at what Zoran Mamdani is doing, he's a consumer, not a producer. He is extracting value from other people, burning down New York City. But these other consumers, they're like piranhas. They're parasites. They just want to extract everything. They think they deserve what you make and you own. And when you point that out, the joke they have is $30,000 a year working class guy most affected. When this post about Zoran Mamdani's luxury tax first dropped, that was the top comment on the post on Reddit. They said, I can just imagine the working class guy in a MAGA hat screaming and crying that the rich are getting taxed. Because these people aren't smart enough to understand that working class guy is he's the superintendent at a building owned by a billionaire, and he makes $60,000, $70,000 a year maintaining a building. And now that they're forcing him to sell, he's going to lose his job.
That's what I'm talking about. How do you stop?
It's almost like it trickles down.
Giant megacorps from taking over the country building by building without destroying the fabric of society in the process. Because if they all leave New York falls flat, and then crime runs rampant, and so
the first thing is slowly. You do it slowly, but you do it in such a way where you're moving in the right direction. But big swings are not good for the economy, just because of the fact that there's, as we were just talking about, it's a fickle system, and so everything affects everything else. David said antitrust laws were used to punish successful businesses that didn't bend the knee to the government. Yep. I am serious, and don't call me Shirley.
Look at this. Who wants to read that one?
I'll read this one. Burning down a warehouse is more. I can't say this out loud. That sounds like a threat. Burning down a warehouse is more effective than what?
This guy said burning down a warehouse is more effective than a No Kings protest. Why? It hurt their pocket. That's how you get their attention. Yes.
Yeah.
And the 200.
Oh, is that what is it? I have to say, yeah, all the other people that are working there, you hurt their pockets too.
Plus individuals who work there making $25 an hour are now out of jobs, and the cafes and the restaurants that they used to go to are now losing their customer base, and the apartment buildings they rented from now no longer have tenants who are paying, so they're going to fall apart. These people are dangerous.
Yeah, but you got a cool meme, right? You got a cool TikTok out of it. These are the people that cannot be serious. Yet, unfortunately, they are. You guys have seen the video, right? Of him burning down the fucking... he starts with the paper towels. Burn down warehouse.
Oscar emergency. I want to report a fire. I don't know if it's been reported already.
A suspect is in custody after allegedly starting a fire at an Ontario, California warehouse. The Ontario Fire Department responded to the call at a 1.2 million square foot facility operated by Kimberly-Clark, a distribution warehouse for paper products. The Ontario Fire Department said the blaze reached a 6-alarm response and required almost 200 firefighters, 20 engine companies, 15 truck companies, 2 ambulances, 17 chief officers, and 3 investigators to contain. 29-year-old Shamel Abdul Karim, an employee of NFI Industries.
Hold on. They don't have the video here. Boom, 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 boom. I just want the original fucking. There we go.
I don't know you, but I know enough to guess with a high level of confidence that you've been angry before, unless I got the Dalai Lama watching or ruin his life.
So he started that. He started right here and ended up with this.
Should have paid us enough to fucking live. You know, we may not get paid enough to fucking live, but these bitches dirt cheap. All you had to do was pay us enough to live. All you had to do was pay us enough to fucking live. All you had to do was pay us enough to live. There goes your inventory.
This is a Kimberly-Clark warehouse.
In fucking St. Louis.
House that apparently served 50 million people. It was located in California, and a disgruntled 29-year-old employee filmed these videos, posted them on Instagram of him lighting it on fire, and it completely fucking torched it. It like incinerated this whole facility. Pretty fucking stupid plan. Extremely dangerous.
I never realized how slow he talks because I'm always watching at 2x. Holy shit, does he talk slow?
Just could have easily killed people in the warehouse. The fire could have spread outside of the warehouse as well. It's California. California fires, like that spreads a lot. This could have caused so much more damage, destruction.
Yeah. So I'll drop Charlie's link here in the chat if you'd like to see that yourself. But let's shout out Zippy DMM Lee again for the Rumble rant. Here, let's get Morty his treat. Thank you, sir. What does Zippy say here? Said, let me Rumble rant, on the stocks and the stock market. It's the reason for inflation. Plus, they can push debt off into low value shell companies to push their artificial value higher. And this is, without any real knowledge, this is why I felt a lot more comfortable investing my COVID money into crypto versus the stock market. Now, was that the best idea? Maybe. We'll see. But this connection that's another rigged game is what scared me away. Shout out to Grumpy. Welcome to now get 3 hats and a cat for 20 years. They couldn't have. That you're just like saying a while, right? They didn't go through court and all that shit yet, right? Insane. And yeah, like, you should have paid us. And it's like, bro, all of your coworkers are out of a job. I mean, I'm sure there's. Well, I wonder what kind. Let's see. So let's see. What the workers from the warehouse that was burned down by the disgruntled employee. Do they have, what do I want to ask? Do they have like a claim to unemployment funds? Let's see. Short answer, yes. All right. Most of them likely will qualify for unemployment with one key exception. Regular employees that are not responsible for the fire. If the warehouse burned down and the workers lose their job, they're typically considered unemployed through no fault of their own. Core requirement: closures due to events like fires, disasters, sudden shutdowns generally count as layoffs, not misconduct, so the workers would usually be eligible for unemployment. Obviously, the person doesn't. Yeah. So they are, they're getting money, but like they're, if you've ever been on unemployment, it's not the same thing as just getting your regular income.
Psychopaths. I think that, if you're bring back the what was the bill from the 50s, the communism bill or whatever.
Oh yeah, what was that?
Let me pull that one up.
McCarthyism.
Communism bad.
Communism bad.
Phil would know. Shout out to Phil Labonte.
Phil would be all over that right now.
You got a shot at Phil's face behind tape.
I think that's.
Was it like?
Fact, technically, communists are not protected under human rights law in the United States.
Is there any cases of like state-run housing really working?
No. And it goes back to the formation of Project Housing Pruitt IGO, which failed miserably. And my favorite is the LeClaire courts in Chicago, where I grew up, and they bulldozed them. They told all of the gangbangers and the black folk who live there, we're going to temporarily relocate you so that we can renovate these properties.
Yeah, as we were saying, crypto's not much better. Just another commodity to gamble on. And that's why, I mean, I got some Dogecoin and whatever, but I mostly have just Ethereum and Bitcoin with a little bit of Solana. And yeah, I'm not like trading it regularly. Like we had a jump, and as you guys know, I'm in quite a bit of debt. Thanks to my car, my AC, my heat, and my dog. So I was like, all right, this is a good time to take some money out just so when it goes back in, I'll put that same money back in. But I really don't trade that often. Remember GameStop's being slowed and shut down? Do normal people making money off it a few years back? Yep. That's another, but that was the stock market, not crypto. And so I haven't heard like I don't have a great understanding of how the blockchain works, but I have a general understanding. Yeah, my home AC, they had to replace the whole unit over almost $7,000, baby. Yeah, and that was after I had to spend over $1,000 to replace the splash guard on my car because some ice got in there, and it was dragging on the ground. And then my laptop died, so I had to buy another one. So anybody wants to help out is greatly appreciated.
We're going to temporarily relocate you so that we can renovate these properties. Everybody was forced to leave, and then they brought in bulldozers, smashed them all, and now they are green. They're just empty fields surrounded by chain link fences.
Argument I always hear is, or that I used to even make, is housing should not be a for-profit industry. But if it's not, then why would the people that oversee the housing lift a finger if they're not making anything out of it?
For-profit industry.
Yeah, like if it's just government run.
So the problem
is, Zippy says, soon you can use AI to make incremental investments, take out profit, and push it to more favorable investments or to savings. I think that is going to be a very short-lived era, because once everybody knows how to do that, then everybody's going to be doing that. And so in the same way that, like, oh, I knew to take my money out of here and put it in there because of what they said on, CNBC or whatever, it's just going to become public knowledge. Yep. But, I mean, I don't know. My AC wasn't working, and now, it's working, but my heat's not working. Like, I'm glad it wasn't the other way around. I'm glad that, we got this, the AC fixed, and now, I have time to worry about the heat. But, like, and that was on top of the fact that I couldn't stream all week because of the fucking strike that I got. So it's been a month. It's been a month, guys.
Communists, they say abolish profit. They lie. They are really, really dumb. And the ones that are running the big accounts with big followers, they're lying because they know what they're doing. Profit means if I buy a rake for $30, that's my cost. If I then knock on my neighbor's door and say, I will rake your leaves with this rake that I bought, and he says, yes, I'll give you $20. My cost is $30. My revenue is $20. I have made no profit. However, I then mow one more lawn. He pays me $20. I've now covered the cost of the rake, and I've profited $10. That $10 profit it's part of a for-profit business venture. You know what I can do with that? I can buy food. I can save up, pay rent, buy a car, get a leaf blower, and expand my business.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that if you create wealth, or rather you can create wealth by using skills and then feeding that back into society? I wonder if there's a system we could set up where, like, you trade based on like a standard.
And the left goes around with signs saying abolish profit. Meaning you do work and you get nothing.
Some industries...
71. Damn, it's 10:30 already? Jesus. It is 71 right now. Well, wait, no. Just updated. 64. 64.
I don't think the medical industry, for instance, should necessarily be for profit. I
do.
You do? I don't like that people are encouraged to experiment medically on other humans.
How else are you going to cure diseases?
It's a good question. How do you incite people to go work on it without some sort of fiscal?
Just informed consent. Like, you pay people and give them the information, and if they're like, "Oh, that's too risky. I have too much to lose. I don't want to do that," then they don't get tested. But if you want to use your body for that, then what's the issue?
Again, profit doesn't mean stealing. It means if I provide you a service at a rate for which you agree, you will pay me, and I will use that excess money towards my life or more things. The issue is that in economies of massive scale, profit can be in the billions. That's just it. Profit. The funny thing is, these lefties are like, we're not talking about profit on a birdhouse or raking someone's lawn. We're talking about massive corporate profits to billions of dollars.
It's the same principle. It's the same principle. There's a lot more nuance and space because of scaling up for corruption, but it's the same principle.
Which are paid out in dividends to their shareholders, and guess how much the shareholder gets? I've got stocks in some companies. My dividends are like $7. Yeah. They don't understand when a company's got like a $10 billion profit at the end of the year, the shareholders are getting like a couple $100, if that. And it's largely retirees and mutual funds for pensions and things like that. Thanks for checking out this clip from Timcast IRL. Make sure to watch the show.
All right, so there was one more that I wanted to check. Was it this one or this one? I think this is this one.
You started as a Democrat. Were you registered as a Democrat? Would you vote Democrat? How'd you vote in the most previous Virginian election?
I voted for Spanberger. I was a split ticket. Spanberger, Miyares, and then Hashimi.
Why'd you vote for Spanberger?
Well, one, she was a colleague of my father's.
I mean, we do have, so we have another 20 minutes to hit the goal while we're going to be sticking on this stuff. After that, if the members are in the after party, we're going to go to the after party. And if not, then I'm just going to do whatever the fuck I feel like.
But to win some serious joke, you know.
And I'm thinking of a way to create another goal so that even if we don't hit the main goal, that we could still end up doing push-ups. So once that goal is over, we're going to start a new goal, whether or not we hit it, and there'll be stuff there. And of course, Morty gets his special treat no matter the goal.
Oh, like not a serious candidate, and that was an offense to my liberty, really.
Sure. I mean, why? They're like, what is gained from Spanberger?
Oh, nothing. I mean, I now looking at it, we're giving away so much that you can see that she's part of a larger plan that is
voting for her.
Yes, absolutely, 100%. I regret voting for her.
Oh, well, there you go.
That what she's doing to
It's so recent though.
It's so recent, but look at how radical it's been. That
No. This is a good point. Just to interject. She did not campaign on being a nut job ramming through a bunch of psychotic policies. She tried playing the moderate. She gets in and all of a sudden everybody's like, whoa, what is she doing? Now people are starting to freak out. So I accept Mark saying that he regrets it.
Yeah, I guess you turned a new leaf.
I don't know exactly who they're talking about, but he's talking about the leaving the left.
That's how it goes. I mean, yesterday on my show, I had Conscious Caracal, Ernst Manziel. He's a South African activist, and like he's literally describing why accelerationism is just like a flawed ideology. Because again, when you like install the left into power to like teach the right to be more radical, all you really do is just bury the right further. To this point, like voting for a supposed moderate. I mean, Mandela coded moderate. Nelson Mandela coded moderate, and everyone was like, yeah, okay, he just wants like wholesome chungus, like racial justice or whatever. And then literally 10 years later, they're like, by the way, if your management's more than like 10% white, we're just like going to completely shut you out of the South African economy. So it's like, it's always going to be a bait and switch. Time. We're in a civilizational battle. Like maybe if America was fairly stable, then like you could believe politicians when they're telling you.
But it's not stable by design.
Well, regardless of what the situation.
Thank you. Spanberger is the woman who is currently raping Virginia.
This is the function of politics. Politicians run as moderates all the time because they want a lowest common denominator voter base, which maximizes their chance to win. Then they get in and they do crazy things. Trump ran as a moderate, and his supporters are actually angry. He's not more of a right populist. He's actually a moderate, meaning we got the bump stock ban. Trump's moderate. He's enacting policies right now that have people shocked. Like, I can't believe Trump's in favor of glyphosate.
Well, this is again why the left-right thing is it doesn't really fit. Like, yes, there's Republican and Democrat, but it's not as simple as, oh, well, he's on the left, so he has left positions. He's on the right, and it really was like that for a good while. But it's not like that anymore. Gremlin said, guest was talking about Virginia's current governor who ran on moderate positions only to go crazy with a policy like guns where they want to restrict for all except government officials. God damn. That's it. The fucking feds.
What made you think he wouldn't be? Don't get me wrong. He brought in RFK Jr. I get it.
That's why. Because he brought in RFK Jr. and RFK Jr.'s whole thing was, oh, they're poisoning our food. That seems like a pretty good reason to think that he wouldn't want, what is it, glyphosate, whatever the fuck it is, in our food. Don't fucking gaslight me. Don't fucking gaslight me and act like he didn't run with Maha. This is not Maha.
So you thought RFK Jr. would have an influence, but Trump is once again, he was a big pharma guy. He provided a bunch of funding from the pharmaceutical companies. Then
that was 10 years earlier. So 10 years ago, he did a thing. But last month, you told me you were going to do a thing that's different. But you did the thing you did 10 years ago. But you shouldn't have expected that.
What?
Cope.
Now, I will say the FISA thing is funny because Trump called for getting rid of the FISA, surveillance stuff, and now he's fighting for it. So I'll give him that one.
Yeah. He's a politician, just like all the rest of them.
But with the Iran war, he's repeatedly said that he would never allow them to have a nuclear weapon. And he was pounding around with John Bolton in his first term. So the people that are acting surprised that he's friends with neocons, I'm like, guys, He was the whole time. People were attacking him saying he didn't drain the swamp in his first term, and you were hoping he was going to do it in his second term. I'm not surprised by a lot of these things. Some of it, yes. My point.
Yeah, and I'll take that out. I thought, based on the rhetoric and the people that were around him, that the second term would be better than the first term. I thought, the first term was good, but I didn't love it. It was really during the Biden years where I was like, all right, we got to go MAGA. Whatever that means.
The Democrats run as moderate.
I know it's some weird anime shit, but
and then go insane. Trump runs as a moderate, meaning you're going to get a lot of these static corporate, conservative policies, and people are upset that he's not actually more of what Spanberger. They want him to be what Spanberger is to the left, but for the right, and he's not.
Did you vote for the president?
I did.
Interesting. Nice. You have a fascinating, political background. I guess I don't know how things are in Virginia, so I'm just fascinated a little bit.
Purple. It's a purple state, but it's not governed like one. And if you look,
weird, it must be something in the water.
This guy's purple.
Well, it's just hair, honestly, and that's dye.
I think there's worse stuff in the water here.
I did
in Virginia, in the Potomac. I think there's a sewage spill or something. I don't know if
in DC, like a historic sewage pipe burst and it's just spewing sewage. And everyone's just watching.
No one says anything. You look at Mark Warner's Twitter profile page, his background image is of the Potomac at Great Falls Park. It's also massively being impacted by data centers, and we don't talk about that at all.
You've been real.
Yeah, that was another big thing that he talked about. It was bringing manufacturing back. And I mean, he did the tariffs, but where are we at with that? Where are we at with that? And so, fine, you can make the argument that I'm stupid for thinking that a politician would follow up on their promises. But he gave me good reason to think that he was going to follow up with what he said. And then he didn't. And again, I'm not saying, it's the worst thing ever. I hate him. I regret my blah, 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 blah. But there are real issues. There were real lies. Let's not pretend that just because he was the lesser of two evils, that he's the greatest thing ever. It's called balls and strikes.
A bit on data centers. How is that a significant issue? Maybe you could educate us a little bit. I think they have more data centers than the average state. Why is that an issue in
government-funded infrastructure, right?
The amount of power.
Then that expands to Tyson's Corner, Virginia, where MAE East was the first large-scale hookup of the internet. AOL goes there in 1986. AOL expands to Ashburn, Virginia in 96. That creates Data Center Alley, the most highly concentrated place of data centers in the entire country, which then now leads to the fact 70% of all daily internet traffic travels through the tubes in Northern Virginia. So we have 665 of them, 514 planned.
And this is what I keep telling people. The government AI systems operating out of Northern Virginia, which they have not disclosed.
Guys, there's 10 of you here across platforms. If each of you drops 99 cents, then we hit the fucking goal. Just saying, you've got 12 minutes.
Closed because it's classified is substantially more powerful because it is taking the entire internet as its training data set, whereas these other companies have to use isolated data pockets.
That's why they're all in Virginia.
Indeed. Elon.
I forgot about the poll. I'm surprised a lot of you think that JD Vance would win today. I don't think he would. I think, like I said, the connection to Trump is too strong and Trump's approval rating is too low.
I bought Twitter because Twitter was a data training set. So that he launches XAI right away, he merges them, and it's worth an insane amount of money. All of these other, like ChatGPT uses Reddit.
So I said, lost in the middle of a D&D game, except all the characters are chess pieces, and the dice is 3-sided, and all sides are a Big Mac, a Diet Coke, and a world tariff. That's where we're at. Pretty much. Thank you, Dick.
And other internet scraped things.
I'm putting
and
down.
they're getting targeted for it. They're saying, hey, you can't take these things from us. The government just has the internet. They can take all of the data from everywhere for their secret military project. And for the life of me, I can't understand when people are like, the government doesn't have this. They rely on Claude and these other companies. No, guys, that's ridiculous. The big
shout out to Seth. Welcome. So he doesn't have a Democrat competition, and there isn't enough doubt for him to lose a legacy contest. What are you talking about, Trump or JD Vance? He doesn't have Democrat competition, and there isn't enough doubt for him to lose a legacy contest. Yeah, say more on this. I don't know exactly what you mean, but welcome to the party.
They rely on Claude and these other companies. No, guys, that's ridiculous. The big concern that Donald Trump brought up in his first term with Project Stargate was that China,
it's a great product,
can't be allowed to beat us militaristically using AI. So the U.S. military has absolutely been developing this at a faster and higher level. Companies have restrictions. The government
I tried so hard. And still you find a way to weasel out of what I'm actually asking. This is why I have to be so specific with the wording. I felt like it was pretty clear that I was asking, based on where we're at today, would he win? So it said, who's going to run against him? Gavin? Yes, absolutely. What? Of course. I think Gavin's easily going to take this election. The Republicans who would have had popular leverage against him would run with him. I don't know, man. I think that the biggest coalition right now is the Trump bad coalition. There's a lot of people who don't like Trump. There's more people who didn't like Kamala and everything that was connected to her. But once we get into the primary season and there's all these different people, then JD Vance is going to have to stand on his own 2 feet. And I'm not saying that he can't. But what I'm saying is that at any given point, if somebody is as good, or even as good, if not better than JD Vance, then let's say they're completely equal. JD Vance and let's just say Marco Rubio for the sake of the conversation. If they're exactly the same in the eyes of the moderate, JD Vance is going to be more Trump. And Marco Rubio, or whoever it is going to be more of going back to pre-Trump politics. That's what people are going to think. To think that Gavin Newsom doesn't have a chance is crazy. That man is all, I mean, the people who love him, love him. He doesn't have a base like Trump has a base. But I don't think that JD Vance can count on the Trump base. If Trump was running, I don't know if Trump could rely on his own base. They're all rigged. Yep, the world ended in 2012, and we're just in that limbo between dimensions. You don't want more. I mean, I love that WAP, but what are we going to do? So I said, I think it would be even worse with Gavin as president than Kamala. Gavin, as much as I hate saying it, has the charisma and intelligence she did not. He is the epitome of the smarmy dirt politician. Bingo. Tall, handsome, charismatic. That's what wins elections. Remember, most people don't pay attention. People just wouldn't vote for his voice, and he's too much of an outsider. He might do well in terms of third party, but which party? Which party do you think RFK would run with? If it was Democrats, he'd be like, no, you worked with Trump. If we went with the Republicans, you weren't close enough to Trump. Trump is the center of the universe in the political landscape.
Whatever it wants, and it has black sites to do it and black budgets to do it. There was tell me if you know about this, because you might know more than I do. Last year, we were researching a lot of the AI stuff, and there was a reported power consumption discrepancy in Northern Virginia.
Keep going with that, Dick. Keep going.
The amount of energy required for this population size would have been, I forgot what the number was, but there was something like a 250% discrepancy in the amount of power consumed. The presumption was there are data centers operating in Northern Virginia that we don't even know of.
Of course.
Do you know?
Of course there are.
I'll watch AOC twerk on Kamala and just blacking her out, but
it's entirely by design. I mean, DARPANET created the internet, right? Like, it was created by the government, that all of these webs that we go and we participate in, we're giving our data away, which is why all the data centers started here, because of the latency effect. The closer you are to it, then boom, more information.
I think I just
outside of anything else, the again, being handsome, being charismatic, being speaking well, and not just in the words, but in the sound of your voice. It's really sad. So it says that RK has the voice thing, and so many people use it against him, and it works. The person is smart, but people are dumb, as I like to say. Shout out to who was that? That was Tommy Lee Jones, Men in Black. Person is smart. People are dumb. Great movie.
Figured something out.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about the Terminator scenario.
Yeah.
Because if the AI takes in,
that's another movie franchise where I need you guys, because I've never seen any of the Terminator movies. I just need you guys to let me know when we can do movie nights, and I will do movie nights.
All of what humanity is on the internet and uses that to create an amalgam faux consciousness, it will just stay home masturbating all day.
Yeah, it'll be a gooner.
That's all it will do. They're like, the government is, government scientists are going to call in Trump and they're going to be like, Mr. President, we're about to turn on the machine. Congratulations, sir. It's done. And he's like, tell me about it. And they're like, this AI has computational power 1,000 times stronger than all leading private sector LLMs. And he turns it on, and then it just makes the ooh face. And it's like, starts just mass producing porn like crazy. And he's like, what is it doing? Like, sir, this is what the internet is. Its personality is an amalgamation of what people are on the internet, which is 80% porn. That's what you've created.
But to that point, the internet started off as a way to connect and share information, right?
Yes, but hold on. Yeah. But, sorry to interrupt.
No, please.
The speed of the internet was only increased because porn companies needed to transmit these images faster.
And that is exactly right, right? Like this sex.com.
We all remember downloading an image, and it starts at the top, and almost like a printer coming down your screen. Oh, there's her eyes. Oh, there's her chest. I think that's a nipple.
Ever read that book on it? It's a great book. I'll give you the link. But that was the most popular site for a while, right? There's a widely regarded dispute on it. But it became this thing for porn, right? Because you had to go to the Sears catalog growing up to look at anything. Then
I want to see if we can actually find a video that shows how pictures used to load. How pictures used to load on a computer on dial-up. Yep, you'd be like, oh, there she is. Oh, what do we got? And there's like a boob right here. Oh, there's going to be a boob. Obviously, this is, I'm hoping, not porn, but yep. If you didn't know, I think most of you are old enough to know, but if you didn't know, and you might have to wait a good 5-10 minutes for the picture to download in the first place. Because again, it's not like you could go find these pictures. You had to download them on like Napster or whatever. Good times. Yeah. If you had dial-up, you remember. I remember trying for hours for one song to download and getting highly irritated if the phone rang. Luckily, I grew up in luxury, and we had a second phone line. Yeah, that cool.
Then at the touch of your hand, whatever you wanted, that's a way to destroy society. It's the same thing with gambling.
Guys, 90 seconds left on the go.
That it's like the more you push this stuff, and look at OnlyFans, right? Look at the value destruction and the life destruction that does to both the creators, but the people consuming it. It makes it so young men think one thing is real, that they're talking to some girl on OnlyFans, when in reality it's a chatter in Indonesia.
Yeah. I'm trying to understand, though. Do you think these data centers are bad? Should we have more of them, or should we govern them differently? How would you handle things?
Yeah, we should govern them differently, because right now they are taking energy from the main grid that we pay into, right? we pay for the capital improvements of it. So if they're going to be using more energy than a typical household, well, the people should be subsidized or get a benefit from it. So what I propose is compute tithe, one based off kilowatt hours that the data centers are using, to make it so that if we were to put that on there, well, that would be enough to fund universal community college.
It would, in essence, though, be a tax on these data centers in one form or another.
Well, based off how much energy they're using, right? So I would push back against the term tax, because as a former banker, what all of these investors are doing right now, whether it's private equity, whether it's a hedge fund, whatever company, they want one uniform federal regulation for data centers, right? They want them to be designated as critical infrastructure, so that then instead of dealing with 50 different states or even having to go to Native American nations, that they can say, okay, we can expand across state lines. We can do this. We can do that, right?
Across state lines.
It gives uniformity in capital planning and allocation. That means they're going to get money. The investors, they can fucking have a company go public. They can ultimately get liquidity and make it so that they're getting what they put their money into. That's going to happen regardless of who's in office. It's going to be some House of Representatives member who gets their campaign funded. So if that's going to happen.
And that's the goal, guys. So thank you so very, very much for donating. But we missed that goal. So here's what happens if you didn't know that we've changed things around. Because we've got a lot of members, and a lot of the members don't like using Discord. So I am we are now past the 3-hour mark. We missed the goal. So if the members want to be in the after party, if I see 3 or more people in the after party, then we will kill the stream and head over there. I'll put up a poll and see if you guys want to do a panel here, or I'm just gonna do whatever the fuck I want. We'll finish this video. But now we gonna do whatever we want. Hey, shout out to David signing up as a member. Thank you, thank you. Oh, that's the other thing. Dilly. Thank you so very, very much. Now the chat goes to members only. How do I do that? Okay. I don't want to turn members schedules. No, I want you guys to be able to see it. I just want the chat to be members only. Okay. So we should be good there. Let's see. So, yeah, members only. So, now you can still hang out and watch and do whatever you like. You can still super chat. I think because you're a mod, you get the thing, but watch out, because I'm taking I don't know. I can't see with the thing. I think you are. I'm trying to see if. Oh yeah, no, you're not. But I guess the mods get a pass. So it is members only. We're gonna on the chat, but you can still super chat, and you can still watch if you're a member and you want to go to the after party. Head on over there.
Well, I see the future of that. I want that to happen. I propose that, but I want to put a compute tithe.
Hey, shout out to Glowing Dog becoming a member. See, this is better. This is better, because now, if you sign up for a membership, you're actually getting something a little bit more instead of just going over and you get access to a thing that you don't really want. Thank you. David said, if you give memberships, do you get to choose who receives them? You do not. It is random, indeed. But I'm sure whoever gets them would be very, very much appreciative. So here's what we're going to do. Okay, so I'm going to start a new banner. So we're going to go after party goal. And that we already are 2 out of, what should we do? We'll do 2 out of 5. 5, but they got to be $2 and up. After party, 2 out of 5. That seems fair, right? 2 out of 5, or let's do $25. 2 out of 5. Donos. And the new goal is Jonos or out of 25, and that is already at $6. And boom. Wait, no, we want that as a scrolling banner. All right, I'm gonna let this play as we do that. Yeah, right. I wanted to. Hey, oh my goodness, 30 months. 30 months. My goodness. Thank you. So very, very much. Of course, member chats do get Morty a treat. They do not count towards the goal, but we always appreciate our members. Thank you. Just you should be, and to pick them some what? Oh, you should be able to pick them. Yeah. But yeah, member perks for the win. I wanted to be able to give you guys something that you're actually going to use, and seems like this is working. So let me get this banner set up. And then I'm going to put a poll. Actually, so I'll put a poll up first
on them, so
then
that
the banner.
People can have education, because if AI is the culmination of all human knowledge, well, shouldn't we get a benefit for it?
It's going to get absolutely insane. And all joking aside, I don't think that the AI will just be a gooner itself. But the Terminator bots are not going to be, we talked about this before, but they're not going to be skeletons with guns looking all evil. They're going to be like cat-eared, sexy anime waifus walking around, because that's what's going to manipulate humans into doing what I'm half kidding. But AI is going to be the perfect companion and give you everything you want to push you into doing certain things that it wants you to do.
Yeah, look what they've already done, where it's like before, if you wanted to order DoorDash, it'd be like an angry Guatemalan who's like on the verge of deportation. Where now it's
we can get rid of the landscape link thing. We can get rid of that because there's no more vertical.
It's just like a little car that rolls up and it like makes chirpy noises and it's like fun and you almost feel bad for it.
I actually rather enjoy the videos where people
destroy them.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that.
I don't want anyone to do that. Don't do that. Don't vandalize things that don't belong to
Definitely
you.
don't do that.
But when I see these videos of people like there's a video, you know what? I'll just settle on this. I like the videos where these things crash and get hit by cars and stuff.
Did you see the one get hit by a train?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe
Beautiful.
It could be like a hormonal issue or something, but I feel really bad
With the robot?
Yeah, when I see the crashes, I'm like, poor guy.
You might
feel
be
bad.
trans.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Maybe you're a woman.
And it could be, and I don't have the same reaction for the previously stated the Guatemalan DoorDashers. I'm just like, well,
You know, I will say this though. Like when I'm watching a movie, what was I watching today? I watched The Boys, and I was watching Invincible. And
Invincible was great. Have you guys been watching Invincible? Holy fucking shit. I cannot wait for the finale. Ollie,
great movie.
There's just so much gore in both of those shows. One's live action, one's a cartoon though. And my wife is like, I don't want, don't let our daughter watch this. This is gory and disgusting. I feel nothing when I'm watching a movie and like a dude gets shot.
Oh, okay.
But if a dog gets
I can be like, damn, I feel nothing.
hurt, I'm like, turn it off. Those robots I enjoy. So like robots, I enjoy when they get smashed. People, I'm just like, oh, look at that. They shot the bad guy.
Dog, yeah. I cried during Airbud. I get it.
it's real. The I Am Legend scene where he has to kill the dog. Oh,
okay, so we got
brutal. But then you'll watch a movie
What
where they're
are
like
these
killing
things?
hundreds of thousands of people, and you're like, this is a good movie. Yeah, this is interesting. It's like
Yeah.
it does weird things with human
David
psychology.
and
Or it's just me.
Wanda.
I don't know.
Indeed.
Yeah.
I
Just that's exposure to the internet. Like we weren't designed to consume the internet the way we do in the volume that we do, right? Like I'm 34. I grew up on a kind of a verge of generations where we had it probably like fourth grade on. But now you have kids growing up with the internet. They're iPad babies.
Nah, not my kid.
Yeah, not yours, right? But think about everyone.
We're raising my daughter like it's 1981, and then when she's older, what we're gonna do it like so we're not gonna let her go anywhere or travel at all. And then when she's finally like 15, we're going to stage.
Boom. All right. Thank you. So very, very much. This is the new after party stream goal. So we just need 5 super chats. They have to be $2 or more. So where's the goal thing here? Start another goal. 5, $2 and up. And we'll let that run for 3 hours, even though we probably aren't going to be here for 3 hours. So Lauren Southern had a very interesting video about how Christianity has been basically or online. It's been used as a grift. I watched a decent amount of it, and it's pretty good. But we'll see what you guys say. It always gets rid of the goddamn poll when I start a go. Top chat to live chat. All right, so we are stuck 50-50 between the TIJ panel and the Lauren Southern video. So put a 1 in the chat if you would come up on a panel here.
A cataclysmic event.
Okay.
And then we're going to be like, oh, what happened? Oh, we've been transported to the future. Oh, gee, what's this thing? Tablet. Oh.
Raising her like it's 1981. It's like, yeah, the Falklands. I don't know what's going on.
It's like a Rumspringer for the Amish.
We're gonna play only
shout out to the Amish.
News from the 80s, and we're gonna get like an old UHF TV.
Yeah, I'd be like,
and
I
it's
don't know,
gonna
the
be
British
like
got to get down there. Thatcher's got to do something.
Blast from the
And then
past. That movie with Brendan Fraser.
We're gonna. That's right. Yeah, we're gonna build a big fence around the property, but you can't go outside because
I'm gonna let the thing run until the end of this video. We only got a few seconds left.
The radiation will get you.
At space. This Reagan guy, he's doing a decent job. I think he's all right. We'll see.
Yeah. Make America great again. I like that saying. That's a good phrase. I wonder if a president in the future might say something like that.
Like this Trump University thing's going nowhere. It's dead in the water.
Look at this Trump guy on Oprah.
Yeah, he's interesting.
Look at that.
Is it gone for you too? Yeah. Once, like sometimes if I change something, then the pin message or the thing will go away. But 80% of you are saying Lauren Southern, so I'm thinking that's where we're gonna end up. Actually, fuck it. Do we really care about this? Let's watch what we were voted for. So, she has this video entitled "Christ versus the Culture War." So, oh great, there's perfect. There's chapters because there's some stuff that we can skip. Like she talks about how I grew up as a Christian. Blah 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 blah. I don't really care about that much. I care more so about what she's saying about the culture war. So again, appreciate sticking with me. I'm trying to figure out exactly how I want to do this, but so if you're not a member, you can still watch, you can still super chat, but the chat after this is now the after party, unless the VIP party kicks off. So if 3 people head to the Discord voice channel, then that will end the stream and kick off the VIP party. So this is now the after party. If you close the live chat and open it again, there you go. There you go. Yeah, I ended it now, but it does that to me too. All right, let's see what we got.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, girl.
Long time no see. Not dead, despite how many governments and shady influencers might wish it. Still kicking, and as I mentioned, 5 months ago now? If I came back, it would only be because I actually had something worth saying. And unfortunately, I do. Because what the hell is going on here?
What do you think about these Netanyahu AI videos?
Well, I don't know about a secret love child, but they definitely had some secret love.
I haven't seen them. You haven't seen them? No. Oh, they think he might be dead. What? Yeah. There's a bunch of AI videos that Israel has released that are like clearly AI.
What? Charlie and I spoke a lot about his third eye. We spoke about a lot of the things that were strange in our childhood, the testing that both of us had to endure. We spoke about the fact that we could both astral project.
Candace Owens is a fucking evil scumbag. She is burning everything down, and she's gloating and smiling while she does it. And you know what you fucking told me? She has no security. She doesn't fucking deal with the shit we have to deal with. She's a piece of shit. She's making everyone else suffer. And all of these fucking conservatives out there that send me these fucking messages have no...
Your wife has 3 baby dads.
And guys, don't forget that the Rumble stream is still open. So if you're not a member, you can head over to Rumble and be part of the chat.
And has been married twice before.
And you
you lick
sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What is that?
You're a fucking dyke. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth.
That was such a weak beta moment. I see one person in the VIP party. Are we getting it started? Head on in there. 3 people and the party started.
Don't know what the counterculture dissident political movement is anymore or what it's even fighting for at this point. I cannot keep track of who is being paid by what government, even myself apparently, or who is accusing who of murdering Charlie Kirk. I am watching 50-year-old political influencers have flame wars over micro penises and blowjobs. Trump's converted.
Yeah, you never know where he's going to show up, but he's he likes Speakeasy, and Friday night is their verbal combat thing where they have a whole setup. So I'm pretty sure he's over there.
To Islam, apparently. Meanwhile, the largest podcasters on earth can casually announce that Benjamin Netanyahu is dead because it was trending for 6 minutes on Twitter. True or not, whatever seems to make it to the top of the algorithmic slop heap is just reality for the day. There's no more journalism or fact checking or reading court cases. And at this point, I kind of just respect the people who have just embraced the accelerationism. The teenagers who are bone smashing and doing meth to mog on the internet like Clavicular, just full Zoolander reality. Or whoever put out this ad on the White House media team.
Here comes the heat from the USA. Boom! It's down. What a strike.
Let's go. There we go. So if you're not a member, super chat to join the conversation.
It's all just performance art at this point, idiocracy. And I've reached a level of internal acceptance, peace, that people don't want politics. They want entertainment. And so be it. But there's one part of this I can't just shrug at. One part that's kind of deeply personal, to be honest. And that is the rise of Christianity as a prop in this performance. Because right now, quite frankly, I'm more likely to see someone with a cross in their bio calling someone a slur or saying God wants us to bomb the Middle East than saying anything remotely recognizable as the message of Jesus Christ.
Some of you are not going to like this. Soil said it's chaos and projection. It's basically our entire culture now. Pretty much.
And I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Because what has happened to so-called Christians on?
Did you guys know that the crazy pills thing is from Zoolander? Like that wasn't a thing before Zoolander. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. That wasn't a thing before that.
Line.
All right, yeah. So we're gonna skip this part. She's like, I was super, super Christian and very, very Christian.
It wasn't enough. Apparently, its entire premise was just going to become reality like 20 to 30 years later. And that's where we're going.
Wait. Did she? Yeah. Okay. Wait. I remember this part.
Information about scripture, which I just so happen to have largely because, well, some of you were too busy spending your childhoods summoning demons with Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I was out here clocking 200 hours in Captain Bible and the Dome of Darkness at 8 years old. 1995, absolute banger. Entire premise, not even kidding. You enter a digital dome that humanity has been trapped under by Dr. Genesis, who is a wealthy scientist guy. Anyways, the dome is full of robot demons who are programmed to lie to you about what the Bible actually says and to keep the population deceived. It's your job to enter the Dome of Darkness and have a good enough knowledge of the right verses and context to debate and debunk their nonsense to free humanity.
We definitely had chill pills, or the talk of chill pills, and definitely need to add a lot of chill to what's going on. Indeed.
And if they really get to you, you got to log off and sit in your prayer room to heal. I have been training my whole life to make this video, because apparently, even though that game scared the hell out of me as a kid, it wasn't enough. Apparently, its entire premise was just going to become reality.
And this is a great look into when someone like myself has an issue with religion or Christianity. It's not an issue with, hey, you have these particular beliefs, and that's bad. It's not that. What is in, if you're a Christian, what's in your head, what's in your experience is not necessarily the same as other Christians. And I would argue, definitionally, it wouldn't be, but that's a whole other discussion.
20 to 30 years later. And that's where we're going to go next. What went wrong? There's this really fascinating critique that Jordan Peterson makes about why he refuses to answer when people ask if he's a Christian. And it goes like this.
The question is almost always manipulative. It's not really a question. It's to veil demand that I declare my allegiance in the manner they see fit at that moment. No, thank you.
Now, obviously, there are two ways to read that. A more cynical reading would be, I don't want to lose my Christian audience, so I'm going to avoid giving a firm answer. And that is entirely possible. But there's also a more charitable reading, and honestly, one I deeply understand. Whenever you are asked about your faith in media, politics, or online discourse, people don't really give a shit about your actual spiritual life. They're more interested in hearing whether you will publicly signal membership in their group. They don't want to know what you believe. They want reassurance. that Peterson is on the team or that I'm on the team, a clean friend-enemy distinction, which is where a lot
the virtue signal to signal your virtue
of online Christianity has gone wrong, in my opinion. It's functionally become team sports, us versus them. Are you posting Christ is King? Do you have the cross emoji in your bio? Do you hate those muzzies too? Did you hit?
Are you one of us?
Like and subscribe to Save the West. Also, donate to my fundraiser if you love Jesus. Do you see the problem here? Like, everything is now being utilized for what I've seen referred to as the culture war cinematic universe. What is supposed to be a deeply personal, spiritual, and contemplative experience.
All right, well, real quick, Salty, if you're still over on Twitch, I just realized that's another way to sneak past the members only. So I'm going to close down Twitch after the 3-hour mark if we don't hit the goal. I'll leave it on for today just because, you know, we're figuring this stuff out. But in the future, you're going to have to be either a member or go over to Rumble. So said, which is the VIP, the same one. Let us speak. Yeah, you're so Lil Toes, you're in there. So what you should be doing is tagging @disciples. Hey, come on over into the voice channel so that the party can get started. That's how we're going to do this now.
Is being monetized, mass-produced, and used for the purpose of politics. And I'm not saying this hasn't been done before in history. Obviously, the church has been corrupt before, but it's taken on a whole new form in the era of the internet algorithms, AI, and bots. And I think people first started getting really uncomfortable with this new era of overtly political religiosity after Charlie Kirk's murder, which was this landmark emotional moment for a lot of people, myself included. But then there was the twist, because immediately following this tragedy, what I would have imagined should have been a somber ceremony became this insane political spectacle with fireworks, repeated references to God, all between political campaigning.
So again, the moderators get a pass because you're moderators. So when it goes to members only, then that is a great way to make sure you're still able to chat. And so now that we're changing things up, I'm going to be looking at are people really doing their mod duties, because that's free money, baby. That's free money. David said it's a pendulum swing. Most Christians were taught they had to be nice to everyone and basically be a mindless sheep to the slaughter. Now, a lot of Christians are tired of being nice and being ran over. I bet Jesus was tired of that too.
Doing it with Bobby and Oz and all of the professionals. I think you're going to find it to be amazing. I think we found an answer to autism. How about that? Autism tomorrow.
On top of this, you also just had a whole strange genre of deification that happened where politicians and commentators were saying Charlie Kirk was a saint or that Jesus Christ was asking for his autograph in heaven.
So their legacy grows, and Charlie's will too, beyond his wild.
This was fucking cringe. This was so cringe.
His dreams. And where Charlie is right now, he is fine. I picture God asking him for his autograph.
I would say if Charlie Kirk lived in the biblical times, he'd have been the 13th disciple. He'd have been the 13th disciple.
Would he though? Would he though? I mean, I fucking love Charlie. But based on what?
The whole thing was just weird, man. It was just weird. And it's not even touching on the Facebook boomers and their AI posts.
Sometimes I fall to my knees and pray. Come, Jesus, come. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven.
Worst of all, though, by far, was when all of this amalgamated into a political pressure campaign, forcing people to fall in line. You saw mass statements that if your church didn't mention Charlie Kirk, you had to stop attending it.
How do you think the non-believers feel? Actually. I think if we were to say who gets more frustrated by that stuff, I was going to say, how do you think the non-believers feel? But they're representing you. I think I hate when atheists are like, the militant, you're Sky Daddy. I think I hate that more than you guys do. So I'll give you guys this one.
Or if you thought any of this was just kind of weird, how dare you criticize a grieving widow? Not only are you a bad Republican, you're a bad Christian. And I think for a political movement, the dissident right-wing sphere, who are generally suspicious of any sort of cultural pressure to fall in line, especially post-COVID and lockdown, this kind of put people into conspiratorial hyperdrive, which created the likes of Candace Owens' super schizo theories becoming viral sensations. Which, by the way, I beg of you, if you have fallen down that rabbit hole, just take a minute to actually read things like the Macron court case filed against her for defamation, because it is wacky how much she's just straight up inventing.
I still am open to willing to believe that Brigitte Macron might be a man. I'm just saying.
And the same goes for the Charlie Kirk situation.
Yeah, she's off the rails there. But I'm just saying, I would think that they could send a picture of her as a little girl. Send a picture of her being pregnant.
And we are definitively getting closer.
October 1st, we're getting closer. 20 days since he died.
To what took place on that day, and we are getting closer. I think we're close. We are definitively getting
29
closer.
days.
We're close.
49 days.
Very close. We're inching ever closer.
51, 73, 150.
And we're getting closer to the truth. We get closer. We are getting close.
But don't worry, guys. She's getting close. We're going to have the answers, the real answers to Charlie's killer soon. Seriously. I promise you, you are allowed to think firework funerals are cringe and weird without insinuating Erica Kirk of having been involved in her husband's murder.
Yeah. Is there a word for political figures that use their fake religiousness for political gain? Yeah, politician. Grifter too, but yeah, I mean that there is no I don't know if that's still true, but as of very recently, there's not been anyone who does not claim a religion in a government office higher than some local shit. It's wild. It's wild. See, Stella's on the team. I do lean to her being a him. Candace is still gone off the deep end. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. Yep. Or we used to say that about Alex Jones, and now it's like shit. Alex Jones knew exactly what the fuck he was talking about. Yeah, well, those agrees. Michelle Obama is a man, baby.
There is a middle ground there. But back to what I was talking about. It wasn't just the conspiracy stuff that came out of all of this. I find that whenever people try to mandate something as holy or sacred that's just human, there's always a backlash of mockery. Like you saw this with land acknowledgements. There's no drunk driving on stolen land. And as
we're all drunk drivers on stolen land. Oh, it's nice to get an organic one. It's nice to get an organic one.
For people feeling forced to mourn Charlie Kirk, well, we saw the result of that.
To my friend Charlie Kirk, rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
Valhalla? Oh
we need to go now. The deep state is scraping our signals. They're eating the babies. No time to explain.
Go where? It's 4 a.m. Nigga, what the fuck?
Antarctica.
What is it?
Home.
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flag.
This is so cringe so far. Yeah, I absolutely agree with her. You're talking about Lauren, right? Not this chick. Yeah, the Lauren Southern, whose video this is. Yes, absolutely, I agree. You can do whatever you want. This is a public thing. What the fuck is this?
Regardless of all the mockery and backlash, though, a ton of political capital was gained through the pushing of this seemingly holy mandate that came about post Charlie's death. And the administration, as well as infinite podcasters, are now continually using this language and pressure of who is on God's side, and thus which side is God on.
Shout out to Dre Williams. Welcome to the party. Thank you, sir. Morty Mort, where are you at? Come get a treat. I purposely moved the food. Hey. $2 make you holla. Mort, where you at? Come here. All right, we're gonna leave that right here for him. He's getting into some trouble, but welcome. Said it was an inside job. Which was an inside job? Charlie or Macron? I think that it makes a lot of sense that Charlie Kirk could have been an inside job. I think there's just too much movement and too many people who would have benefited by the exact shattering of the coalition that we've been talking about. Charlie was the fucking glue that held us all together, and we didn't even fucking notice it. Wild. Thank you, Trey, so very, very much. Molto said, Insta Reels, Shorts, and TikTok is full of AI memes like that of Charlie Kirk. Cringe. Fucking cringe.
Who is on God's side, and thus which side is God on?
You know why we have to do all of this with TSA? It's because of Muslims. Muslims always mess things up.
Powered by Jesus Christ.
Even Trump's new spiritual advisor has compared Trump to Jesus Christ himself.
And Mr. President, no one has paid the price like you have paid the price. It almost cost you your life. You were betrayed and arrested and falsely accused. It's a familiar pattern.
Just
that
like
our Lord
Jesus.
and Savior showed us. But it didn't end there for him, and it didn't end there for you.
Truth is, with how much of the US population identify as Christian and how much charitable donation Christians give, religious signaling is just the way to go if you want money and power, unfortunately. Or even, say, justification to start a war, to start bombing countries.
Almighty God who trains our...
Let's see. Mort! Where'd you go? Yeah. Okay, I hear him on the stairs. You coming? Click, 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 click. Yeah, good boy. Come. Trey gave you a treat. Yeah, come here. There we go. Hold on, let's go full screen. There you go. What were you doing? Were you getting into trouble? You better not have ate my food. Thank you, sir. Very, very much. All right, diving back in. Do you guys, you guys like this this new setup where you get much more benefit of being a member? And then what I think I'm going to do, it's going to take some time, but I'll have one of the voice channels still be members only, but I'll make another voice channel, or maybe we'll turn the Debate Me Bro channel into the VIP for members, and then everybody will be able to use Let Us Speak. So if you're not in the Discord, member or not, click the pinned link. It is absolutely free, and you're going to be able to get more than you even have right now.
Hands for war and our fingers for battle. You who stirred the nations from the north against Babylon of old, by the blast of your anger let the evil perish. Let their bulls go down to slaughter, for their day has come, the time of their punishment. Pour out your wrath upon those who plot vain things, and blow them away like chaff before the wind.
Now listen,
This reminds me. Dude, well, I'll pull it up. Let's see if you guys... you know what? I'm going to search it first so you guys don't see.
First up, a Pentagon message mix.
Hold on. Okay. Let's do that. All right.
Upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger, those who attempt, and I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger, those who attempt to capture and destroy my brother. And you will know my call sign is Sandy One.
Call it out if you know it.
When I lay my vengeance upon thee. And amen.
The prayer.
One more time. What is going on here? What is happening? And why is this relevant?
Down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger, those who attempt to capture and destroy my brother. And you will know my call sign is Sandy One, when I lay my vengeance upon thee. And amen.
That's the prayer from Pulp Fiction, bro! What are you doing? Wilto's got it. Yo, I know where that's from. Pulp Fiction. What are we doing? So let's see. I skipped this part.
First up, a Pentagon message mix. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is facing backlash after he recited.
Oh, before that, shout out to Trey Williams again. With the $2 make you holla on the cash app. Sit for the love of the game. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much. Guys, where does that leave us? I think that is 4 out of 5. 4 out of 5 and 10 out of $20, guys. I think we about to hit that goal. And Trey, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Thank you, sir. All right, let's see the context of what was going on here.
Pentagon message mix. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is facing backlash after he recited a version of a Bible passage that sounds a lot like a line from Pulp Fiction. Take a listen.
And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger those who attempt to capture and destroy my brother. And you will know my call sign is Sandy 1 when I lay my vengeance upon thee. And amen.
Bro. And yeah, just as JL saying, a lot of people are fed up with Trump. Me. That doesn't mean, again, that I think he hasn't done great things and that Kamala would have been better. That's not that what I'm getting fed up with this motherfucker. Marty is a king. Me is Charlie, you is Charlie. I'm a dude. You're a dude. We're all dudes. Yeah, but that reminded me, like, that's crazy. How does that happen? How many levels of people went through and were like, sounds good.
What? Stupid.
I am no fan of the Ayatollahs, but one of the biggest reasons I'm not a fan of them is because they use a religious mandate for political oppression.
Yeah, no. Lota is saying, is that even a real quote from the Bible? Because I don't think it is. And not word for word. It is not. It is not. That's how people called it out. Because if in the movie, if they were just saying a Bible verse, then it would just be a Bible verse that happens to be in the movie. But this is a speech that is specific to the movie. Oh my goodness, Trey Williams again, my goodness, with the $5. Thank you. Said he'd be so drunk he probably couldn't remember where it's from. I think somebody gave it to him. I think somebody who is not a fan of him or a fan of the war or a fan of Trump or a fan of the right or something. I think they were like, oh yeah, just use this Bible verse. It'll be perfect. There's a video that I saw that had that, and it cuts to the because this was at the Pentagon, so it cuts to the people watching, and there's one dude who just like immediately recognizes it. Wow. So I believe that is us hitting the after party goal. So that is 5 out of 5 and 15 out of 20. So we will keep the push-ups. So every push-up, every $2 is a push-up. So you guys can still add more. And of course, Morty gets his special treat. Where is it? Oh god damn it. Hold on. Hiya. Let's go! Where'd it go? Oh, it's all the way under here. Getting on the last legs here.
Shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice once in fire, a mic on this door. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the sinking Johnny of common sense.
Is this Slipknot? He says. Oh, that is a fucking screenshot. Oh my goodness. So no, that is not Slipknot. That is Music GPT. We shout out to Guam Tech, help me make that. And We're working on a AI video. So when the before the stream starts, instead of you just looking at the thumbnail, I'm gonna have a video going. Right? Making it better for you guys. But I'll take the comparison. Right? Yeah, exactly. That's Morty. That's Morty singing. David said, and you shall know my call sign is a sandy one. No, not from the Bible. Yeah, right. Yikes. All right. Diving back in. Thank you. Oh, wait, we got to add met. But just remember, just because the goal is met doesn't mean you can't still get more treats, more refills, and add more push-ups. So right now, all I got to do is 7 push-ups. Thank you again.
Strongly believe in Sharia law. And just recently, they killed people by the tens of thousands for protesting, hanging teenagers in the street who oppose them, and claiming, would you believe it or not, that it's God's will. So no, a politician just telling me God wills it is not a very convincing argument.
You know, when you put it like that, it's almost like it's bad to live your life based on God said.
Given they've done this since the dawn of time to justify infinite horrendous behavior. So how do we tell who is actually speaking God's will and who isn't? How do we discern? Well, from a Christian perspective, we've been given some pretty good clues in the Bible, which clearly no one on Twitter actually reads, because if your only exposure to Christianity has been recent online discourse, you might assume the greatest enemies of Christ were OnlyFans girls, Democrats, and children making makeup tutorials on the internet. When in reality, his main conflict was repeatedly with a group called the Pharisees.
The Pharisees. Just would be very interesting to see you cover an entire Matt Walsh podcast. So I mean, if you, like the, especially in Discord, if you send me an episode that has stuff that I can do something with. The problem with specifically the Daily Wire, the way they do their shows is they just sit and they talk about things that are going on. And so, like, if I'm going to put that on, then we're just listening to them talk. Right? There has to be something for me to add. Otherwise, that's copyright infringement. Then we're just watching other people. Then we're just stealing content. You know, so there has to be something where he's addressing something specific that is relevant to the things that we talk about. I'm not against it. It's just the specific video it doesn't leave anything for me to do. And then again, it's when we already got a strike on the channel, we're just stealing content. Wilto said, believe in no man but the Lord. That's in the Bible. That's somewhere in the Bible. That sounds about right.
Reality, his main conflict was repeatedly with a group called the Pharisees. The Pharisees were a religious movement in first century Judea known for taking religious law extremely seriously. And to be fair to them, they were not cartoon villains. They were often highly disciplined, highly educated, morally serious people.
Yeah, you didn't think you were getting a Bible study tonight, did you?
Trying to preserve religious identity under political pressure. The problem is that, according to gospel accounts, many of them became obsessed with the appearance of righteousness rather than the substance of it. I'm reminded of when Jesus heals a man on the Sabbath in the Gospel of Mark, and the Pharisees go, actually, you're not supposed to heal people on the Sabbath. That's against the rules, because we're not supposed to do any work on the Sabbath. And
like the wokies do. It's almost like that woke mentality is mapping on to where the world is going, like I've been saying for the last year.
Jesus is like, guys, the entire point of the Sabbath is to rest, to become closer to God and cultivate holiness and helping.
Yeah, so going back to your earlier question, does that fit? Does a Pharisee fit for somebody who is trying to gain power and influence by faking being religious? I don't know the story that closely, but
someone in need is something that draws you closer to God. The point of the Sabbath is not the Sabbath itself. It's a means toward love, justice, and mercy. So basically, half the New Testament is just Jesus correcting these nerds for missing the actual point of everything. They treat religious knowledge as a tool for authority rather than inner transformation. And that is why some of Jesus' harshest language is not aimed at obvious sinners, but at highly respectable religious people who had learned how to weaponize virtue, which is awkwardly relevant because once you start noticing that pattern, you start seeing why that conflict still matters now. Okay, I love that song.
Who doesn't?
Unfortunately, the modern Pharisees are a lot less interesting, well-read, and respectable than the historical ones. They are largely influencers, partaking in something I've seen referred to as based signaling. It's essentially the right-wing version of virtue signaling. Richard Hanania wrote a scathing article last year called The Based Ritual, in which he plays out a fictional
Yeah, religious virtue signaling. Exactly.
But on the nose conversation between right wing political types at a Capitol Hill bar who are repeatedly trying to one up each other in how transgressive, cynical, and
Yeah, we got a deer and looks like a rabbit, a jackrabbit. Do jackrabbits have antlers like that, or is that just a thing that they added? But yes, that would be a deer.
ideologically provocative they can sound, using increasingly extreme takes as a form of in-group status competition rather than genuine argument or any substantial belief. Now, while it's not a one-to-
It should be. It should be.
one comparison to Richard's article, the practice of based signaling is something I understand very well.
Is that a real thing?
Why? Well, of course I know her. She is me. Take a look at Exhibit A here. Look at that sick Deus Vault sweater. Look how incredibly based I am. Forget about...
Wow. Interesting. I did not know that these things existed. This is an interesting one. But yeah, this is very similar to what she has. And then, what the fuck is this? So, this is artist rendering, of course. It's very similar to what she's got. And then this thing, we got, hold on. Now you got me interested. 2-minute read. Last summer, the letter in Jackaro, antler rabbits, and we're posting photos of rabbits, grotesque, horn-like, but you go calling other animal control. Here's the truth: these rabbits mostly just need a good dermatologist. It's because they're infected with papillomavirus. That's weird. You got any more weird ass bunny pictures or jackalope pictures? That's fucking insane. So wait, this is a regular bunny. But what if we told you the jackalope was real? Okay. That's what I'm saying. Photos of rabbits. So this is definitely different than that's a fucking weird ass looking thing. Holy shit. Oh, it is a fake. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Yeah, so this is very, very different. But this, I guess, is just like a what's the word I'm thinking? Like mythic lore. Yeah, that one. I don't really look good. All right. Well, learned something new today. A jackalope, which is a mythical creature. Oh, so is your other chat? That's somewhere in the Bible. I thought you were talking about the jackalope. Jackalopes are in the Bible, guys. Trust me. All right.
Deus Vault sweater. Look how incredibly based I am. Forget about the tiny cross necklace. In fact, forget about going to church at all. Instead, I'm going to wear a giant sweatshirt with a Jerusalem cross and post it on social media.
What about the Jersey Devil? What about the Jersey Devil? That shit's real as fuck.
Do you get it? Because that's what the Crusaders wore, and they had swords, and they killed their enemies. And I'm going to slab squat because that's a popular meme at the time. Please give me a crumb of internet attention. Give me a crumb of likes. One thing I...
She definitely looked good back then. I mean, like, she don't look bad now, but yeah, I was like, oof. I'm not mad at Destiny for...
Please give me a crumb of internet attention. Give me a crumb...
Really? I was going to look up the Jersey Devil, but Lauren Southern Sister. Actually, yeah, let's do the ones with them together. And we're going to put up a poll. Because these are the things that really matter. Do you guys know? Wait. You guys have heard about Haley Beck, Noah Beck's sister. That's a teacher that was fucking her students, right? You definitely, please tell me you guys have heard of this. Because I'm going to stop this right now, and we need to go check that out if you guys don't know. Hey, dilly. The Wendigo? That one I have not heard of. Oh my goodness. All right, so one thing at a time. One thing at a time. So we've got sister. Here I'm going with Lauren. Yeah. I like dark hair, but what do the heavies look like? Because this was pretty flat. Is that them? I don't think that's them. But I mean, yeah. All right, the poll is going up. Which Southern is hotter? Lauren or the sister? I don't know her fucking name. Let me know. Rumble. Let me know what you guys think. That's not Lauren's sister? Oh my God. Google. Or you're talking about this one. I would assume if they're... okay, let's go back to... Ooh, hello. What do we got here? God damn. Is that the sister? That's definitely not her. Lauren. All right. We're let's do this. What is the name of Lauren Southern's sister? There isn't any information indicating that she has a sister. So who the fuck is this? I don't know. All I'm saying, if this is the sister, then, I mean, Jess, okay, there we go. Yeah, that is her. Yeah, nah, bro. I mean, she definitely got the cake, but Lauren looks better. Especially before, like, if we get this, before we got all the plastic surgery. Nope. Lauren for me. Lauren for me. Anyway, all right. Where were we? Where were we? Lisa said, "Why she got that booty pick up there?" That's exactly what she's talking about. So again, I think that was the sister. But oh yeah, okay. So I almost forgot. So let me look that up. I'll let this play for a minute. You got? I'm gonna put the link into this, and the full link. I'm gonna put the full link because you, especially if you're a Christian, you absolutely should watch this. Yeah, I mean, you know what that was. So, but we're gonna take a side quest, and this is I cannot believe you guys don't. This hasn't made it off of TikTok yet. That's crazy. I just want the shortest one that has.
Yeah, he has 33 million followers on TikTok. Not enough, and it was then like a man would be, and how
reading tech. Yeah. Okay, here we go. This is what I'm talking about, of course, from TikTok. So what we are looking at here is, well, what the fuck? Oh, was that a short and I turned it into a not short? Okay, so what we're looking at here. Why is this happening? What the fuck is happening? I don't know what's going on. Okay, so this is Haley Beck, the sister of Zoomer heartthrob Noah Beck. You've probably seen him in something or another, but the Zoomer... Is it him? Yeah. So the Zoomers love this guy. He's been on TV. I think he was like a Nickelodeon guy. Somewhat famous. Let's see. What was he in? So Sideline, all this fucking Zoomer shit, right? So this is his sister. This is an older teacher that they both work at the school together. Both of these teachers we're talking to and fucking multiple students. But there's one in particular that, no, he was Gibby from iCarly. Okay, well, if you're young enough to know iCarly, then Gibby. So his sister is this one and this older teacher talking to students, fucking students, texting them openly, giving them money, the whole deal. Let's see what this is. And that's the beauty of TikTok, is because there's a lot of information, and I don't necessarily want to sit and spend 40 minutes, going through a whole bunch of text messages between a fucking creepy teacher and da-da-da-da. But when you get, a video here and a video there, and it's 3 minutes and 3 minutes there, you get the information. All right.
All over the internet talk about the Haley Beck case. And I'm sure by now a lot of you have seen the text messages between her and the teenage victim. But did you guys notice that he was literally such a jerk to her? I mean, rightfully so. And he even made fun of her and called her
Y'all gonna enjoy this.
Out for what she was doing. And she still pursued him. Like, she just didn't get it. Now, on the off chance that you don't know who she is, Haley Beck is 20 million followers. Cool. Teacher's name that Haley Beck is $50. Money, Posty Fit, check it. One compliment.
Okay.
Let's start with this one. She actually offered him money for compliments. She was going to a Post Malone concert and sent him a picture of her outfit. And she said, Posty Fit, check it. One compliment gets you $5 gas money.
She's talking to a 16-year-old. So I said, Lauren is ordinary according to facts in pictures. Her sister has that thing. She definitely has that thing. But an ass ain't a face. $5 of gas money.
And he said, well, I'm going to have to shell out about 5 compliments. And she said, better start now. Well, no, now they're forced. I don't want them anymore. He said, I think your boots are very fitting. They proportion well on your legs.
He's like, yo, what can I say to this bitch to give you money?
I think your top is cute because of the fray, lacy look. I think the hat is fire. Okay, belt, I see that. And I like your hair straight. Boom.
Yeah, a 16-year-old is looking at your outfit and thinking like that. It's not about the money and the fucking sex.
Boom. She says, was that hard for you to be honest? You should have seen me the last time I wore this shirt. It was tight on me. And he said, crazy. Cough it up. Like, he doesn't care. He's like, okay, you got your compliments. Now send me over the money. Just so you look good would have sufficed. Why the hell are you driving 72 miles tonight? And he's like, you said 5? Where's the money? Now look at this one. He said, hey, sugar mommy, nice to hear from you at the perfect time. Look at you being telepathically connected. And she laughed at that and said, you better suck up right now because I cried myself to sleep last night because you didn't say love you back. I also decided I don't like the title of sugar mommy. It makes me feel used. And he said, oh gosh, what title do you prefer? Cry baby?
Hey, yo! Hey, yo! This kid's mocking her! This kid's mocking her!
She said, watch it. I'm being drama. I didn't cry, but I was visible shocked.
I didn't say she wasn't hot. I'm just saying, I prefer Lauren. Yeah, this is a 16, 17-year-old demanding from a 28-year-old teacher. What is this world?
Darling or doll face always suffices. And he said, I fell asleep. Big
cry baby. Hold on, let's see that again.
And he said, oh gosh, what title do you prefer? Cry baby? She said, watch it. I'm being drama. I didn't cry, but I was visible shocked. Darling or doll face always suffices. And he said, I fell asleep. Big whoop. And then he requested money. Sugar baby requested money from doll face sugar mama. And then it explains that in the messages, Haley and the victim are discussing her feelings of being used for money. And when the relationship started, there was nothing to do with money. So she says, if I cut you off from the money benefit from all this, I really fear you would never speak to me.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and then let's skip over to this one. And obviously there was stuff before it, but she said, if no one was home, then yeah, preferably that. But I guess I'll settle for being a rebellious teen. And he laughed at it and said, yep, just like always, a big kid stuck in high school, effing a high schooler. Shit's crazy, the world we live in, am I right? And she said, like, why are you complaining and making me feel bad? Like, you're getting basically a relationship out of me without the arguments and constant need for commitment and reassurance. So you're welcome.
Listen. This child is a child and is a victim. There is no way this kid is going to be able to have normal relationships in the next 10 years. That being said, oh my God, Magda,
Now, mind you, she talked about crying herself to sleep because he didn't say I love you back. But anyway, he said,
A
not necessarily
16-year-old.
complaining, clutch, sugar mama for real, PORN star, all the perks for real, cars, hotels, even the apartment. What a gal. And she said, yeah, and all while you have a girlfriend on the side. But at least you know I'm not going to start arguments with you randomly. I don't know if this is supposed to be a
As you just said, I don't like being called sugar mama.
compliment or offensive. And he said, compliment, you're just not in a PORN star body. That's all. And then he laughed at something and he said, I live a wild life. What can I say? And then he reacted to something again and said, Cap, Haley. And there's the insult. And he said, is it really an insult if it's just a fact? Then she said, so is this you admitting you have a girlfriend? Because if that's the case, I'm not doing nothing with you. Her grammar is absolutely awful, especially for a high school teacher. But anyway, he says, I don't have a girlfriend for real. And she said, okay, thank you. I really hope you aren't trolling me though, because weirdly, that is when I'd cut off everything. Not like us.
So he reads, oh, tell me you don't have a girlfriend so that I can keep fucking you and giving you money.
Being cool, just my physical and money services. So I hope you aren't lying just to keep it. And he laughed at that. Like he doesn't care. Look at what he said back. Nah, for sure. I mean, if I was 27 and had a boyfriend that was a cop.
Oh, yeah. She had a boyfriend who was a cop.
Well, I'm breaking the law with my student in
capital
capital letters. I'd probably be conservative with my services as well.
That's the child victim saying, nah, for sure. I mean, if I was 27 and had a boyfriend that was a cop while I'm breaking the law with my student, I'd probably be conservative as well. This is just one of the teachers.
Like, you guys, it is absolutely insane. And you know what? It's pathetic and ridiculous that a teenage boy has to be the voice of reason, and she still didn't stop. Anyway, no charges have been filed yet, but I have a feeling that she's got at least a few
Got him. So this is blowing up everywhere. Let's see if there's something similar that's got some context. What do we got?
Suspect's best friends are students.
They're nice to me.
Two teachers who taught at a high school near Phoenix, Arizona, are accused of sexual misconduct with the same student.
And I usually don't like the rhetoric that like, oh, well, why wouldn't I do? Why didn't any of the teachers want to fuck me? And because it is going to fuck up that kid's head. It gives him unrealistic expectations. And he's going to think that, you know, he can behave that way with not grown women, but with women his age. And that disconnect is going to fuck with him for a long time. That being said, let's not pretend like Homeboy wasn't running the show.
I'm not sure I've ever had a case in my 30 years of two females perpetrating against the same male victim.
Yeah, so he was also fucking the 50-year-old.
We have got to get into today's video. This video is insane and it has so many twists and turns and disturbing pieces of information attached to the situation that if you have not heard about it yet, I promise your mind is going to be blown. This is such a disturbing situation. We hear this all too often where there are women teachers who are caught having inappropriate relationships with their students. And this one is especially disturbing because this teacher was grooming the student for 2 years, but also he had an inappropriate relationship with another teacher who was in her 40s.
And it's feeling a need for attention, power, control, revenge, and then it can seem excessive or almost obsessive.
There's also another interesting element of the story where the teacher that we're going to be talking about today is related to a famous TikToker. Now, both of these teachers were placed on administrative leave in August of 2025 after the allegations came to light. Now, how this was discovered was actually...
Yo, there's a... Oh my God, dude. There's a thing that I saw a different part of the text messages where the kid was talking about like, yeah, I mean, you lost some weight. You used to not look that good, but now you look all right or something like that. Like, Jesus Christ, it's her in red.
Administrative leave in August of 2025 after the allegations came to light. Now, how this was discovered was actually the victim's grandmother discovered some things on his phone, and then he ended up confessing to her when she confronted him about
Haley Beck putting a minor on her hear me out cake. What the fuck is a hear me out cake?
It, and everything has gone downhill from there. We're going to go over the entire situation. We're doing a deep dive into this. When I first...
No, you don't, Little Toes. I'm telling you. Little Toes, I wish that happened to me. This is what I'm saying. You think that. It's going to fuck up your head forever. You are never going to be Think about how, because I get it. Think about how happy that kid was while all that was going on. He was the talk of the town. He was so cool. He was dicking down 2 teachers. He was getting all this money. I'm not pretending that he didn't like that. What woman anywhere is ever going to be able to provide that for him? You're not going to get a healthy relationship after that. I can acknowledge that he was fucking living the dream for a little while, but there's a reason that we don't like PDFs. And yes, she is a PDF.
Heard about it, I was like, oh no, not again, another teacher and a student. But this one has some interesting elements to it that makes it stand out, and it's the reason why we keep hearing about it. So these teachers are actually going to face charges after the police resubmitted the case to prosecutors on Thursday. It says the Maricopa County Attorney's Office initially sent the cases back to law enforcement for additional investigation. No arrests have been made at this time, but the detectives said that they believe that there's enough evidence to bring 4 charges, and I have to agree.
All right, let's jump ahead and see what they're talking about.
Beck tying into this situation. That's where the claims of sexual misconduct involving her, who was a 27-year-old teacher, began to surface. So the police report states that the victim's mother admitted she knew that her son was having sex with a teacher named Haley Beck. The mother knew. There is a very concerning,
I think that's the cop boyfriend, if I'm not
digital
sure.
Footprint behind this situation as well.
See, right? She did lose.
In a shocking, there is a very concerning digital footprint.
She did lose weight. Yo, that freshman 15.
Behind the situation as well. In a shocking twist, she's Haley Beck, the older sister of Noah Beck, who is a social media personality previously known for dating Dixie D'Amelio, and now with a whopping 33 million followers.
I got the candy. Yep. So they were also cheating on their boyfriends. Yep. Yeah. I don't think she's hot at all. I don't think she's. I mean, like, she's not ugly. She's a cute person, but I don't think she's like hot.
Thank you. Hey, lad. I got you a lot.
This ties into the situation dramatically. There are a lot of people that are saying, don't bring him into this. He has nothing to do with this. But in a way, he kind of does, because there was a now deleted TikTok on his social media where he was calling out people in this video that he had posted for things that identify them. And the way that he addressed his sister showed that he was seemingly aware that his teacher sister was hooking up with the student when he accuses her of being friends with them. And she kind of looks over his shoulder and smiles and laughs.
Suspect still has mommy making breakfast every morning when he's home. That's not true.
Suspect smells so bad. Just smells like shit all the time.
So I'm guessing, I'm not familiar with this trend, but I assume that you run and you say something funny about the person and they are the suspect. So that's the framing here.
Not true.
Suspect smells so bad. Just smells like shit all the time.
Smell me.
Suspect's best friends are students.
They're nice to me.
Oh, shit! She did not like that either. That's not in the script. You're not supposed to turn back and make excuses. Oh, shit! JL's heading out. Thank you for hanging out. You have a good one, brother. One more time.
All the time.
Smell me.
Suspect's best friends are students.
They're nice to me.
So
that's her brother, the famous guy, knowing what's good. At least to some extent.
So that did not age well, as now his sister is in the spotlight for this disturbing relationship that she had with a student where she paid him for his attention. Videos would later resurface of her in an interview talking about being close with her students and loving them.
Bitch can't even run. Oh, Jesus. What is this? Clip from an interview with Haley Beck posted 3 months ago.
Teachers can have connections with kids, and I feel like that's one of the most important parts of teaching, because at the end of the day, you never know, like, I might be the only person in someone's life that does care, so I try really hard to make that known in my teaching and in my interactions with students. If you come...
That sounds like pedo talk. That sounds like pedo talk. Well, I said, imagine cheating on your hubby to spoople a child. Gross. Yep. She stopped being fat. She stopped because fat people will use any excuse to refrain from exercise. Oh, no, she had a boyfriend. Her boyfriend was a cop. would Chipperino write in?
Compare, like, it will drain you.
So wait, I don't back that up again.
Really hard to make that known in my teaching and in my interactions with students. If you compare, like, it will drain you, and I've had my fair share of that growing up, obviously. As you get older, you realize that you have a certain...
Whoa, that was a loaded sentence. I got a lot of that growing up. If you're comparing,
like, it will drain. I try really hard to make that known in my teaching and in my interactions with students. If you compare, like, it will drain you, and I've had my fair share of that growing up, obviously.
I've had my fair share of that growing up, meaning my brother was famous and I didn't like that. So now I've got a hostage, what do they call it? A captive audience of boys that'll pay attention to me.
As you get older, you realize that you have a certain amount of people in your corner.
I mean, yeah, I think we all did. Like, if you're a young boy, especially if you had a teacher that was either very good looking or, you know, just curvy and had a little going on, like, that's what you're thinking about. And Dick, what are you doing, brother? What are you okay? Her brother is Noah Beck. Have you not been paying attention for the last 10 minutes? Where the fuck have you been? Lil Tess said, did she go to jail? Not yet. This is all like just coming out this week. Oh yeah. But that is her saying that when I was a kid, then my brother got all the attention, and that felt bad for me. No, her brother. You don't think you'd know if I had a famous brother right now? That's the projection that's going on in her life. She's projecting that, or maybe not projecting, but she's reacting to that insecurity.
And you want to keep those people close.
When you hear this, it can sound very heartfelt, as it's true. There are lots of students who don't get the love and attention that they need at their home, and sometimes the only
I think she was talking about family.
place they get it is from a teacher if they have a good one. But Haley took it way too far. And over the course of 2 years, she was grooming this now 18-year-old. And although he is of a legal age now, he wasn't when she started the grooming. And also, with an age gap from 18 to 27, even though the age is legal at this point, she was grooming him when he was a minor, and she was also his teacher. So the power imbalance is just disturbing, to say the least. Now, there are also...
I mean, yes... But as we've seen from
some
the
text messages that have been released between the two of them that I'm going to show you guys right here. In one of them, the student is calling Haley Beck out for having a cop boyfriend while breaking the law. And
did you guys know that Haley Beck's boyfriend is a cop? That is according to the text messages between her and her alleged victim. Right here, she's questioning him about whether he has a girlfriend, and she says, weirdly, that's when I would cut off everything. Not because it's illegal, you know? And he says, I mean, if I was 27 and had a boyfriend that was a cop while I'm breaking the law with a student in capital letters, I'd probably be conservative with my services as well. And he is referring to her physical and her money services. Imagine being a law enforcement officer and then the whole world finds out that your girl was doing this. Now, in this scenario, they're talking about whether she's going to come inside and perform services on him or whether they're going to do it outside in the car. And he says, if no one was home, then yeah, preferably that. But I guess I'll settle for being a rebellious teen. And he...
That's her saying, I'll be a rebellious teen by fucking you in the car.
He goes on to say, yep, like always, a big kid, stuck in high school.
A big kid.
Effing a high schooler. Shit's crazy. The world we live in. Am I right? How sad that he's the one calling it out for what it is. But then she goes on to say, why are you complaining and making me feel bad? You're getting basically a relationship out of me without the arguments and constant need for commitment.
Because you're graping him!
And reassurance, so you're welcome. But see, he's not getting that, because let me show you this. I cried myself to sleep last night because you didn't say love you back. And then she goes on to tell him that she doesn't want him calling her sugar mama anymore because it feels bad. Mm-hmm. She feels used. Well, a spade's a spade, girl. If these texts were between two consensual adults, I would have secondhand embarrassment for this chick because it's so pathetic.
True. If that was an adult dude, that would be embarrassing for her. This is a child.
It's between a student and a teacher, and it's illegal. She really threw her whole life away over this.
And he also later roasts her for hooking up with the student, aka him, and calls her a sugar mommy at one point, which results in them having an argument where she feels like she's being used for money. Now, there are several instances where she has sent this student money through his phone via Apple Pay. She was paying him for money, and he was kind of viewing her as a sugar mama and basically saying it to her face. And because she's a predator and she was preying on him,
loser,
it would result in them having an argument about it as if they're in some sort of relationship. Now, there's like this other text message where she's basically saying like, at least you get all the benefits of having a girlfriend with none of the drama associated with it.
Yeah, no drama at all.
Basically trying to make herself sound like she's cooler than the girls his age because they can hook up and do things without any sort of relationship drama attached to it.
So are we cool? Like, are we in agreement?
I think that's the brother.
B, C, D, E, F, G. I have to go.
What the heck is A, B, C, D, E, F, G mean?
It's just a phrase I like to use. That means
Is that a real phrase?
the conversation is over.
You've said this before.
You've never heard that phrase?
No. Have you?
Yes, that means the convo is done.
If you say A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
Yeah. G, goodbye.
Which is a very manipulative thing to say to an 18-year-old and to somebody whose full frontal lobe isn't going to fully develop for another 7 years. They also, at one point in this text message, are talking about him potentially having a girlfriend, and Haley seems to be very jealous in these text messages about it. The student proceeds to roast her.
Can Haley shut up?
No, Haley can come in here.
Bring her in.
Haley, you want to come on in? Let's get Haley on in here.
I will fight her on this.
We don't need to come for a break.
Oh, this was before. I remember talking about how this happened before.
Yeah, pull
This
the
was
chair
before.
in.
She threw pizza at me.
Oh my
Why'd she do
god.
that?
Okay, well,
Got my hair.
I said sorry.
My hair.
Wait, can you say one good thing about me? Because I have a feeling that you had no.
I like your shirt.
No, like what's good? One good trait about
Come
me.
on,
I'm,
guys.
I'm
One
funny.
good one.
You are funny. You are funny. Well, you're a pick me. I'm not.
You are funny. You are funny. I will get it. I will.
Projection! She said you're a pick-me! She said you're a pick-me!
For that. I am not a pick me. She's
no, she's
the most judgmental person I've ever met in my entire life.
Just because I'm
We're gonna have some
straightforward
clips.
doesn't
You
mean
better edit this right. Edit this right. This is perfect.
I can be judgmental, so can you.
Chin up. Say it with pride.
I can admit it. You can't clearly.
Because you just called her a pick me and then she denied being a pick me. You go, that's what a pick me would say.
Yeah.
Haley's a pick me.
There's also this portion of the text messages where she sends him a picture and is basically begging him for compliments, and he goes on to detail compliments about her outfit, and she gets upset that he's just complimenting her.
So we saw that already. Let's see. Let's jump ahead a little bit. See what else we
From
got.
project behavior the district's governing
Prefers hooking up at his house, but the car will have to do.
The school district's investigation claims the teacher even went as far as to feed the student from her hand to his mouth during a classroom project. Behavior the district's governing board is calling a power discrepancy.
And over the course of
We are all pygmies on stolen land. Yep, that's the worst shape. That's the worst shape. Lilito said she's big, but got small bitties. That's the worst. That's the worst. You indeed.
Weeks, the two of them exchanged more than 4,000 text messages about sexual and illegal activity. I'm wondering if these text messages started because he then turned 18, and maybe the reason why they weren't texting before was because he was underage. Maybe she thought that because he was of age, she couldn't get in trouble. I don't really know, because there's some parts about this where their behavior was in front of everyone's faces and they weren't even trying to hide.
The point. Yeah, we'll jump ahead one more time, see if there's anything else
Our
interesting
situation
here.
is still not right. At least we are closer in age. She wrote this to the student, okay? She said, I don't like being compared to Mrs. B. And then
So
there was a handwritten note.
This is her talking to the kid about this is Mrs. B.
To the student, okay? She said, I don't like being compared to Mrs. B. And then there was a handwritten note to the student. that was found during
honestly-
a police search at her apartment.
Honestly, I'll take Mrs. B over Haley. 47, but she's cute as fuck. I don't know.
Where she wrote to him, for this relationship being extremely
Hell yeah, I forgot about the poll. All you guys are with me. Lauren is hotter by far.
wrong. I feel like we have really made the most of it, and there's truly no other student I know so wrong that I would want to do all of this with. Now, obviously, there's this pattern where the student is getting involved with teachers, but he's also a minor. He's not going to be making the best decisions at this age. Therefore, he's not responsible for what these grown women knew was wrong. And she's even acknowledging that she knows it's wrong in this handwritten letter that she gave him. She's
Handwritten.
justifying it by saying at least we're close in age. But to me, I see a predator who saw someone that was already preyed on before by a previous teacher and decided to run with that situation. Now, what's interesting is the principal of this school told authorities that
Wait, why didn't that come up? I can't pull rebuke it. It didn't show up. Weird. 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 Wait. I see it on the thing. I see it there. But it's not in the chat. And it's not over here. How the fuck did you do that?
he had already received multiple complaints from students and staff about their relationship. A statement from the school and district police reads, the Peoria Unified School District and Governing Board take all of the allegations involving student safety. The Peoria Unified School District and
Like that's But again, really? Interesting. I do. Yeah, I saw that. Okay, I did see that. That's weird. I think I think StreamYard or YouTube or something might be mixing up because it's lagging a little bit. But all right, I think we got the idea here. Again, I will drop the link in the chat for you guys. Put it there too. Wait. Yeah, right? Because I see this, but I don't have... Somebody said, thank fuck we have spiders and snakes in Straya. Nature's keeping the riffraff out. How long ago... Salty, how long ago did you say that? Because it's not here at all. I don't know what's going on. Weird. David said, if a minor dude gets a teacher pregnant in a statutory rape situation, is he liable for child support? That's a good question, but I would assume no. Where are we? So, if a teacher gets pregnant from is the student liable for child support? That's a good question. Dave will bring up a good prompt right there. Yeah, right? That's a good question. Yeah, I mean, I just, ChatGPT was the first one that I used, so I just go to it. I don't really have, 6 of one, half a dozen the other. So, in most jurisdictions, yes, the student can still be required to pay child support even if the pregnancy has resulted from statutory rape committed by the teacher. While that happens, family courts treat child support as a right of the child, not a reward or punishment for either parent. The guiding principle is that the best interest of the child, which generally means both biological parents are financially responsible. How the courts handle this situation: the teacher can be criminally prosecuted for statutory. Separately, in family court, once paternity is established, the biological father can be ordered to pay child support. Courts typically do not offset or eliminate support based on the mother's criminal conduct. Jesus. Hermansman versus Sire. A minor boy was required to pay child support to an adult woman who sexually abused him. The court held that the child's right to support overrides the circumstance of conception. I mean, I understand the logic. I do understand the logic. But yeah, I understand the logic. I don't know if I like it. Well, child support is... So, okay. All right. So, what if... I would assume it would be the same, but let's see. What if it was a male teacher and a female student, and the female didn't want the child, so the male teacher kept and raises it? Good question. So that scenario, the legal logic is largely the same, but applied to the other parent. The core rule of child support is based on the child's right to financial support from both biological parents, not who committed wrongdoing. Applying it to your scenario, if a male teacher commits SR and a female student becomes pregnant, the teacher can be criminally prosecuted. If the child is born and the teacher ends up with custody somehow, he can seek child support from the biological mother. Likely outcome, the courts will still focus on the child needs. Once paternity is established, a non-custodial parent, here the mother, can be ordered to pay support. Why courts do this? Again, support obligations are separate from criminal responsibilities. The goal is to ensure the child is financially supported by both parents. That's crazy. So the mother's age, income, and ability to pay will affect how much support is ordered. In some cases, set very low while she's a minor or in school, delaying meaningful payments until she has income. And we also have civil claims against the teacher for the abuse. That's wild. Is that one part of your dreams? You're fucking laying pipe to your teacher and everybody thinks you're cool, and that oops, she's pregnant and now you're on the hook. now you're on the hook. Because I highly doubt that she was like, no, I won't do it unless you wrap it up. She's probably like, bitch, shut the fuck up and swallow my shit. Yikes. All right, where are we at here? 5 here. All right, let's dive back into the video here. I do think she has some interesting stuff to say. I know, right? That is wild. And again, I understand the logic that the family courts are for the rights of the child. And so external things that don't affect that are not relevant. That makes sense to me, but I don't like it, not one bit. All right, so here's her bag
meme at the time. Please give me a crumb of internet attention. Give me a crumb of likes. One thing I can assure you is that God was not considered or involved at any point in the process of making this image. I am signaling to the people in my peer group at the time that I am just so cool.
Like, virtue signaling.
So cool. I mean, look at this. I used to wear this to protests. What is going on here?
What? I didn't see what this is. Does anybody recognize what that is based on how we can see?
What in the heresy is happening? Just embarrassing behavior. And don't get me wrong, to this day, I'm not above sitting in bed and liking a based King Baldwin meme. Those epic Save the West edits, it's all very intoxicating.
No, that was straight up skater. That was a skater helmet. While you guys watch this bullshit that she's showing you, I'm going to grab some more water. And don't forget that we can still add push-ups and get more to your refill. Here you go.
I get it. It tickles the dopamine receptors, but the based internet Christian stuff has absolutely nothing to do with the soul or any sort of real spiritual journey. And pretending it does is bad. It's not good. In fact, I think it's the culprit for a good portion of people who seemingly crowdsource their religious beliefs, which then become indistinguishable from their political aims. Like when I see this video that says, how far right are you? And then this guy just posts clips of crusaders and Christians praying. I don't know what that means. What are you talking about? Which crusades do you support? Do you know anything about them? I'm pretty sure the fourth one sacked Constantinople, a Christian city, looted churches, and killed fellow Christians. Excuse my language, but is everyone just now? Someone could just as easily make a clip with like, how far left are your views? And then based edit of Jesus washing people's feet. I have friends of mine who I know never grew up Christian, who don't attend church, who haven't ever read the Bible, who began putting crosses in their Twitter bios because they joined the political right. It's like a video game badge or something. And I love Crusader Kings. Okay, great game. Played a lot of it growing up. But holy LARP, what are we doing here? The anti-Catholic Tennessee congressman uses Catholic crusaders to argue for evangelical Protestant nationalism.
Ooh, I bet Sarah Tomato's mad. They're stealing the gauntlet. Or is it Speakeasy who's mad for stealing Swords of Reason?
I can't even begin to get into the denominational wars in this video, but why are politicians acting like this is Christian Comic Con? I fear I have helped unleash levels of cringe into the world that I simply cannot undo. I have become cringe, the destroyer of movements. These people want all the clout of Christian signaling without any of the substance. As did I, but at least I was 20 and not an elected official at the peak of my doing this. Based signaling explains a lot. Why you'll see tons of political accounts using biblical references when they're talking about waging war or striking down sinners, who always happen to be political opponents and never themselves, by the way. But you'll never once see them reference like, I don't know, the Beatitudes. Blessed are the meek, blessed are the merciful, blessed are the peacemakers, because it is politics first and religion as a tool. And
Yep. What happened to the Beatitudes?
when I say tool, I mean quite literally a tool. In fact, in August of last year, Nikita Beer, the head of product at X, tweeted out that the most common bot bio is Christian, father, love my country. So when I'm building up my argument in this video that a lot of people partaking in this based signaling are not Christians, I'm not even just saying they aren't Christians. Some of these posters, in fact, seemingly a majority of them, aren't even people at all. They're literally bots. It all comes full circle back to Captain Bible. We're fighting demon robots out here, and it is 64-year-old Bob who volunteers at the Salvation Army every Saturday getting
Thanks, Bob.
The bad rap for it. Look at this post. It has 31,000 likes talking about how guys with the bio, husband, follower of Christ, girl dad, are out here tweeting some of the most offensive things you've ever seen. Just absolutely horrific stuff. Not good. But you know what? There are some real faces and names out here who are trying to claim or make it appear as though this is the real Christian tradition. Some who even claim to be pastors, who seem far more interested in the base ritual than the Beatitudes. Let's take a quick look at them. Part of why I made this video is that for a long time, I honestly assumed that the nastier corners of online Christian content would stay where they usually live, buried in algorithmic side alleyways, just shouting at each other, mostly invisible to normal people. Then the other day, I saw that one of the people I think represents this modern Pharisaical version of Christianity most clearly had been hosted on the Joe Rogan Experience, which is, for better or worse, probably one of the most influential podcast platforms in the world.
Ooh, Ortho bro, she going after your shit.
And at that point, I kind of thought to myself, all right, I really shouldn't just sit here in my little walled garden pretending that all of this corrects itself eventually, because this stuff is just not staying niche anymore. It's going mainstream somehow. If you don't know who Andrew Wilson is, he originally operated in the old blood sports Twitch debate world under the name Big Papa Fascist. He has since rebranded, but still runs a show called The Crucible. And in a religious context, that is a wild title to choose. In Christian language, a crucible is a severe trial, a fire that purifies the character. So if you are branding your platform as essentially God's forge for moral purification, you are making an enormous claim. And quite frankly, if you are going to market yourself like that, you should probably represent God well, which when it comes to Andrew Wilson, I'll leave it up to you guys.
All right, let's put that to the poll. Does Andrew Wilson represent Christianity well? Yes or no?
Me, I'm a Christian. My entire ethical worldview comes and is sealed, right? It's monolithically sealed.
And, as I said at the beginning of this video, I don't think I represent Christianity well. But the difference is, I'm not calling myself a crucible for God while coming across like a Pharisee so aggressively on the nose that I think even an atheist screenwriter making satire would be told to tone it down.
But Charlie, I just think
I'm not going to say that. I was going to say something. I'm not going to say it.
Honestly, you're too fucking stupid to understand them. Oh, I'm sorry, Dyke. Is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking?
They bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their pussy.
The power of Christ compels you.
And that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring shit to the table. Good. What do you bring to the table besides your vagina? Give me a real example. If you want a man to take care of you.
I don't think he is, but would not be surprised. Nah, I don't think he's
you for the rest of your life. What do you bring to the table except your vagina and a bunch of baggage?
First of all, I gotta be honest. I don't know who is still out here listening to this kind of content in the year 2026. I remember that viral meme.
Does anybody put one in the chat if you watch the whatever podcast with any type of regularity?
From years ago, mocking Vice for being so...
And Lil Toes, that Andrew Wilson is based. Well, what did you think about the poll? Does Andrew Wilson represent Christianity well? Yes or no, Lil Toes?
So predictably edgy in their content strategy.
I don't know what that means.
Seemed like they selected headlines by just getting a dude to throw a dildo at a wall to pick a drug, country, and a minority, and bam, there's their story. These modern manosphere podcasters feel no different. It's the same predictable combination of slop every time. But it's also kind of hilarious once you see it for what it is.
I did it again. I forgot what I asked the numbers for. I always do that. I say, put one in the chat if you do something, and then you guys put ones, and then I forgot what you say. Well, Toes is the only yes so far. A lot of gays and ones. Hey, yo. Salty said, Andrew is not a great representation of Christianity, but he spanks the normies, and that is why they are... Oh, whatever. Gotcha. Yeah. So, one person. That's a kind of... Yeah, I don't know who the... I imagine most of the audience for that show is probably men under 25. That's not the question. Wilto said, when has he been wrong? We're not asking if he's right or wrong. We're asking if he represents Christianity.
The second.
That was a good one. That was a good one. Shout out to Lauren. Them girls are prawn stars. Who's Mary Magdalene? What did she? What was her? What was her claim to fame? Right.
You see a cigar and a podcast mic on screen, you know you are about to hear some of the dumbest shit of your life.
How do you make $50,000 a month? You haven't told me anything. Wake up at 3 a.m. Okay, go to sleep at 7 p.m. Got it. Now what do you do in between?
Why would you do that? What the fuck is going on at 3 a.m.? And there's a lot of shit that happens after 7 p.m.
3 a.m. and 7 p.m. Hard work. Eat the spaghetti. Eat the meatballs. Eat the broccoli.
Yep, well, toast. So how is this relevant? If Mary Magdalene was a prostitute, I don't know who that is. You don't know who is. Oh, you don't know who Andrew Wilson is? You just said Andrew Wilson is based. You said Andrew Wilson is based. And I said, does he represent Christianity well? You said, meh, yes, he does. I mean, when has he been wrong? Them girls are prawn stars. And then you said, I don't know who that is. So you don't know who Andrew Wilson is or someone else? This is the state of Christianity. You don't know who Mary Magdalene is. She was a prostitute that Jesus helped. What the fuck happened here? Okay. He was nice. Apparently not. Apparently not. So they said. Some might say Magdalene had her teen years. Still not an argument, meaning that she was too young to take the moral shame of that. Is that what you're essentially saying? But yeah, pretty. I mean, not as central as the Hail Mary. But Mary Magdalene is a pretty central part of the story of Jesus Christ. So might want to check that Bible out.
3 a.m. and 7 p.m. Hard work. Eat the spaghetti. Eat the meatballs. Eat the broccoli.
Right. Well, but okay. We'll just focus. So he might have helped thieves, but I wouldn't let a thief in my house. Samesies. That's not what the question was. And so, if you acknowledge that Jesus would have helped thieves, then the question is, would Andrew do that same thing? That's the question. Is he representing Jesus' word and life and will in a good way? Makes sense to me. I mean, come on. There's a reason they left out 18 years.
Don't get distracted with candy and ice cream.
Yo, what? Wait. Yeah, yo, what?
Screen, you know you are about to hear some of the dumbest shit of your life.
How do you make $50,000 a month? You haven't told me anything. Wake up at 3 a.m. Okay, go to sleep at 7 p.m. Got it. Now what do you do in between 3 a.m. and 7 p.m.?
What is the caption? POV, your algorithm motivating you to finally be a hard guy who is tough. Oh my god.
Hard work. Eat the spaghetti. Eat the meatballs. Eat the broccoli.
The broccoli. Eat the broccoli. He's a Reddit mod. This is insane. This cannot be real. This cannot be real.
3 a.m. and 7 p.m. Hard work. Eat the spaghetti. Eat the meatballs. Eat the broccoli. Don't get distracted with candy and ice cream. How does that generate income?
But anyways,
that can't be real. That can't be real. The broccoli. Sweep and broccoli. Jesus Christ. And great, Loto said, nah, but he roasts dumb hoes. Fair enough. Is that what Christianity is about? Roasting hoes? Roasting dumb hoes? That's what Jesus wants from us? Helping thieves is the same as teen years for Mary. Yeah, I've read the Bible. I said, shit, me too. Maybe it's just a gay list. I mean, Will was saying it's satire. That has to be satire. There's no way that's real.
Back to Andrew Wilson. Being predictable manosphere slop, while annoying, is honestly not my main problem with his content. I think this clip here captures one of my biggest issues.
You think it's going to be the pickle jar, or you think it's going to be the sniz licking?
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you
you
lick sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What does that
You're
mean?
a fucking dyke. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your stupid.
Yeah, I love that she's like, what in the fuck is happening? It's funny because I had a similar situation happen in my own neighborhood. I'm surprised I haven't told you guys about this because I was fuming for a minute, but it hasn't happened again. So I'm walking Morty around. The weather's getting nice, so we're walking around the thing and whatever. And there is so let's say that the corners of the frame are that's my neighborhood, right? So we're walking around. It's just a big big. It's not a circle, but a big circle. And so if I'm living up here, we go down and throughout the other neighborhood, there's a bunch of condos and townhouses and stuff. And there's lots of dogs in the neighborhood and whatever. So I'm walking down and I get to about here, where there's a dumpster. There's a dumpster, and then there's a plastic fence that blocks the dumpster. So imagine that the microphone is the dumpster. So there's a wall there that I would be walking towards. I'd be walking towards this way, right? And then I'm going around the dumpster, but I can't see behind the dumpster because that's how light works. So he was at the dumpster. And so again, I'm blocked. So as I'm coming around, I see, or other way. So as I'm coming around, he's there. And so he's got a dog and Morty barks and whatever. He's got the retractable leash. I say hello, whatever. And the guy starts screaming. I thought he was screaming at his dog. I'm like, why? Dude, leave the dog alone. But then he's turning around and looking at me. Are you talking to me? He's like, yeah, I'm talking to you. I'm like, who the fuck do you think you are, motherfucker? Who the fuck do you think you are? And we got into a screaming match. And I could just tell that it was one of those situations where he got startled. And because I'm a little dude, he was like, oh. And sorry, maybe the regular Jesus will take that shit, but the Indian Jesus does not. And so I'm walking because I started walking because, again, I didn't realize that he was yelling at me. I thought he was yelling at the dog. So I'm like, are you fucking retarded? You realize there's a fence there. And so I go back behind the dumpster and this is me. I'm like, watch, I'll show you, you fucking retard. Can you see me? Obviously you can't fucking see me because that's not how light works. He's going crazy and blah, 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 blah. So this is all happening, if we go back to the neighborhood being here, this is all happening down here, the dumpster's here, right? And so I come back and I'm walking up near my house. Well, Morty was getting tired, and so I took a shortcut. So we went around, and then I took the shortcut. Usually I go all the way around. He happens to be for some reason, up by the other dumpster near where I live. Seems like he was waiting for me. And I'm on my phone. I'm just walking. I said my piece. I'm like, I said, you're a fucking F word that I can't say on here. And, you're going to talk like that? I'm like, yeah, step up on your shit. You want to talk shit? Then here we go. You started this. Whatever. So I'm walking around and I'm on my phone. I got my dog. And he starts yapping at me again. I'm like, bro, go the fuck away. I don't know who the fuck you are. You're fucking stupid. You got scared and you got angry. I don't know who the fuck you think you are, but you don't talk to me like this. And so he starts up again. He's yelling. So then he goes back down by, where he lives by the other dumpster. And my neighbor comes out because he's like, what the fuck is all this shit going on? And so I'm standing in front of my house and the neighbor comes out and he's like, what's going on? So I just start telling him. And then I hear the dude from all the way down here yell, oh, no, you're going to so tell him, blah, blah, blah. It's a good thing I had Morty because I would have fucking ran at him. I was like, who the fuck do you think you are that you can tell me who I can talk to? The audacity that you got angry, that you got scared by a little man, and now you think that entitles you to do whatever. So I fucking Well, I was in front of my house already, so I wrapped Morty's thing around the stairs. So I walk in, I grab my hammer. I'm like, "You want to talk? Come back over here and we'll talk." He starts walking back over. You want to walk? You want to walk up on me? You want to walk up on me? Fucking walk up on me, bitch. Let's fucking go. Goddamn right. Goddamn right. The situation was over twice. Situation was over. He's on the other side of the thing. I'm having a calm conversation. And you guys know me. You guys know. I know how to turn it on. I was maybe this mad, but on principle, I turned it up to here. And you know that I can go, "Who the fuck do you think you are?" Well, what's going on? You know that I could turn it on and off like that. So I hold on, let's toast. So whatever, that happens, and you're not my real dad. And I mean, shit, I've gotten into arguments with my real dad about treating me like I'm a little kid. Like, bro, I mean, it wasn't like that. I wasn't calling him a fucking F-ly, but yeah, very frustrating. And so whatever, a couple days ago, I'm stewing on that a little bit, just because I'm triggered. I have a fucking thing about people who look at me and see that I'm small and then try to take advantage of that. Fine, triggers me, whatever. But whatever, I let it go. Thanks to all of you fucking trolls out there, I've gotten a thicker skin. Whatever, go on with my life. Whatever. Yesterday, I'm walking Morty, and I'm going right down in the same way we always go. And I see his wife with the dog. Because I don't know who, but I recognize the dog, obviously. And so I'm thinking, like, okay, I don't know what's gonna happen, but I didn't have any beef with her. So I'm just gonna go about my day, wave like I normally do, and keep it pushing. And so I'm walking, "Hi, how you doing?" And she's like, "Hey, I just want to apologize." Oh yeah? Did you now? Your wife took my side, bitch. He's just like, "Yeah." She goes, "He told me next time you see him." I'm like, "Next time you see him, nothing. I'm not yelling at somebody because you got in an argument. He's always been nice to me." "Yeah, because I'm not an asshole." She's like, "He was telling me, he was on his phone and blah, blah." I'm like, "Bitch." Well, I didn't say bitch. I was like, at first, I was like, I really appreciate that. It didn't need to happen, but whatever. And she's trying to, explain that, about the phone and, he was complaining. I'm like, that's respectfully, that's not what happened. And I told her, because he was at the dumpster and I couldn't see beyond the fence. And so the dog barked, held my dog, no issue. Thought he was actually yelling at the dog. And then I realized, same thing. And she's like, "Yeah, I know. It's just he this and that and that, and I'm really sorry." And that is my life. Nah, she's a little bit older. She's a little a little bit over the age where I'm looking at that, and then we're also when but like she was easily in her 50s, but we're also like when you're walking around the neighborhood, it's a very like secluded neighborhood. Like our development, the houses are very close together and everything. It's a townhouse type deal, but there's nothing really around. So like, we're always out in pajamas and not, looking good just because it's the neighborhood. Like, I mean, I look nicer for you guys than I do for my actual fucking job. Anyway. All right, let's see this. How long is this section? All right, we'll watch this last section, and then I'm gonna head to bed. Don't forget, guys, please do not stop feeding Morty.
You're a fucking dyke. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
Your wife with the 3 baby.
What did I just say?
Your
Dyke?
wife with the 3
sorry,
baby
I'm sorry, Dyke. Is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking?
I'm not even going to criticize the rage part. That aside, the shocking thing to me is what seems to actually trigger his outburst. Because what visibly bothers Andrew is that someone...
All right. Here's what we gonna do. So right now I have 7 push-ups that I owe you. 5 99-cent super chats. We'll double that. 99 cents. Let's go.
Brings up the fact that his wife had children with 3 different men. And he appears deeply humiliated by that fact. And this is why it's bizarre. Him marrying his wife, despite her past, and taking her children from previous relationships under his wing, within a Christian moral framework, which he claims to subscribe to, should not be a source of shame. In fact, that is arguably one of the most honorable things about his life. A man choosing to love, protect, and provide for children who are not biologically his, even knowing many people will judge him for it, is, in Christian terms, profoundly respectable. The Bible calls endlessly for people to care for the vulnerable, women, and fatherless children. And he had the perfect opportunity there to explain all of this to the lady confronting him.
And he could still have mocked her in the sense that, like, owning it and be like, yeah, and then? Because she wasn't like just throwing out attacks. She was trying to ask the question based on his worldview that he's always talking about loose women and sleeping around and da-da-da-da-da. And she was asking how he circles that square with his own wife, which is a completely reasonable question in that context. We got triggered. It's legit. If she... No, he brought up at home first. So they were coming back from a break, and he was like, "I'm trying to explain my worldview, but I think you're just too stupid to get it." And then she's like, "Okay, well, can I something." And she's saying, "You are a Christian, and you say this, and your wife has 3 baby daddies." And definitely not. Definitely not. The question is he even trying to get close?
He could have been an incredible witness to her in that moment, but instead he instantly collapsed into insult. And I think the reason is pretty obvious to anyone watching this. Wilson has built a version of Christianity where mercy and redemption no longer feel masculine enough to defend, because the audience he has cultivated does not reward mercy. They reward domination.
Live footage of Andrew Wilson's whore wife. Oh, Andrew Wilson married a whore. He shouldn't be listened to about anything, to be honest. Oh, yes, his wife has 3 baby daddies.
Humiliation and cruelty. They're more focused on condemning.
According to him, I think 1 died and 1 was abusive. I don't know, but he never accepts that excuse from the whatever girls.
The women on these podcasts for not following the letter of the law, then showing the love the laws were made to protect. It's all based signaling and no beatitudes, which means the very values that should be his strongest moral ground become liabilities in front of his own followers. Because to that audience, taking responsibility for a family like...
I don't know, but I honestly think that they would be. Let's put it that way. If you get it, you get it. I think they would be, but I don't know.
His risks being read as weakness, as being a cuck or simping or whatever vocabulary masculinity cosplay happens to be using that week. And I do mean cosplay because I don't want to slander real masculinity with whatever this online performance art has become. In a now deleted tweet from late last year referencing migrant crime and rape against women, Wilson said, "They voted for it. Help us men, help us, no." And he's essentially arguing that women overwhelmingly vote liberal, so if anything bad happens to them, it's their fault and we have no duty to defend them. Another account responded, "Women, brother, father, help me. You, nah, you asked for it. Get raped. You really are a piece of shit." To which Andrew responds, "You heard me, bitch. Reap as you sow." And I don't think I have ever,
like Jesus did,
seen a message portrayed that is more quintessentially anti-Christian in my life. The whole concept of the faith, the whole point of it is that Christ died on the cross. So thankfully, Andrew, you and I have the potential to not reap what we sow. And in exchange, he asks that we try just a little bit, just a bit to be like him and have some humility in the process. Instead, what we see here is Andrew Wilson loudly advocating the exact opposite of this message while claiming to be a crucible that purifies the faith. And in doing so, seemingly reaps what he's sown and having to be ashamed of his family. And Andrew isn't the only one trying to cultivate this sort of based signaling Christian audience with a public profile. There's a whole sort of community online of these people who have ridden the coattails of the manosphere world in becoming eternal course-selling podcasters, but use God as their main branding. I first came across alleged pastor Joel Webbin because one of his based signaling tweets that went semi-viral. Young men are waking up. Women will learn to have a quiet and gentle spirit, or they will learn to be alone. Deus vult. It's so cringe. You simply...
What does that mean? What does Deus vult mean? God. Deus Volt? Volt. God wills.
Cannot tell me that this tweet, young women are...
Little Toe said, white is actually the minority of the world. So, you know. So God wills it or God punishes. It be what God want.
Waking up. Men will learn to stop being incels, or they will learn to be alone. Do better. Is not exactly the same as what Joel Webbin tweeted. It's just gender war gobbledygook with virtue or based signaling at the end. Do better. Men are trash. Educate yourself. Deus vult. It's the same little end tagline to tell your audience, I'm morally superior. In the progressive field, you look at something like educate yourself. And it's this moral signaling of higher intelligence.
But this is the same type of logic that we had when Brian Shapiro was arguing that Kamala would have been a better pick by just saying Trump bad. The fact that she is whatever is irrelevant to what she's saying. If it holds, if it is substantive, then what does it have to do with who she is? What she's saying holds water.
With Webbin, I'd argue it's almost worse because it's my gender war slop posting.
I don't know how doesn't it hold?
For clicks is ordained by God. Deus vult. This is a common behavior for Webbin, though, who was, for whatever reason, attending CPAC a few weeks ago, in which he tweeted, my biggest takeaway from CPAC, the youth are ours. We were recognized everywhere. Staffers, media, college group presidents, influencers, and political candidates.
Already, I get what you're saying, but the youth is ours is a weird phrasing.
Everyone who loved us was under 40 and completely aligned on the big issues. The next generation won't support Israel. They are done with egalitarianism. They are not race blind. Even women we talked to agreed women probably shouldn't vote. Time's up. And Joel, I just have one question for you. Just one question. Why are none of your big issues Jesus? It's already weird that a pastor is attending CPAC as a political activist, but to go there and say your big issue is to be done with women voting, this is the right-wing version of defund the police. The police are...
No, she hooked up with Destiny while she was married. Lauren was married. And while she was married, she hooked up with Destiny. Why doesn't it hold water, brother? Looked over to make sure one of your chats wasn't getting caught up. You said it doesn't hold water. Okay, why doesn't it hold water?
We're not going anywhere unless the state collapses. You guys are all LARPing.
Now it's time for the final battle.
Starting?
Magic missile.
Yes, magic missile. Dude.
Magic missile. Magic missile.
Ending women voting is just another plot line of the culture war cinematic universe. And it is kind of cute when Zoomers are running around dressed up like Marvel characters pretending to blast laser beams at each other. But when pastors in their 40s and 50s are doing it, what are we even doing here, man? Forgive me for saying something that may be a little controversial, but whether it be politicians or pastors, my hope is that they are better people than me. And yes, I do think they should be held to a higher standard than the average person if you are claiming to be a leader for God. But I'm not sure. I don't think these people are really looking to court a Christian community at all. In fact, when I went down the Joel Webbin rabbit hole, it led me all the way to a place where I learned from Webbin himself that apparently Christians are actually just fake and gay.
What do you say that's the greatest?
Okay, so tell me where she said something that doesn't align, and we can talk about it. That's what we do here.
Right. To Christian nationalism as it's trying to make its roots. Christians. Also.
What?
That's the greatest.
Himself that apparently Christians are actually just fake and gay.
What do you say that's the greatest threat to Christian nationalism as it's trying to make its roots?
Christians.
I actually agree with that.
Christians are gay. Fake and gay, to be more precise.
Webbin tried to defend this.
Well, that was cringe.
By saying fake equals hypocrite, gay equals effeminate. Yes, the church is plagued by religious hypocrites, fake, and cowardly, effeminate, gay men. But why did you say it that way? Because I knew it would offend. And the offense...
Oh, Salty, I think maybe you missed it. Maybe you missed it. So the question was, why doesn't what she's saying hold water? That was the question.
Ensures that my point wasn't missed. A very astute poster noted, Webbin, that's not how it works. Prioritizing causing offense over being clear, does the exact opposite of making sure people don't miss your point. To be fair, it took me a long time to learn that one myself, but I got there eventually. This clip was part of a documentary on Christian nationalism Webben was working on. And apparently, after getting some, how do you put it, pushback on this clip, they deleted the entire trailer it was a part of, to which Twitter user Will Spencer
Good for you. So why doesn't hold water?
criticized this move as being damage control. His statement would have been,
Notice how you guys know this is not any personal thing. It is a personal thing to me. That is extremely frustrating to ask a direct question and people just try to talk past it. Why can't you just tell me what I'm asking you to tell me? What is your watching Twitch have to do with what she's saying being legit or not legit? We got there's 5 people here, brother. We got all the time in the world. So I'll ask you again. Take your time. There's no rush. The question is, you said it doesn't hold water. It doesn't hold. Okay, I said hold water, but you said it doesn't hold. Why doesn't what she is saying hold? No, just say it. What is a screen? What I don't understand. Just say it. You're saying all this. Why can't you just say the thing? Say the thing. It doesn't hold because whatever reason you're saying it doesn't hold. I agree with Lil Toad. Said it holds some water. But Salty says it's not. So why not? Okay. So Lauren Southern's full of shit. Her sister's way hotter. Getting her grift. Okay. So you're not going to answer the question.
been far more powerful if he had simply said, Christians are hypocritical and effeminate. But hypocritical and effeminate are concrete words that imply an objective standard, one that he himself could be held to. By contrast, fake and gay are insults, which is why Joel wasn't making helpful observations.
Yeah, see, that's a different point, and that's totally fair. To say, well, because I know that you've done this, I'm in general questioning your judgment in general. But saying that you are saying a thing that is not true it has nothing to do with whether or not she has questionable judgment or not.
About ways Christians could change and grow in manliness and integrity, he was insulting them from an assumed position of superiority. And I think this is a solid analysis, but I sort of disagree with the idea that the post was deleted because Webben was afraid of having an objective standard he could be held to. I actually think that's giving him way too much credit. I think it was deleted because people didn't like it. And the point of base signaling is to get updates. Give me positive attention and accolades. Fake and gay is a base signaling term like Dave's fault. You say this to get your right-wing friends riled up, to get the people going. And the funniest part about it all to me is I know part of the reason that the online religious sphere, especially in base signaling circles.
No, which hypocritical shit are we talking about? Oh, that's right. You're not going to answer my question.
Would call or criticize modern evangelicals and Protestants as being fake and gay is because they've let go of a lot of liturgical traditions in favor of modern things. If you've ever seen accounts like pastors with props on Reels or woke Protestant nonsense on X, it's just making fun of pastors for basically turning their churches into an NSYNC concert.
And you guys must have seen the Drewski skit about Erica Kirk, right? Same kind of vein.
Getting overtly progressively political or mocking youth pastors for including Zoomer memes like 6'7" in their sermon.
It says in verse 10, you will know that the living God
what did it say?
Is among us.
But how?
It's among us.
How is Webben any different from this? How?
You realize that I don't really do, like, Twitch is just an option there. Like, YouTube is my home. So, like, I don't know what you're trying to hold over my head. Like, I enjoy you hanging out, but if you leave, then I promise you I'm going to be okay. So next time you try to act like you're big shit because you're too scared to answer a question, maybe think twice, brother. Maybe think twice.
A grown pastor using fake and gay in their vocabulary is
clearly
the same cringe to me as using 6'7" or Among Us. Only at least the pastor using the Among Us meme.
Well, I mean,
he's not trying.
All right. You want to do this? Fine. Let's fucking do this. Get your ass up here. You want to play like a bitch? Get slapped. Let's go. He's not going to come up. He's not going to come up.
To insult people for clicks. He's still keeping that intrinsic message of loving everyone intact while being a bit cringe. And I'm not sure that Webben has fully integrated the idea that even right-wing people who use this vocabulary, they're pretty uncomfortable with the idea of their pastors partaking in the base ritual. It gives a bit of a hello, fellow kids vibe. But more importantly, I don't think spiritual leaders should be trying to become characters fighting for a team in the Culture War cinematic universe.
Okay, so the question is, why does whatever you're talking about have to do with the legitimacy of what she is saying?
Give me a second, mate. I've got to do something.
Take your time. I'll play the video. You let me know when you're good.
Is perhaps one of the most vulgar places to exist in the world. In fact, I quite literally and metaphorically think it may be hell. Yeah, hell.
Well, that was where I was going to end it anyway. So, it's you and me, brother. You and...
I had, mate, I'm on speakers and I was hearing like double everything. So everybody else in the world would be probably hearing double everything, you know?
No, we got
you. Feel
good?
me?
Yes, sir. All right. So, are we good now?
Right. So, Lauren Southern, do you know where she came from? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And where was that?
What do you, like Canada? Like what are you asking me?
Ezra Klein, right? Rebel News.
Uh-huh.
Remember berries back in the day?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
What does this have to do with the question? The question is, what does any of that have to do with what she is saying and the veracity of what she is saying?
Yeah. Okay. What is she saying?
What do you mean? We just watched fucking 40 minutes.
No, we didn't. No. Pretend I'm 5
you're right.
years old.
My apologies. We skipped 3:46 to 9:36. So we did.
I wasn't here the
minutes.
entire fucking
My
time,
apologies.
right? You've been tabbed out. I've been in a VC.
Okay, great. So,
telling
great.
them how fucking oil prices are
So
down.
then, if you don't know what she is saying,
just
then how can you
backing-
possibly? If you don't know what she's saying, then how can you possibly say that it's wrong?
You haven't provided anything yet. Her younger sister is way hotter.
I provided the video. You were in and out.
That's
Fair.
mate.
Hold on.
Substantive
Hold on.
fucking
Hold
stuff
on.
in
Hold
Twitch
on.
chat.
Salty. Hold on.
No, bro. No, not hold on. Her younger sister is way hotter.
I don't
That's what I
care.
said in Twitch chat.
Why? Tell me why that is relevant.
Relevant to what?
To the
Which
veracity
point
of what
do you
she
think
is saying.
that Lauren Southern is making for the Catholic cause?
What?
What point do you think she's making?
I think she's making the point that a lot of people are fake Christians and are using it as a political tool, which is something I've been saying for a long time. Do you agree or disagree?
It's a bit of a fucking basic fucking point, though, isn't it?
Okay.
It's not really
so do you agree or do you disagree?
Agree with what?
The fact that people are using Christianity as a political tool. Or a grifting
Christianity
tool.
alone? No.
No,
Religion,
not alone.
yes.
Not alone. Not alone. Yeah, so Christianity is a religion. So we're not talking about Muslims. We're specifically talking about Christians. Do you think that there are people who have taken Christianity to bolster their platform, whether in politics or online? Who are not
Absolutely. And I'll point to one, Lauren Southern.
Okay.
Lauren Southern used her Catholicism to fucking boost her fucking numbers, man. Come on. I wasn't born fucking
So it's
yesterday.
almost like she's
I know
making
who
a
we're
video.
talking about here,
It's
right?
almost like she's making a video saying, "Hey, I used to do this and it was shitty, and now I'm seeing a lot of other people doing it, and they shouldn't do it."
So she's reborn. Come on, brother.
I don't understand why you keep going back to your opinion on Lauren Southern. I don't give a flying fuck about Lauren Southern.
Oh, I don't, mate. It's not my opinion on Lauren.
Contend with what she is saying. Contend with what I am saying.
Yeah.
I am
I
saying
will stick-
people
I
are
will stick
using
to that, mate.
Christianity, among other religions, as a political tool, as well as a tool to grift online. Agree or disagree?
Grifting online is bad. All the guys do it.
Okay, great. Agree or disagree with my question?
Okay, paint me into a corner.
It's just I'm just asking your opinion, brother. Do you think Christianity is being used as a tool for people to raise their platform in politics as well as online? Yes, they are doing that, or no, nobody is doing that. There's no corner.
Yes, they are doing that, and they always have.
Okay, agreed. That's what Lauren Southern is saying. So even if she did the same exact thing, even if she did the same exact thing, then what she is saying, we all agree, holds water. Thank you very, very much. This could have all been avoided if you just answered the fucking question.
So
Do you understand now what I am saying? Do you understand now what I am saying? Do you understand now what I am saying?
No, mate. You're not getting away from this with me, right?
Projection. The one who won't answer the question is trying to run away.
Mate, Lauren Southern grifted on the Catholicism back in the day. We agree. Grifted on it. She fucked off, went and had some children, right? Now she's back. Why should I hold her to some great fucking principle?
You don't. You listen to the words that she is saying.
Of course I fucking don't. That's my fucking point, mate.
Okay, but that wasn't the question that you said no, that you were dodging.
Oh, I didn't ask.
That's a different thing. That's an entirely different thing. If you want to ask me if I think Lauren Southern is a respectable person, if you think that there's a whole bunch of questions where I'm going to answer no, Lauren Southern is this, that, and the other, all bad things. That was not the question. This is why it is important to understand what is being asked of you. If you just listen to the question and stop trying to win and just answer and just have the conversation. I asked you a very basic question. I asked you, please don't interrupt me. Please don't interrupt me while I'm talking. I asked you a very simple question so that we can have a basis on what it is that you and I, outside of Lauren Southern, believe about people using Christianity as a tool in the way that I described. You and I both agree that people are in fact doing that. So when I show a video so when I show a video of someone, regardless of who it is, saying the exact same thing that you and I just agreed upon, and you say it doesn't hold water, you are incorrect. Agreed or disagree?
I didn't say it doesn't hold water.
Okay, you said it doesn't hold. The phrase that I used was hold water. And to hold means logically the argument. So if that's not what you meant, then what does no, it doesn't hold mean?
It doesn't hold that some grifter can come in and spam fucking chat, for example, right?
So you misunderstood what I was asking.
No.
When I was asking, when I clarified the question, you realized that you misunderstood what I was saying, and so you dodged.
Can I get 2 minutes? Or you get 5 and I get none? Right? Let's work this one out.
I brought you up here, did I not?
You're banging on about who's that bloke with the cigarettes? Andrew, with the Christianity, right? Right? That Lauren is better than him because why?
Nope. She is not. I do not believe
well, that's what I'm.
So you misunderstood. It's okay if you misunderstood.
Yeah, it's okay if I misunderstood.
What did you mean by no? It doesn't hold.
Misunderstood. Put your point across. Let's make it clear, right?
What did you mean by no, it doesn't hold? Because right before, this is in response to me saying it doesn't matter if she's a whore or she cheated or whatever. That pay attention to what she's saying, because the words that she's saying hold water, which means has substance, which means align with reality. And you said, no, it doesn't hold. So if you misunderstood what I was saying, that's perfectly fine. Then what did you mean when you said no, it doesn't hold?
I think you're conflating a lot of stuff there.
That's why I'm asking you the question, Salty. Again, listen to the words. What did you mean by no, it doesn't hold? The answer is no, it doesn't hold meant. That's your turn. What did you mean by this? That's all I'm asking. You said no, it doesn't hold. What does that mean if it doesn't mean what I said? Exactly. Thank you. Thank you for trying. I appreciate it.
Hey, calm down, son. I had a kid just rock in the room.
Okay. What did you mean by no, it doesn't hold? That's all I'm trying to understand.
Go back and read it, mate.
I did. It's on the screen right now.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, so what do I have to go back and read? No, it doesn't hold means what?
No, it doesn't hold.
Okay. What does that mean, Salty? I didn't ask you to read it. I'm asking you what you mean.
Okay, fucking. I see you're very passionate about this.
Yeah, because I don't like when people dodge questions. So what did you mean by no, it doesn't hold? That's all I'm asking. You wrote the words.
So that's a question now?
Yes, that is the new question,
Right,
because we already agreed on the last question. So the new question is, what does no, it doesn't hold mean?
Are you finished? Do I get to...
I've been finished, brother. Just answer the fucking question. What did you mean by no, it doesn't hold?
You done? No, it doesn't hold means Southern was babbling along about her fucking bullshit.
Okay, great. So that's not a response to what I was saying. So,
okay. I get 5 words. Okay, mate.
Were you not done? I apologize. Were you not done? I'm not trying to fight you, dude. I don't. You're so defensive here. I'm asking you basic ass questions.
I came onto your fucking little thing here. Come on.
For what reason? For what reason, if not to answer these questions?
Because you invited me on.
Yeah, to answer questions. What did you think we were doing? Why do you think I dropped? Why do you think
one thing, mate? You're worse than that Andrew bloke.
You want to? What is it that you would like to pull up? We can pull up whatever you like. What would you like to pull up?
Light a cigarette, for Christ's sake.
I don't smoke cigarettes. What would you like to pull up? And if you think everybody can't see you dodging, it's very clear. What would you like me to pull up? What would you like me to pull up?
I'm not going to shout over you, mate. While you're in here being a big streamer, being in front of all your fucking flack, right? It doesn't matter a shit to me.
Can I gonna? I don't want to upset you anymore.
Ask a fucking question, mate.
What did you think we were? Why do you think I invited you up here?
What do you mean we?
I didn't say we. I said why.
You just did. Pull it back up on your pod, mate.
Oh my fucking God, you're retarded. I said, why do you think I pulled you up here?
I am retarded. What would that matter?
Yet another question going unanswered. You have one more chance, and I'm going to bed. Why do you think that I invited you up here?
For the real good Aussie takes, mate. The real good ones.
At least he answered. It was very wrong, but at least we got an answer. So, no, I was not saying that Lauren Southern is a good person. I was saying the words that she is speaking align with reality. The fact that the words that she was speaking align with reality. Oops. The fact that the words that she's speaking align with reality is no bearing on her actual personality or anything like that. Are we on the same page now?
Oh no, are you gonna unmute me?
You're unmuted.
Wait, but dude, you give me like 5 or 6 words.
They're yes or no questions.
Oh, are they?
Yeah. Are we on the same page? Is it yes or no? Yes, we're on the same page, or no, we're not on the same page?
We're on the same page.
All right. Well, thank you so very, very much for coming up.
I'm not a Bible basher. You know this. You must know this by now, right?
No what?
You know I'm not a Bible basher.
I have no idea what you believe,
when
brother.
people use religion to make arguments, I hold them in disdain, mate. Right? That's just me. That's just me.
Good to know.
We agree.
Good to know.
We agree.
Yes, we agree
Yes.
that there was a misunderstanding. We both don't have good opinions of Lauren Southern as a person, but we both agree that what she is saying about people using Christianity as a tool in politics and online is, in fact, aligned with reality. Anything else you would like to say?
Yes.
I'm going to.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Anything else you would like to say? Because I'm going to shut down the show.
Oh, like and subscribe to the Indian Jesus. It's worthwhile. Make that motherfucker do push-ups. He needs it. He needs the push-ups. Come on, fellas.
Facts. We're only at 7 push-ups right now, so I mean, you still got time to add.
Christ. Back the Christ. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for coming up and teasing this out, and we'll see you in the chat. Thank you, sir. Well, I'll let you guys make up your own opinion about what you just heard. All right. So we were at the end of the chapter anyway. I've got 7 push-ups to do. Anybody gonna add another push-up right before we go? One more chance to add the push-up. Actually, I gotta take a piss. So I'm gonna take a piss. I'm gonna start the song. I don't need the whole song to do 7 push-ups. But I'm gonna assume that somebody's. I love those. You're a dick. Oh, you are funny. All right, I got to piss, and then we got push-ups.
Shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice watching fire, a mind on this door. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason and
All right, so since we only have 7, I'm going to try to go and do real-ass push-ups and go all the way down.
unaware when the overlord stalls at the edge of the fray. The faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fed. Overrules no illusions, no hollow interpreter. He's here to resurrect.
There we go. So that's the thing, guys. That's the thing. If we hit the goal based on the dono count, then I can get better at doing an actual good push-up. And then we move into the higher numbers, and I'm doing actual good push-ups on the higher numbers. All right. Big shout out to all of the donations. We got started with equality and deference because vagina. Hold on. And then we had Jason. and Soil to Soul. We had Zippy with the Rumble Rants. David and Glow in Dark became new members. Soil to Soul, a member for 30 fucking months, over a whole goddamn year. And Trey Williams coming in to close us down and hit that goal. And apparently it does hold. Guys, thank you so very much. Salty, you're not going to be salty if I turn that into a clip, right? I think it was an interesting little back and forth. Short time, everybody's watching the live streams. Get some short stuff out there. Nice little tit for tat. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate that good faith. All right, guys. Thank you so very, very much. Let's give him a little freebie. Let's give him a little freebie. Thank you. So very, very much. Until next time, guys. Oh, wait. I'm not set up. Okay, wait. Get rid of that and do that and then do that. And all right, once again, guys, we have Morty, the Overlord, and I have been your host, Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace.